The scene opens with Ning Yiwan being choked, a look of agony on her face. "Why do you always look at me like that?" Xia Qingyang was startled and quickly released his hands. Saying nothing, he stared blankly at his hands, wondering, what the hell is going on? She immediately shoved him, sending him flying. Xia Qingyang slid across the grass, screaming bloody murder. He clutched his chest, coughing painfully. Xia Qingyang looked at his body in a daze. Am I dreaming? He was utterly bewildered. This dream is way too real. He trembled, clutching his temples. My head hurts. Images flashed through Xia Qingyang's mind. These are memories. Yiwan's sword tip was right against his neck. She was red in the face with anger, scolding him. If the match was already decided, why are you still lingering, Shinodi? And even, Ning Yiwan glanced away shyly. Sitting on me. Xia Qingyang opened his eyes wide with innocent confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. Yiwan looked at him suspiciously. Don't know, another Shiji shouted loudly in anger. Xia Shidi, you should just give up. That Shiji totally doesn't like you. She was extremely annoyed by his attitude. You've already lost twice in a row, so now you're pretending to be stupid because you're losing face. Xia Qingyang was also completely bewildered. When did I say I liked Da Shiji? The girl was so angry she was practically spitting as she pointed and yelled, You're so thick-skinned. Ning Yiwan coldly turned to leave. Shimei, there's nothing more to say. Let's go. Shimei still seemed upset. She used a movement technique to quickly glide away, and in a moment, she was far away from Xia Qingyang. He clutched his head, staggered to his feet, and muttered, What the hell just happened? This doesn't feel like a dream at all. All 5 senses are there, and it was cold when the sword was against my neck. He was injured so bad he coughed up blood. Xia Qingyang suddenly felt dizzy. The name Ning Yiwan echoed in his mind. It was at this moment that Xia Qingyang suddenly realized, no way did I transmigrate into the Swordplay Immortal Romance game. His eyes widened in confusion and fear. In the game, the eldest disciple of Liu Xuanpeak is Ning Yiwan. He paced around in frustration, saying, Then I'm screwed. According to the scene just now, it was probably the part where the NPC Xia Qingyang challenges Ning Yiwan and gets defeated, because Xia Qingyang harassed Ning Yiwan for no reason, eventually forcing Ning Yiwan and senior brother Qinshen to be together, because Xia Qingyang harassed Ning Yiwan for no reason, eventually forcing Ning Yiwan and senior brother Qinshen to be together. Later, when the demon race identity of the NPC Xia Qingyang is revealed, he gets killed by Ning Yiwan with 1/ in the Kangqiang Yuanji competition. Half a year later, he puffed out his cheeks in disappointment about everything. Why did my soul have to transmigrate into such an unlucky NPC? Xia Qingyang clutched his head and screamed in pain. Logically, I should have transmigrated into the male lead, Li Xiaoyao. Then he sighed with helplessness. Xia Qingyang only felt that the most important thing was that when he played the game before, he skipped all the interactions with the NPCs, only vaguely remembering the general plot. He clenched his fist, a determined look on his face, and said to himself, Luckily, at least I'm about to finish this game, and I basically remember the major events. So, it seems like I can almost be considered to have a god's eye view, right? Suddenly, Liu Xin, a foreign disciple of Liu Xuanpeak, appeared. Xia Shidi, I've been looking everywhere for you. He was utterly surprised to see her and thought to himself, Liu Xin, I remember this NPC Qinshen's lapdog. She acts all caring towards Xia Qingyang, but she's actually in love with Qinshen. On the night Xia Qingyang was rejected by Ning Yiwan and completely lost his memory, she used the excuse of comforting him to devour him, sucking him dry of his essence. He recalled that sinister look in her eyes. Then she transferred the essence to Qinshen, causing Qinshen's cultivation to directly leapfrog 2 realms. Liu Xin deliberately tripped over the rock in front of her. She put on a charming act and said, Xia Shidi, save me. But he quickly dodged to the side, causing her to fall flat on her face with a yelp. Liu Xin's hands trembled with anger. She sat on the ground, wiping away tears with a pitiful expression. Xia Shiji, why didn't you help me? I fell and hurt my butt. How are you going to compensate me? Xia Qingyang just smiled, feigning innocence. Liu Shiji, men and women shouldn't touch. I'm afraid of ruining your reputation, so I can only trouble you to get up and go home to apply some ointment. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off. I have something to do. I'm going back to the dorm. She was furious and called after him. Xia Shidi, I can't get up. Xia Shidi. Xia Qingyang acted as if he didn't hear her. I need to quickly go back to the dorm to sort out my thoughts. Liu Xin was still sitting there, absolutely livid. She was a little worried now. If I just go back like this, how will I explain it to Qin Shixiang? She immediately stood up and made a decision. No way. Xia Qingyang was already standing in front of his dorm building. He walked along, talking to himself. Now I'm an outer sect disciple of Liu Xuanpeak. I haven't gotten the token to go down the mountain from Kangqiang Yuanji yet. Without a mission talisman, I can't get out of Kangqiang Yuanji's barrier. I have to complete the assigned missions to exchange accumulated points for a token to go down the mountain. Qingyang flung the door to his room open. He gently sat down on his bed. If I can't leave Kangchongyuanji, there's a high chance I'll die under Ning Yiwan's sword in half a year. He seemed too tired, and just lay down. Ning Yiwan is already at the Ningmai realm, 3rd stage, and I've only just reached the Lianqi realm. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Waiting half a year, she'll have already broken through to the Golden Core Grand Perfection, and this NPC will still be a useless Lianqi waste. Qingyang could only let out a long, weary sigh. He was now extremely determined. I absolutely have to leave Kangchongyuanji before the competition. Now that I've transmigrated, I'm going to do whatever I want. I gotta experience this game to the fullest. Liu Xin was standing right in front of his room. Xia Qingyang. He immediately jumped up and asked. Who is it? She brazenly continued. It's really making Shiji's life difficult. Liu Xin put on a charming act again, saying, Shidi, if you keep this up, Ning Yiwan won't like you. She smugly said, I'm not much worse than your senior sister. Why not like me instead? His face turned pale. He didn't know what to say to this delusional woman. Suddenly, she slammed the door shut. Then she ran towards him. Her eyes were filled with love as she said, Why don't you let Shiji comfort your wounded heart? Standing in front of him, she lovingly said, Xia Qingyang, you know I like you. Qingyang blushed crimson and thought to himself, what's going on? Why do I want to get closer to her? Liu Xin was gently pushing him down, acting seductive. You see, your body is also craving me. Qingyang just froze and thought, that's not true. She directly pinned him onto the bed, causing him to only know. Liu Xin touched his face and gently said, Shidi, I want. Qingyang seemed unable to control himself. His hands started trembling. Xia Qingyang, hold me tight. He was also fighting himself inside. She watched his hand reaching out and smirked. Success! Liu Xin is starting her scheme. How about I take you to paradise? Right after, a hand reached out. Who knew a light push would send that bitch flying 8 feet? Liu Xin stopped her flight right at the doorway. Then she crashed to the ground, looking utterly miserable. Not stopping there, Liu Xin even coughed up a load of blood. He looked at his hand in disbelief. Power just kept pouring into his fingertips. Is this the world of cultivation? Then he widened his eyes as if he understood something. I get it now. The image of the demon dog flashed through his mind. The original host was a demon dog, even though he had just transformed into human form. Although he was only at the first-tier essence refinement stage of the demon race, he was equivalent to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Tier N of the demon race is equivalent to Tier N plus 1 of humans. The aura emitted is the same, but the actual power is different. Liu Xin, injured to the point of vomiting blood. Xia Qingyang, are you crazy? She was both angry and very surprised, thinking to herself, Xia Qingyang is clearly a useless guy who couldn't break through the first tier even after 2 years of cultivation. How could he hurt me? I'm already at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Qingyang was extremely angry, pointed at her and scolded. Liu Qingyang, I told you outside that I didn't want to touch you because I was afraid of ruining your reputation. Besides, this is my room, and I already closed the door. You pushed the door open without my permission. Liu Xin still tried to appear extremely weak. I've loved you for a long time, Shidi, you know that. Qingyang crossed his arms, looking disgusted, and said, Loved me for a long time, and you use enchantment on me. Liu Qingyang was extremely confused in her heart at this moment. How could he see through my illusion? A useless chi refining realm trash. Why are you opening the door wide? She worried. Wait, Qingyang immediately threw her clothes out. My clothes. Then he very coldly kicked Liu Xin out. After finishing the job, he slammed the door shut. He dusted off his hands and smirked. Want to suck my blood essence to benefit your lover? He was sweating profusely at this point. Thought I was a naive teenager like the original host. That must have been the scene of being sucked dry of life force. Liu Qingyang, I'm really done. And she was extremely happy. I'm still not full. Keep going. He was very satisfied with his actions. Although he didn't remember much about the original host's character introduction, when it was mentioned that the blood essence of the canine race was extremely precious, so the cultivation speed was extremely fast, it's just that the original host was willing to be useless and too lazy to cultivate. He praised himself. Eliminate evil from the beginning. I'm really not bad. Qingyang had come to the outside of the dormitory area. He hid behind a big tree looking around. After surveying everywhere, he was relieved. Safe. No one. Qingyang cautiously ran back and forth behind the trees. Although there is a barrier, that is also the setting of the game, maybe this world has changed a long time ago. He ran happily. If I can escape today, I will definitely run away and never come back. But very quickly, he crashed into the barrier. He fell down and covered his face, yelling, Ouch. Zhu Feng was feeling super bummed right now. Guess you can't just waltz in and out of the Azure Origin realm whenever you want. A girl was walking over and passing through the barrier. The girl looked at him and exclaimed in surprise, Xia Qingyang. He was also surprised to see her. Xia Qingyang. Xia Qingyang, an outer sect disciple of Liu Xuanfeng, editor-in-chief of the Azure Origin Realm's Tales of the Unusual, was staring intently at him. Qingqing looked at him with a very inquisitive gaze. "Are you trying to go down the mountain?" Xu Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Nah, I was just taking a stroll, got tired, just chillin'. For a bit, he also stood up and gently inquired, "Senior Sister Zhang, did you just get back from a mission I got news from, Tales of the Unusual, that junior brother Xia actually challenged Ning Yiwan, the top disciple of Liu Xuanfeng," she said with great excitement. "This is huge news. I need to hurry back and write the next edition of Tales of the Unusual. It's gonna sell like hotcakes." Xu Feng was also a little surprised and said, "Did this spread in just half a day?" Qingqing walked along with him while talking. "Originally, I took on a mission alone down the mountain, but halfway there I heard this big news, and I figured there was plenty of time left on the mission, so I wanted to go back and write it up. I didn't expect to run into you, junior brother. You gotta give me the scoop." He could only feel dejected, but still tried to salvage some dignity. I was just out of it. It's all a misunderstanding." Zhang Qingqing smiled very brightly. "Junior brother Xia, you don't actually like senior sister Ning, do you?" She covered her mouth as if trying not to laugh out loud. "Actually, everyone outside is saying you're jealous of senior brother Qin, so you keep trying to get close to senior sister Ning, is that true? Don't overthink it. I think senior sister Ning just sees senior brother Qin as a fellow disciple." Xu Feng was also very honest and replied, "How could I possibly like senior sister Ning? Even though we're both from sects within the Azure Origin Realm, we're still separated by a whole Mount Yanyang." He also slowly explained further, "I haven't even met senior sister Ning that many times." Qingqing was very puzzled when she heard him say that. "But the last time you challenged senior sister, you said you'd defeat senior sister Ning in the Azure Origin Realm competition and make her marry you. I was there, I heard it with my own ears," she murmured, as if talking to herself. "Senior sister Ning is already at the Qi condensation realm, and she'll definitely break through to the Golden Core realm in half a year. She's a true top disciple." He didn't know what to say when he heard that. Qingqing smiled with a rather dangerous look. "Moreover, she's been given a name by the sect leader, so we can't call her top disciple anymore. We have to respectfully call her Moonflower Lord." Xu Feng was a little intimidated when he heard that and explained, That day I drank too much, got completely wasted and lost it." He was blaming himself in his heart at this moment. "Xia Qingyang, you're just a side NPC, and you dared to fight a main NPC, and you wanted to marry her. How much fake liquor did you drink?" She suddenly grabbed his arm. "Junior brother Xia, tell me, did you have something happen in the past with Moonflower Lord?" Qingqing's expression was extremely eager at this moment. "How about I trade 3 low-grade spirit stones for some info?" The two of them talked as they returned to the residence. Xu Feng hurriedly made an excuse to slip away. "Senior sister Zhang, I remembered I'm brewing medicine in the dorm." He wiped his sweat, trying to appear truthful. "It's probably almost done this time. I'll go first." After speaking, he ran away as fast as he could. Qingqing chased after him immediately. "Junior brother Xia, wait up." She seemed extremely happy and said, "Junior brother Xia, we're neighbors. Isn't it better to go back together?" He could only scratch his head and force a smile. "My brain is definitely messed up today. Then let's go together." In his heart, he was blaming himself. Why couldn't I control my fingers and press the spacebar to skip it? Qingqing also praised him very gently. "Actually, I think junior brother Xia's qi is pure. As long as you cultivate diligently and don't be lazy, you'll have a chance to fight Moonflower Lord in 3 years. No need to rush." Xu Feng could only feel dejected this year and said to himself, "I don't even know if I can live to see half a year from now." She continued to ramble on. "The Moonflower Dreamweaver in Moonflower Lord's hand used to be a sword bestowed by the sect leader, Jun, in a competition. If you have the opportunity to obtain the Fiery Sun Dragon Flame Sword..." Qingqing seemed extremely excited. "It will definitely be helpful for cultivation, it's just that I don't know where that sword is." Xu Feng didn't let her finish speaking and quickly lowered his head. "Thank you for your explanation, senior sister Zhang, but I don't have any feelings for senior sister Ning, Moonflower Lord, other than being a fellow disciple." She leaned closer to him and smiled meaningfully. "That won't do. Moonflower Lord is a topic of conversation during people's free time in the Azure Origin Realm, and you have so many conflicts with her. I really hope you make progress with her." Her actions frightened him. "Senior sister, don't tease me. People are walking around outside." "That's right, you're down the mountain right now. You definitely want to go down the mountain, right? I wasn't wrong, was I?" Xu Qingyang didn't bother pretending anymore. "Can't hide anything from you, Shiji," Qingqing innocently asked. "If I remember correctly, you've never taken a mission before. You just need to complete 4 missions to get a token to go down the mountain and have some free time." Xu Qingyang grinned and replied, "I plan to go to the logistics pavilion tomorrow to take on some missions." Her suspicious gaze made him freeze. "Why are you looking at me like that, senior apprentice, sister Zhang?" She looked at him, her voice full of doubt. "You seem different than before. I always encouraged you to take on missions, but you always refused. Qingqing narrowed her eyes in a scary way. You're being so proactive today, could it be? Xia Qingyang panicked internally. She must have realized that I'm not the original owner. If I'm exposed, who knows what kind of punishment I'll face? Struck by lightning, maybe, But the words that followed turned him to stone. Could it be? The power of love. He could only force a smile and come up with another excuse. It's just, I've been in the firmament origin realm for 2 years now, and I'm starting to feel like I can't keep loafing around. They didn't get back until it was dark. When they reached the dorm area, the two of them went their separate ways. It's good that junior apprentice brother Xia is thinking this way. If you remember any past grudges or love affairs with Yue Huajun, be sure to tell me first. He could only hum and haw in response. Qingqing slammed the door to her room shut and said excitedly, "Let's see my spring and autumn annal-style writing. I'm definitely going to write some explosive news for the tales of the unusual." Xia Qingyang was starting to feel a little uneasy. Spring and autumn annal-style writing doesn't sound like a good thing, does it? He lightly stepped over the threshold, ignoring the two women staring at him. Whatever, I'm gonna play some games, then I'll think about it tomorrow. Instantly, his legs turned into white dog legs. Xia Qingyang instantly transformed into a canine demon. He yelped in surprise and muttered to himself, "Oh crap, did I forget that the original owner was a canine demon in his early stages of humanoid transformation? That he'd revert to his animal form at night? Why now, of all times?" He could only cry in anguish. He couldn't speak human language in this form. What terrible luck! Xia Qingyang, while holding his clothes in his mouth, worried. The firmament origin realm is a land of cultivators. Most cultivators hate demons and devils. If they find out I'm a canine demon, they'll chop me up and eat me. His stomach suddenly growled. Xia Qingyang shed tears of misery. I haven't eaten a proper meal since I transmigrated. Okay, that's an exaggeration. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. A spirit beast. Xia Qingyang was startled. That voice. Oh crap. Yue Huajun looked at the canine demon and gently asked, "Are you the spirit beast of one of the Shigadis? Or Shimeis?" He hurriedly dropped the clothes from his mouth. Yiwan sat down and patted the canine demon's head, smiling. No spirit binding mark, so it's a masterless spirit beast. She picked it up and said softly, "This is the disciples' dormitory. If you don't have an owner, you can't just come in here." The canine demon trembled with fear. I'm dead. Yuan looked down at the clothes with disgust. Which Shidi from Liuquan Peak's dormitory left their clothes at the door. She turned to look at the dog with a look of pity. Are you hungry? Come to my place. I have food for you. How pitiful. Xia Qingyang was overjoyed. Smells so good, I want to take a bite. It must be delicious. His eyes lit up as he realized something. Crap. Ning Yiwan is a natural spirit Jiao physique, attracting demonic creatures. If I absorb a little of Ning Yiwan's essence, it would definitely benefit my cultivation. He immediately shook his head wildly. No, I can't. What am I thinking? Yiwan looked at the dog with concern. What's wrong, little puppy? Xia Qingyang couldn't believe his eyes. Little puppy. He recalled her attitude from earlier that morning, and now wondered. Is this really the same person? She gently kissed the canine demon's head. Don't be afraid. Garage will protect you. At night, the dorm area was still brightly lit. Yuan gently held the puppy in her arms. Shizun ordered me to go to Liu Xuan Peak to deliver something to Shishu. But I didn't expect to meet a little pup. You seem to fit my fancy. She gently placed the dog on the floor. Yuan took a yellow towel and softly said, Let me wipe your little paws. The pup didn't seem to understand her very well. Little paws? She supported its paw with one hand and held the towel with the other. Her eyes looked at the dog with pity. You really are a dirty little pup. Qingyang's face turned red, looking naive. Dirty? Yuan finished wiping the pup and put the towel down. I don't think I've ever seen a spirit dog in the azure firmament realm. She happily brushed its fur. Are you a little one who just wandered into this place? Qingyang was very surprised by her attitude. What's going on? Why is Ning Yiwan not like her character setting in the game? And also, little one. Yuan was a little sad and confided in the spirit dog. This morning Xia Shidi came to challenge me again and I still lost. She frowned slightly, looking quite annoyed. That guy is very strange. Everyone says he likes me, but I don't see it that way. Xia Qingyang was startled when he heard this. Why are you suddenly talking about me? The little spirit dog looked at her with warm eyes. Actually, I don't dislike Xia Shidi. It's just that. The pup stared at her with innocent eyes. Forget it. It's nothing. You're just a little one. How would you understand? The spirit dog immediately covered its private parts with its tail. This is so embarrassing. My whole body is exposed in front of Ning Yiwan. Seeing its actions, she laughed happily. I didn't expect you to be shy. You really are a simple little one. She gently picked up the pup and placed it on the bed. Tonight, you shall be my bed warmer. Qingyang was very confused when he heard this. Bed warmer. He looked at her slowly taking off her clothes in surprise. Ning Yiwan really likes small animals. She has a strange hobby of often going out to catch spirit beasts to be her bedwarmers. What now? Am I really going to sleep with her? As long as it's a spirit beast, she can't bear to leave Ning Yiwan. Just smelling the scent of her spirit Zhao physique can prolong one's lifespan. Would it be weird if I just ran away? The spirit dog felt extremely terrified. Don't laugh anymore. Yiwan, wearing her inner garments, looked at the little pup tenderly. Come here. Only then could he breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's still wearing her inner garments to sleep. So sinful. Ning Yiwan slowly pulled down the curtain. She gently embraced it and said, "Let's sleep, little one." Tears streamed down his face in anguish. A demon? How can I sleep like this? A fire was burning in Qingyang's heart after she took off her clothes. The scent of her spirit Zhao physique is even stronger. I really can't control myself. But now I'm just a little pup. I can't do anything, damn it. Can't touch any boobies. He looked up at Yiwan, who was fast asleep. She must be asleep, right? The spirit dog gently pulled back the blanket, and a voice scared him half to death. Little one, don't move around. Yiwan just said that and continued to sleep. He very carefully crawled out of bed. His legs are numb. He looked at the open window. Running out the window won't make the sound of opening the door. He climbed onto the windowsill and prepared to jump. He ran as fast as he could back to his room. Yue Huajun wasn't that scary after all. The next morning at the armory hall, a huge crowd had already gathered. Xia Qingyang was slowly walking up the steps. The other disciples saw him and immediately started gossiping. Isn't that Liu Xuanfeng's disciple who challenged Yue Huajun yesterday? Heard he's jealous of senior brother Qin? Afraid Yue Huajun will chase after him? Senior brother Qin is the top disciple of Liu Xuanfeng. Xia Qingyang is a nobody. They didn't care if he heard them and continued to criticize. It's one thing to be obsessed with Yue Huajun, but causing trouble for her all day long. Does he have some kind of mental problem? He couldn't take it anymore. Stop whispering. Just say it to my face. I heard everything. He went up to an old man wearing glasses. Sir, I'm here to accept an Earth-grade mission. The old man pointed to the mission board and replied, The mission tags for this month have already been arranged. You're late. Qingyang felt a bit disappointed, but I'm a little urgent. The old man stroked his beard, looking thoughtful. Urgent, huh? He opened a drawer. Inside was a mission tag. He held up the tag and frowned slightly. Still here. I have one mission left, but it's only worth 2 points. The tag contained the mission details. Hua Shui Manor, zombie case, Earth grade. He said with a slightly hesitant tone, The disciples don't want to accept it, will you? He took the paper with a thoughtful look. If I accept it, the mission time will be calculated from when I leave the mountain. Within a week. If I don't complete it within the time limit, I can't accept missions for 2 months. He smiled gently with determination. Then please help me put the mission tag up. I'll take this mission. The setting sun covered everything in the armory hall. He immediately dumped all the spirit stones in his pouch onto the table. Xia Qingyang picked up a stone with a very depressed look. 12 low-grade spirit stones. The original owner was way too poor. He clutched his head in extreme pain. NPC bro, your cultivation is unstable, and you don't even have enough money. What are you doing in the Kangxiang realm? Wait a minute. I vaguely remember your background wasn't bad. You even had a brother who was a big shot in the dog clan, right? Why so poor? Qing suddenly appeared and shouted, Junior brother Xia. She looked at him with a very cheerful expression. Junior brother Xia, I heard you accepted a mission. He replied to her coldly. Senior sister Zheng, yes, I just accepted it. The elder gave me a one-time use down the mountain token. Qing's eyes widened with interest. Actually, I heard that Yue Huajun also happened to accept a mission down the mountain, and I heard that the locations of your missions are close to each other. She pointed at him with a very uncomfortable expression. Did you do it on purpose? Qingyang could only smile wryly and wave his hand. That's because no one wanted the elder's mission, so it fell on my head. It's just a coincidence. Qing looked at the pile of money with a distressed expression. What is this? Is this all the money you have? He collapsed on the table in extreme pain. That's all that's left. She looked at him and said quickly, As long as junior brother completes the Earth-grade mission, 2 merit points can be exchanged for 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, he regained his energy. 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Isn't that equivalent to 300 taels of silver? She was very happy and continued to add, If the regions are different, the silver exchange rate might be even higher. I'm telling you this good news. When you come back, you must tell me all about your romance with Yue Huajun. If you become a dual cultivation partner with Yue Huajun one day, I can also become famous in the Kangxiang realm. Her legs moved slightly, as if she wanted to leave. Yue Huajun is a top-quality dual cultivator. She smiled very brightly and said goodbye. See you later. He also looked very bored. Bye-bye. He looked at the pile of spirit stones on the table and sighed in annoyance. Dual cultivate with her. I'd die sooner. The next morning, he was already in the nearby forest. Xia Qingyang walked and mumbled to himself. 12 low-grade spirit stones. Mid-stage essence. godlike perspective. He said this, and his face was as sad as if he was about to cry. He clutched his head, feeling extremely painful. With so little stuff, let alone escaping from the Qingyang realm, I'll starve to death in a week. I have to think of a way to make money and cultivate, otherwise when the time comes to run away, I'll be all over the place, and if something goes wrong, I'm screwed. Xia Qingyang felt very sad. I was playing games at home, and for no reason, I transmigrated into an unlucky NPC with no capital at all. Did I come here to be a joke? But to be honest, this kind of start isn't considered bad among those who transmigrate, right? Just accept fate and do it. He saw the stream in front of him, and thought to himself, I've been walking for 4 hours already, time to get some water from the stream. He let out a huge yawn, unaware that Liu Xin was there. She gently raised her pale foot. Liu Xin gently caressed her soft foot. Xia Qingyang felt utterly delighted. The water is so clear. Both of them startled at the same time. Startled, he yelled out cautiously, Who's there? She, too, screamed in fright and crouched down. Xia Qingyang looked visibly annoyed and said, Oh, it's senior sister Liu Xin, he grumbled to himself. If I'd known, I would have just run all the way down the mountain. Is this water bathwater now? Liu Xin, feigning gentleness and shyness, said, Junior brother Xia, are you looking for me? He was completely unapologetic and straightforward. I was passing by to get a drink. If I'd known you were here, I would have taken a detour. She put on a charming act, moving closer to him. What a coincidence. It's just the two of us here. No need to be shy. Liu Xin's eyes were fixed on him with an intense, almost scary gaze. He's clearly here for me. And his vital essence isn't even for senior brother Qin. What a waste. He scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to leave. I'm in a hurry to go down the mountain for a mission. Senior sister Liu Xin, please continue your bath. She immediately hugged him tightly and pleaded, Junior brother Xia, don't go. Liu Xin leaned close to his ear, putting on a pitiful act. You used to be so gentle with me. Who made you so angry anyway? If it's me, please tell me, what did Liu Xin do wrong? Xia Qingyang narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Senior sister Liu Xin, you're the worst. She was so stunned, she sank to her knees. It hit Liu Xin like a thunderbolt. The worst. As if deeply wronged, she wailed dramatically. Junior brother Xia, I'm truly sincere with you. How could you scold me like that? He wasn't fooled by her act and just left. Senior sister Liu Xin, you should just keep your mind on senior brother Qin. Later, Liu Xin felt utterly infuriated and thought to herself, does this guy know something? He's been deliberately avoiding me lately. No way. My charms used to work perfectly. A young man sitting on a tree branch had observed everything. He quickly landed on the ground. He smiled, finding it really strange. What game is this Xia Qingyang playing? On one hand he admires her, and on the other he's being ambiguous with this Liu Xin. Junior brother Li dusted off his clothes and said, Just now, Liu Xin tried to charm him. Then he called her annoying. I can't figure this guy out. Wan Yi just turned back and reminded him coldly, Junior brother Li, it's better not to judge other people's business. He bowed his head respectfully. Yes, senior sister. I've said too much. Junior brother Li remained standing and advised her, Eldest senior sister, there have been signs of the demon race stirring recently. Your mission this time is also related to them, so you must be careful. Wan Yi, still walking, reminded him, Junior brother Li, your mission isn't simple either. She coldly stepped through the barrier. She finally turned back and said softly, Junior brother Li, we part ways here. I need to go north to Xiyao County. Junior brother Li looked at her and smiled faintly. I wish senior sister victory. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyang, holding his command token, stood before the barrier. He held his token close to the barrier, and his hand passed through it. I can actually go through it. Xia Qingyang turned back and muttered to himself. Too bad the command token for going down the mountain is a one-time use, and it also has a summoning function. If I exceed the mission time, I'll be forcibly sent back to the azure firmament world. He walked extremely urgently in the forest. Otherwise, I would have run away this time. Xia Qingyang was standing in front of the gate of Xiyao County. He looked up at the sign in front of him. Close, huh? Half a day's walk to get there. Xia Qingyang looked around at the scenery. Xiyao County is located 10 miles north of the azure firmament world. The people walking on the main road are in a small, wealthy county town surrounded by mountains and rivers. He glanced at the nearby stalls. Although I've seen the stuff sold here in the game, seeing it with my own eyes is still awesome. Before, these things were like paper cutouts, not moving at all, and even the NPC vendors couldn't be interacted with. He closed his eyes, slowly enjoying the feeling of joy. Now, hearing their laughter and chatter feels different too. Xia Qingyang looked off somewhere and sighed. The original owner didn't even have a decent weapon. He looked at the sign of the stall in front of him. This mission is the case of the dried corpses. It's not safe at all without a weapon to defend myself. Xia Qingyang held the money bag in his hand and was happy to go take a look. The stall owner had already noticed him approaching. Zhang Shi immediately put on an enthusiastic expression. Young master, What kind of weapon do you want to buy? She gestured invitingly and rattled off. Hidden weapons or axes? I have everything here. Xia Qingyang looked at the pile of weapons with a hesitant expression. I'm a sword cultivator, so logically I should buy a sword, even though I don't know how to use one. His eyes landed on something. It was a sword that looked very powerful. He immediately picked up the sword. Boss lady, how much does this sword cost? She was also very happy, and replied, young master has a good eye. This sword cuts iron like mud. It's perfect for self-defense. Only 10 taels of silver. Xia Qingyang turned around and asked hesitantly, I don't have silver. Can I exchange it for low-grade spirit stones? Zhang Shi was also very friendly and replied, there's a place to exchange nearby. Spirit stones and silver can be used interchangeably. If it's low-grade spirit stones, you can give me 3. Xia Qingyang looked at the stones with a reluctant expression. Here are 3 low-grade spirit stones. What a pain. She immediately grabbed them and happily sealed the deal. Xia Qingyang put the sword into its sheath and said honestly, that's right, boss lady. I'm actually a Flowing Spring Peak disciple from the Azure Firmament world. I want to ask you about the Flower Water Brothel. Her eyes immediately lit up and said, so it's a celestial master. I've heard about the Flower Water Brothel. She leaned closer to him, as if afraid of something. The Flower Water Brothel is the biggest brothel here. Recently, many men have died very horribly, all drained dry. Zhang Shi was a little hesitant, and recounted the story. The government interrogated the girls in the brothel, and even had Long Xiangbi's subordinates investigate. They are all human. If they are human, how can they drain men dry? There must be something unclean mixed in. He expressed a polite attitude, and smiled. Thank you, boss lady. Now I'll go to the Flower Water Brothel and see what's going on. Zhang Shi smiled happily and confidently. If you are a celestial master from the Azure Firmament world, I think you can definitely investigate it. She smiled very brightly, and waved her hand. Celestial master, you must eliminate harm for the people. At this time, has stepped into the inside of the brothel is really deserted. Inside the Flower Water building, only a few guests are watching the girls dance. He looked at the scene and felt a little sad. The case has a big impact on the business here. It must have been very lively before. The mama just rode down the stairs while holding her head. If this goes on, I'll have to close down in less than 3 months. She felt both confused and pained. God damn it, why pick a dude from my Hua Shui Lu when there are so many men out there? It was at this moment she noticed him standing there. A customer. Mama immediately zoomed over to Xia Qingyang. What would you like to drink, sir? Eat? Which girl do you fancy? Massage? Listen to music? Or maybe a numbers game? My girls can do it all. He looked at her, astonished. Is this madam broke as hell or something? Then he quickly regained his confident demeanor. This humble one is a disciple of the Yanyang Peak from the Kangchong Yuan realm, here to vanquish evil and defend the righteous path. She immediately started wailing and complaining. My life is so hard, Heavenly Master, you have no idea. He could only stammer out a response. She cried as she threw herself into his arms. I've been waiting day and night, and finally the Heavenly Master has arrived. This action stunned him. Mama, hold on. Xia Qingyang tried to soothe the sobbing mama. Tell me the whole story. Mama calmed down and recounted the story. More than 2 months ago, a male guest was found dead in the bed of one of my girls, scaring them half to death. She continued her story. We initially thought it was due to excessive indulgence, but as a result, a male guest dies every 3 days. Speaking of which, her face turned pale. Their kidneys are all being taken. It's terrifying. Xia Qingyang's jaw dropped. Kidney snatching in the northern region. Her expression was uneasy and worried. I reported it to the authorities. As the Heavenly Master knows, Hua Shui Lu is supposed to be a place of joy for travelers, but the officials and the Longxiang Guard watched for a few days, feeling like people are just dying in Hua Shui Lu, so they don't want to investigate, instead leaving me to deal with the victims, families myself. I've already given away so much silver. Mama burst into tears at this point. I had no choice but to beg the Heavenly Master of the Kangchong Yuan realm for help. It's so miserable. Xia Qingyang was now deep in thought, pondering. This era doesn't have organ transplants, so the culprit who's cutting out kidneys is likely a cultivator or a demon. But why kidneys? Logically, they should be taking hearts. Could this demon be weak and in need of nourishment? A thought flashed through his mind, turning his face green. Could that guy be suffering from erectile dysfunction? Xia Qingyang was still talking to himself. If that's the case, a kidney-snatching demon wouldn't be that strong. As long as they're below the peak foundation establishment stage, I should be able to handle it. After all, it's just an Earth-rank mission. He asked Mama with a questioning look. When was the most recent case? She immediately replied. Just the day before yesterday, so tomorrow, Hua Shui Lu will have another death. Mama immediately grabbed Xia Qingyang's arm. My life is so hard. She leaned in even closer and begged, Heavenly Master, you must save me. Save Hua Shui Lu. The action made him shudder. I will definitely do my best. Suddenly, a girl appeared and said gently, Mama, Liang is looking really unhappy. Didn't I ask you to get some bird's nest from Manager Wang? Why haven't I seen anyone deliver it for days? Mama replied with great pain, Liang business hasn't been good lately. You've only entertained 3 or 4 guests, which isn't even enough to pay for the bird's nest. Can you hold on for a few days? Once the Heavenly Master solves the case, Mama will send someone to buy it for you. She glanced at him with extreme displeasure. Heavenly Master. With that said, Liang turned away coldly. Then I'll wait a few more days. Mama felt extremely embarrassed and said, Liang is one of the most popular courtesans here. Normally she's spoiled and doesn't respect anyone, and she's been short on money lately, so it's inevitable that she's in a bad mood. Don't mind her, Heavenly Master. He was a little hesitant and replied, It's okay. Immediately after, he returned to his problem. That's right. Please prepare a room for me, Mama. A regular one will do. Let me think about how to handle this. Tonight I'll take a look around Hua Shui Lu so I don't miss anything. She immediately led him to the rooms. Okay, Heavenly Master, follow me. I'll take you to your room now. Almost all of the girls' rooms here have had someone die in them, so only Liang room hasn't had anything happen yet, so it's understandable that Liang is in a bad mood. Xia Qingyang was a little surprised, and asked again, Miss Liang room? Mama quickly pointed to the room in front of them. It's this room, Xia Qingyang smiled very happily. Today I'll stay in the guest room, tomorrow morning I'll switch rooms with Miss Liang But Mama still went to the door and called, Miss Liang She knocked on the door a few times and said loudly, Are you in the room? Liang was disturbed and opened the door, saying with a frown, Mama, I've already laid down. What is it now? Mama then informed her. The Heavenly Master wants to switch rooms with you tomorrow morning, so when you wake up, move out temporarily. Xia Qingyang also nodded and said, Sorry for the trouble, but upon hearing this, Liang was a bit displeased and snapped. Catching the culprit is one thing, but what's so special about a man taking a girl's room? Xia Qingyang explained softly. I was worried that the evildoer would harm you, miss, otherwise I wouldn't have switched rooms with you. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang moved closer to Xia Qingyang and said in a low voice, You're not bad to look at, and since you're begging, I'll let you stay in my room. Hearing this, the mama smacked Liang's wandering hand and scolded. A celestial master is not like those male customers. Show some respect. Liang, after being hit, pouted while holding her hand and said, Okay, I got it. Afterwards, the mama led Xia Qingyang to find a guest room. She kept measuring him up while struggling, saying, I apologize, celestial master. The girls in this brothel have always been lacking restraint. Please don't mind them, Xia Qingyang replied cheerfully. It's okay. Just then, the two arrived at a room, and the mama opened the door. Let me introduce you, celestial master. This is your room. The location is good. You can observe the entire first floor. With that said, the mama grasped Xia Qingyang's hands with both of hers, her eyes shimmering with tears. My life is in your hands, celestial master. If there's another murder, even the few remaining customers will run away. Seeing the mama suddenly burst into tears, Xia Qingyang quickly said, Okay, I'll try, he said. Then Xia Qingyang quickly pushed the mama towards the door, saying, Mama, I need to prepare now. The mama, pushed out, still looked somewhat regretful, celestial master. But before she could finish, Xia Qingyang had pushed her out and closed the door, leaving the mama disappointed. Having chased the mama away, Xia Qingyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He began to think things over. When I was playing the game, the brothel had side quests, but the final rewards weren't great, so I skipped them. If I can return to the real world, I'll never skip any quests again. Xia Qingyang took out his sword and calculated in his head, I have the weapon now. Tonight I'll just wait for the rabbit and help the original host review his cultivation. Hopefully the culprit isn't too tough. With that thought, Xia Qingyang took out the cultivation manual and began to practice diligently. But after reading through a few pages, Xia Qingyang was a bit puzzled. He thought, this Earth-level task only has 2 points. Does that mean the danger level is very low? But I can't be careless. He picked up the book and read seriously. According to the book, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, gathering spiritual energy in the forehead allows one to sense the spirituality of all things. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the feeling, and eventually, one can even control all things. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyang sensed the spiritual energy in his body, thinking, although I am only at the spark realm, it is equivalent to the human foundation establishment stage. I should be able to cultivate it. It feels very simple. With that said, Xia Qingyang closed his eyes and tried to sense it. Unexpectedly, he could actually sense the spiritual energy of everything. Xia Qingyang couldn't believe his eyes. Opening his eyes, he was surprised and felt a sense of wonder, exclaiming, I can really sense it. Xia Qingyang happily looked at the cultivation manual. So cultivation is so interesting. Why did the original host give up cultivation? He secretly made a decision. As long as I work hard, who knows, I might already have a high level of cultivation now. It's such a waste of the demon race's talent. With that said, Xia Qingyang focused on learning everything in the book. Very quickly he had memorized almost everything. Xia Qingyang's silhouette dedicated to training was seen through the window, captivating countless beauties. After a while, Xia Qingyang finally stopped. He looked at himself, thinking, I've basically memorized the first 3 chapters of this cultivation manual, so interesting. Xia Qingyang secretly made a decision. When I get back to Liuquan Peak, I must borrow a few more cultivation manuals from the library to learn. But at that very moment, Xia Qingyang transformed into a puppy again. Xia Qingyang collapsed mentally, crying, not again. He jumped onto the bed in frustration. Oh well, Xia Qingyang, take a day off so you can work tomorrow. With that said, Xia Qingyang covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. Time to sleep. Cut to the forest, where darkness has enveloped everything. Here, 2 figures are darting through the trees, and it is none other than Ning Yiwan. Her face was full of murderous intent, chasing after someone. Whether they run or not, there's only one path to death, she said. The person didn't seem scared at all, and even grinned provocatively. You've fallen into my trap and don't even know it. Yue Hua Jun is just an empty title. After those words, 3 figures suddenly appeared behind Ning Yiwan, wanting to ambush her. She watched them rush towards her, and the person laughed triumphantly. Ning Yiwan, your spirit physique belongs to us. The girl quickly drew her sword, then performed a graceful movement. Unleashing the water moon rainbow skirt sword technique, water immediately ran along the blade, creating a spiral shape. Then she swept the sword around herself. Immediately after, a curtain of water appeared, enveloping her. Ning Yiwan's eyes widened, gathering her spiritual energy, shouting, Ha! The water around her suddenly expanded outwards, defeating the group of people. The people besieging her were all hit. Their eyes rolled back, bubbles coming out of their mouths. Ning Yiwan slowly approached them. One of them was still conscious, struggling to plead, Fairy, have mercy. We were just confused. But there was no chance for them. She glided past, taking their heads as quick as lightning, still with that beautiful, cold face. Ning Yiwan said in an icy voice, Demons eliminated. Mission in this place complete. She took out her flying sword and hurriedly left. From under the ground, a green light soared into the sky. And Ning Yiwan's destination was precisely Xiyao County, which was exactly where Xia Qingyang was doing a mission. A new day began. At Huashui Lu, Yang just went out and bumped into Xia Qingyang, who had been there since some time ago. To change the room, she spoke up and said, Celestial Master, how do you plan to catch the culprit? Xia Qingyang didn't answer but smiled. Classified for now. Liang walked past Xia Qingyang, speaking in a mysterious voice. That culprit only cuts men at the waist. Aren't you afraid, Celestial Master? Being asked unexpectedly, Xia Qingyang didn't know how to answer, but then Liang laughed. In short, we have to trouble the Celestial Master. Xia Qingyang didn't reply, and the 2 of them went on to do their own thing. As soon as Xia Qingyang entered the room, Qi Yingshi commented, just normal decorations. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a voice speaking outside. Our girls here don't take male customers. Female. Xia Qingyang curiously peeked out. There's actually a woman frequenting brothels. But when he looked outside, what caught his eye was Ning Yiwan. Xia Qingyang was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly turned back inside, screaming in his heart, Why is it Ning Yiwan? Isn't she doing her own mission? Outside, Ning Yiwan was talking to Mama too. There aren't many male customers left anymore. She then took out a silver ingot. A customer brought money. Aren't you going to accept it? Seeing the money, Mama's eyes lit up. Looking at the silver ingot in Ning Yuan's hand, Mama's attitude immediately changed. She smiled brightly and eagerly. The young lady makes sense. So, are you planning to rest or stay overnight? Ning Yiwan said gently. Staying one night. Ning Yiwan thought to herself, this Huashui manor vaguely has demon energy swirling around it. Luckily, this demon energy doesn't have a bloody smell, so it's probably a small demon who hasn't done anything evil yet. Xia Qingyang, after seeing her, stealthily closed the room door. His expression suddenly paled when he heard the madam's voice. Young lady, what's wrong? The 2 were now in front of Xia Qingyang's room. Ning Yiwan spoke up and asked, Who's in this room? The madam happily explained. Who else could it be but our Huashui Manor's young master? So, Xia Qingyang had instructed the madam beforehand. She thought to herself, the Celestial Master told me that him coming to vanquish demons and defend the Tao must not be revealed to outsiders too much, in case the news gets out. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan reminded the madam, You must be more careful. Demons and monsters have been more active lately. Be careful not to lead a wolf into the house. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang trembled inside, thinking, Crap,
Ning Yiwan's spirit Zhao body in the game setting can sense the existence of evil spirits. He quickly got up to consider a plan.
It was better back in the Azure Sky primordial realm. There were many spirit beasts in the mountains. The aura of spirit beasts is similar to that of the demon race. A slightly weaker aura wouldn't be suspected by cultivators.
At this time the madam's voice rang out from outside. "Thank you for the reminder, young lady."
The more Xia Qingyang thought about it inside, the more confused he became. He pulled the blanket over his head, thinking, but outside, the aura of humans and demons is too different. It's easy to sense it. I have to find a way to hide my profound demon aura, otherwise when I return to the Azure Sky primordial realm, sooner or later Ning Yiwan will recognize me. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he broke out in a sweat. She kills demons and monsters in the game, and has never been soft-hearted. Night quickly fell on Evil Demon County. Xia Qingyang didn't dare to go out. He could only lie on the bed and think. According to the madam, the time is almost here. The murderer will probably appear soon, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a scream rang out. "Help!" Hearing the scream, Xia Qingyang quickly sat up. He quickly kicked open the door and flew out, rushing to the place where the scream came from. Soon, Xia Qingyang found the place where the cry for help came from. In front of him was a person in black, using Liang Ye as a hostage. Liang Ye struggled to pull the arm clamped under her neck. "Let go!" The person in black smiled when he saw Xia Qingyang. "I didn't expect you to be in this room." At their feet was a man who had been drained dry, his body covered in blood. Taking advantage of the person in black's distraction, Xia Qingyang swiftly moved behind him, swung his sword to free Liang Ye, and decisively slashed the person in the back. Liang Ye was also freed from control, but the person in black quickly swung his sword back to counterattack. Xia Qingyang jumped up to dodge and landed on the ground, thinking. Luckily, the original owner had the bloodline of a canine demon, and wasn't completely useless. He had some self-defense skills, plus I hurriedly scraped together a few moves from the book yesterday, otherwise this move wouldn't have been so easy to avoid. The person in black frowned unhappily. "So, you're a cultivator." Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the person in black quickly ran away. Xia Qingyang quickly ran to Liang Ye and said, "Shout for help loudly, I'll chase after the murderer." Liang Ye immediately agreed. "Okay." After speaking, Xia Qingyang also jumped up, and hurriedly chased after him. Liang Ye shouted while trembling, "Help! Help me!" Hearing the shout, Ning Yiwan had also found the place. She hurriedly asked what happened. "What's wrong? What happened?" Liang Ye hurriedly said. "Celestial Master. The Celestial Master is chasing after the murderer." After speaking, Liang Ye fainted from fright. Ning Yiwan supported Liang Ye, but doubts arose in her heart. "Celestial Master. So, someone has already accepted this Earth-rank mission." On Xia Qingyang's side, he was still chasing the person in black, relentlessly. "Hold it right there." Seeing the guy in black dart into the alley, he yelled, "Don't you run!" Xia Qingyang also quickly stepped in. "You ain't getting away," but there was no one in sight. Xia Qingyang stood there, dumbfounded, cursing inwardly. This bastard's fast. Gone without a trace in a flash. He recalled the black-clothed man's counterattack just now, analyzing. From the brief exchange and the way he ran, it seems like this culprit's cultivation is almost at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. He might even have reached the early stage of the meridian condensation realm. "That's a bit tough for me." He clenched his fist, determined. "If I let this scrub get away this time, I'll have to wait another 3 days. Who knows if he'll even come to the Huashui brothel again after this." Xia Qingyang calculated a bit. Including today, 2 days of the mission have passed, leaving 5 days. If I don't complete the mission, I'll be forcibly sent back to the Azure Sky primordial world. Thinking of this, Xia Qingyang lamented. "If I get teleported back, I'll probably have to listen to the fate arranged by the NPCs in the game and die under Ning Yiwan's sword." Suddenly, a slender, jade-like hand rested on Xia Qingyang's shoulder. "Young Master Xia, why aren't you coming in?" Xia Qingyang, being a wuss, jumped in fright. It was Ding Min, a girl with delicate features and captivating eyes. Seeing Xia Qingyang's reaction, she asked, "What's wrong?" she asked softly. "What are you doing, young Master Xia?" Seeing her, Xia Qingyang was a little surprised, and asked back, "Miss, you're a fox demon. Aren't you afraid of me?" Hearing this, Ding Min asked in confusion, "Young Master Xia, what's wrong with you? Why should I be afraid of you?" Xia Qingyang quickly explained, "It's nothing. You call me Young Master Xia? Do you know me?" Ding Min then walked to his side, hooked her arm into Xia Qingyang's, and said with a smile, "What game are you playing with me, young Master Xia? This is still the human realm. Let's go to the demon market first." With that, Ding Min led Xia Qingyang through a blue barrier. As someone stepped into the barrier, the color changed from azure to purple. After the two entered, Xia Qingyang was a little surprised. The barrier immediately returned to its usual blue color. In front of Xia Qingyang at this moment was the demon market. This place was full of all kinds of demon races. Surprising, Xia Qingyang.
This.
Looking at the bustling scene before him, Xia Qingyang asked suspiciously, "Miss, do you really know me?" Hearing this, Ding Min said with a smile, "Young Master Xia, stop teasing me. Everyone here knows you." These words made Xia Qingyang even more confused.
Finishing her words, she immediately took Xia Qingyang into a small shop. As soon as the rabbit demon saw him, she greeted, "Long time no see, young Master Xia," Ding Min then explained. "2 years ago you asked me to help create a set of demon-suppressing chains, and you've already paid, but we haven't seen you."
Ding Min lowered her eyes and said happily, "I didn't expect to meet you at the entrance of the demon market today."
Stepping into the door, what appeared before Xia Qingyang were 3 little fox demons.
As soon as these little girls saw him, they ran over to hug him, calling out in a flurry, "Young Master Xia." Their eyes were touched and longing. They said one after another, "Young Master Xia, where have you been these past 2 years? We're still keeping the things you need carefully. Young Master, why don't you marry all 4 of us sisters and take us home?"
Xia Qingyang looked at all 4 beautiful and lovely fox girls and blushed, his nose bleeding, thinking to himself,
"What's going on, Nice? This NPC even has a story like this." At this moment, Ding Min brought over a small box and said,
"Wearing the demon-suppressing chains can suppress demonic energy. Only cultivators in the Great Ascension realm can detect them." Then, she turned to the 3 little fox demons and reminded, "You 3, go back to the counter and work properly. What's the meaning of this?" The 3 little fox demons, being reminded, dejectedly replied,
"Okay." Xia Qingyang looked at the wooden box on the table, thinking, "Isn't this exactly what I need most right now? Ask and you shall receive." Then, he replied, "If I really paid, can I take it?"
Ding Min then reached out and gently touched Xia Qingyang's hand, saying, "Actually, young Master Xia can take everything in the shop without paying. You are the great benefactor of my Ding family." Xia Qingyang didn't dare to act rashly, thinking to himself,
"She said that I suddenly disappeared 2 years ago.
It's very likely that it was caused by the original owner not being able to leave the mountain after entering the Azure Sky primordial world,"
he thought to himself. "For now, I'll just play along with what these fox spirit sisters are saying. I absolutely can't reveal that I snatched the treasure. Who knows what kind of trouble it would bring?" With that thought, Xia Qingyang spoke up. "Actually, I wanted to buy some elixirs, but all I have on me are a few low-grade spirit stones."
Ding Min immediately replied,
"Spirit stones aren't worth much in the demon market. Young Master Xia travels in the human realm, so you must have some human items on you. Those are quite valuable."
Xia Qingyang took out a pile of spirit stones and said,
"If we're talking about human items, I only have this bag."
Ding Min then suggested,
"The medicine stall is outside, right next to the road. It's run by a chubby herb demon." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang quickly said goodbye and left. "I'll go buy some medicine first. See you later."
Xia Qingyang walked outside, muttering to himself, "Medicine stall."
He walked to the stall with the word medicine on it, wondering, "This small stall is probably the medicine shop."
With that, Xia Qingyang walked up and called out, "Is anyone here?"
Suddenly, the mortar spoke up, startling Xia Qingyang. "Young Master, I'm here."
Xia Qingyang looked down in confusion and asked,
"Are you the owner of this stall?"
The small mortar proudly put its hands on its hips and said, "That's right. What kind of medicine does the young master want to buy?"
Xia Qingyang took out the bag from earlier and said, "I want to trade this bag for some elixirs, the kind that can heal and restore."
"Do you have any?"
The mortar suddenly sucked the bag into its body, and then its entire body shook violently.
After a while, it spat out an elixir and said, "Done." The mortar held up a green elixir and said, "Your bag can be exchanged for a 9-cycle returning origin pill. This medicine can revive the dead. But since you only have 1 bag, you can only exchange it for 1 pill."
Xia Qingyang, barely able to hide his joy, replied, "I'll buy 1 this time. Keep in touch. I'll come back to support you next time." In his heart he was ecstatic. A torn bag exchanged for a life-saving elixir. What a steal. Next time I go out, I'll bring all my junk here to see what I can buy.
After wandering around the demon market for a while, Xia Qingyang returned to the Hua Shui brothel.
He pushed open the door to his room and stepped inside. Although I lost the treasure, getting 2 treasures in return isn't a complete loss. After putting things away, I'll go check on Mama too. With another person dead today, I don't think the Hua Shui brothel's business can last for long. As he was rejoicing, a sword was suddenly placed against his neck.
Ning Yiwan asked in an icy tone,
You followed me here."
Xia Qingyang turned around, saw her, and stuttered in fear.
"Senior Sister Ning, why are you here?"
Ning Yiwan didn't retract her sword, and continued,
"The demonic aura on you is very strong,"
Ning Yiwan insisted.
"It's probably the demonic aura left over from fighting the culprit." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang quickly said, I made senior sister uncomfortable, sorry. Xia Qingyang hurriedly felt under his bag and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I wore the demon shackling chain on the way back. The aura she's sensing definitely isn't from me.
Hearing this, Ning Yiwan retracted her sword, but her expression was still somewhat suspicious as she asked,
Really? Are you sure? Seeing her gaze, Xia Qingyang nodded firmly, sweating profusely. However, in her heart, Ning Yiwan was still doubtful, she thought to herself. This demonic aura is clearly from the early stage of meridian condensation. How could a mission of the Earth rank have demons stronger than Foundation establishment?
Thinking this, she said, "Follow me out to talk to the Hua Shui brothels, madam." She walked ahead, saying,
"I'll report the truth to the mission elders. You're delaying the mission." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was delighted, his eyes lighting up. Really? Ning Yiwan turned around and scolded. Aren't you coming? Then the two went together to Liang Er's room. The wind outside howled eerily. Inside, Liang Er was taken back to the room. Mama was taking care of her. Ning Yiwan stepped forward and asked, Liang Er, did you see what that scoundrel looked like? Liang Er recounted. It was like he didn't have a face, all black and stuff. Definitely a demon. A demon. Ning Yiwan followed up, asking, he attacked while you were doing that? Liang Er nodded. Yes. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan turned to Xia Qingyang to explain. During intercourse, a man's kidneys are where the most yang energy is concentrated, which is very beneficial for demons or demonic cultivators to absorb and replenish themselves. It's a huge advantage in their cultivation. Xia Qingyang couldn't help but blush, thinking to himself. So that's how it is. Mama then began her tearful lament. I thought Liang Xie would be safe after changing rooms. That's why I let her entertain guests. It's all my greed that ruined things. Sigh, another death at Flower Waterhouse. We can't do business in Xiyao County anymore. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan asked, Excuse me, Mama, are there any other flower houses within 100 miles? Or places similar where men can, Hearing this, the shrewd Mama answered everything. In her heart she secretly assessed, so this young lady is a heavenly master too. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan smiled and said, Excellent, then that person will definitely return, just needs to lay low for a few days. She looked towards Xia Qingyang, saying, My junior brother and I will stay here for a month. During this time I'll disguise myself as a flower girl, and my junior brother will be a guest. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang exclaimed in shock. What? Ning Yiwan gave him a glare that could burn his face. Does junior brother find something amiss? Xia Qingyang hastily excused himself. No, I'll listen to whatever senior sister says. Then he forced himself to look at Mama and said, Then please, Mama, give me a name. During this time I'll be a flower girl in the brothel to disguise myself, to avoid causing any trouble. Mama was a little suspicious, saying, How can I let a heavenly master pretend to be a flower girl? This is asking me to kick the bucket early. But Ning Yiwan didn't care, resolutely saying, I'm only here to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Don't overthink it, Mama. Saying this, Ning Yiwan looked at Xia Qingyang and said, Junior brother, starting from today, if I tell you to stay with me, you're staying with me. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang jumped, pointing at himself in a daze, asking, Me? Why? Xia Qingyang quickly followed Ning Yiwan, fearfully saying, Senior sister, won't I get my kidneys CT scanned? But in reality, Xia Qingyang was worried about something else. He cried in his heart, Turning into a dog every night is already unsafe. Before the bad guy even gets here, I'll be dead. Quickly, that night passed, and the next day, Xia Qingyang went to a lake to cultivate. He closed his eyes, thinking in his head, I've finished reading the 4th chapter of the basics of the Zhu Tianwan F.A. It's not too hard, but when fighting the culprit, I need to raise my cultivation a bit. Next time I definitely can't let him escape. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang's eyes became full of determination, saying, Kidney CT scan in front of this young master? You've got guts. Xia Qingyang put down the Zhu Tianwan F.A., focusing on practicing. He closed his eyes, thinking, The scriptures say that Qi Si opens. But how do you gather Qi into a Si, to let spiritual energy flow through the body and then from the inside out? Immediately, a surging stream of spiritual energy rose, with his ears listening in all directions, the furnace empty of impurities. Quickly, Xia Qingyang felt the spiritual energy running in his body, the spiritual energy as thin as cicada wings, difficult to grasp. But suddenly, light ripples of wind pushed out around Xia Qingyang. After a while, those ripples of wind had become spiritual power. His spiritual power could now be transmitted outwards, he thought. After several days of fumbling around, I can finally touch this aura. At this time, Ning Yiwan appeared, quietly observing everything from afar. She secretly assessed. Since that challenge that day, Xia Qingyang seems to have changed. She recalled what Xia Qingyang had said before, Senior sister Ning, from now on I'll cultivate in the sky canopy realm.
I'll defeat you in the competition, and then make you my wife." Recalling those words, Ning Yiwan was a little doubtful. Did I never meet him 2 years ago? He just came up the mountain and wants to marry me.
Ning Yiwan stood and observed for a while, then sat down to cultivate not far away. At this time, the sky was also gradually darkening, while Ning Yiwan focused on her inner strength.
She opened her eyes, sighing. The sun is about to set. She looked at Xia Qingyang, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed, thinking, I heard people say Xia Qingyang was lazy in class, in the outer sex, Liushuan Peak, skipping class every few days. But seeing him today, he's completely different from the rumors.
On the other side, Xia Qingyang was still oblivious, focused on cultivating. He was still feeling smug. The original host's body is like a sponge. If I keep cultivating like this, I might break through to the transformation realm in less than a month. It's so magical. What kind of physique is this anyway? He happily laughed out loud. If I improve this fast, the other disciples are going to be scared. SHT less. The more he thought about it, the happier Xia Qingyang became, laughing smugly. Just watch, I'll make you guys so jealous you'll die. Seeing his smug expression, Ning Yiwan was speechless, not knowing what to say. At this time, the sky had turned to night, and the two were heading back to Shuihua Tower together. But suddenly he trembled, clenching his fists to control his body. It turned out that Xia Qingyang had a bad feeling. He thought to himself, I have a feeling I'm going to turn into a dog today. I gotta cure this disease, or I'll die for real. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan pushed the door open and entered, startling Xia Qingyang, who quickly turned around to greet her. Ning Shiji, you're back. He quickly ran over to suck up. Ning Shiji, where did you go today? Here, have some tea. Ning Yiwan didn't casually sit down, replying, I observed you all day, and after sunset I went into the city to investigate. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang asked in surprise. Observed me all day, he thought to himself. And I didn't even notice anything. Ning Yiwan leisurely picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, Yesterday, when I entered the inn, I sensed a faint, demonic aura. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan's eyes became sharp, saying, Today, the demonic aura has disappeared. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyang trembled. His face turned pale, thinking, She probably sensed my demonic aura yesterday, right? Then I wore the scarlet lock robe, and the demonic aura was suppressed, so she didn't sense it anymore. Xia Qingyang looked scared and doubtful. Could it be that she already knows my identity? Ning Yiwan continued. It's probably the residual demonic aura of that fiend, so I wanted to wander around the city to see if there was any demonic aura left, to look for the next clue. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Thank goodness. Then, Ning Yiwan stood up. It's late. Let's take a bath and go to sleep. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang scratched his head awkwardly, saying, Shiji, I'm a guy. It's better if we don't stay in the same room, otherwise it'll be so awkward when you take a bath. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan approached him teasingly. Didn't you say you wanted to beat me and marry me as your wife? Why are you being so reserved lately? Xia Qingyang scratched his head, replying, I was just a naive kid back then, spouting nonsense. Shiji, don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan looked a little disappointed and said, Oh, so you were just talking nonsense. After a few seconds of pause, she looked straight at Xia Qingyang, saying, What if I insisted that you serve me while I bathed today? Xia Qingyang's face turned red upon hearing this, and a huge question mark immediately appeared in his head. Ning Yiwan took off her outer robe, saying, Shidi, please fetch some hot water for Shiji. Switching to the scene outside the house, the moon had risen, shining everywhere. He went down to fetch water, then went back and poured it into the bathing tub, until the large tub was full. Behind the screen, Ning Yiwan took off her clothes and prepared to bathe. She gently stepped her jade-like feet into the water, then sat down to soak in it. Hearing the sound behind him, Xia Qingyang, who was sitting outside the bamboo screen, was worried, praying silently, Don't turn into a dog. This woman is so unpredictable. If I'm not careful, I'll become her 7-course meal today. At this moment, Ning Yiwan called out, Xia Shidi, what did you learn in the outer sect? Xia Qingyang called back. Returning to Shiji, the outer sect doesn't teach much. Ning Yiwan replied, I've heard. She rubbed water on her body, continuing, Don't you want to learn more things? I can teach you. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang excitedly peeked inside. But the sect doesn't allow one to impart cultivation methods at will. Ning Yiwan immediately frowned, glaring at him. Xia Shidi, have you seen enough? Suddenly realizing he was being disrespectful, he quickly turned away, covered his eyes, and apologized. Senior sister, so sorry I got a little too excited. Ning Yiwan actually brushed it off and continued, I'm not just randomly imparting cultivation techniques, it's just so I'm not slowed down when we go after the criminals in a few days. Got it. Xia Qingyang, hearing this, replied confidently, Don't worry, senior sister. If anyone asks, I'll say I learned it from the Tangjingjie scrolls. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan was satisfied. That's for the best. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened as he looked down. The thing he was worried about earlier had happened. His heart panicked. Crap! The tail! Xia Qingyang quickly hit his tail and said angrily, I told you there was a chance I'd transform tonight, Xia Qingyang quickly said. Senior Sister Ning, I'm suddenly a bit hungry. I'm gonna go out and grab a bowl of noodles from a street vendor. You go ahead and take a bath. Take a long one.
Ning Yiwan, truly believing him, sighed and thought to herself, even after cultivating for so many years, he still can't control his appetite.
After Xia Qingyang finished speaking, he ran out as fast as his legs could carry him. Outside was also full of people, with a madam leading the guests. The suites are in the front, esteemed guests. The guy next to her smiled and replied,
Ding ding, you must serve this esteemed guest well tonight. Seeing this, he was terrified and ran even faster.
Fast as he wasn't fast enough to outrun his transformation, and one of his hands had already turned into a dog paw. Xia Qingyang panicked. It's happening way too fast.
Xia Qingyang quickly jumped up high, and that was when his whole body transformed into a demon dog.
Luckily, he was quick, so no one noticed. Xia Qingyang thought to himself in fear, if I accidentally run into Senior Sister Ning one day, my Isekai adventure is going to be straight up doomed.
He quickly ran into the forest to hide, but suddenly, Xia Qingyang was startled. He sniffed as he walked, thinking to himself,
what's that smell? It's so good. He immediately followed the call of the food and went to a bush.
Xia Qingyang then poked his head out, found it.
In front of him was a small bonfire and 3 fragrant grilled fish. Xia Qingyang couldn't take his eyes off it. Grilled fish. But suddenly, Xia Qingyang's eyes widened.
It turned out that the girl in front had discovered him. It was a green-haired girl with a chubby cat.
They were surprised by his appearance. That girl looked at Xia Qingyang's appearance with interest. It's a little puppy. That was Xin Liangxin. The girl took off her hat and said softly, has this little guy ever been called a puppy before? Xia Qingyang was unfamiliar with this, so he looked around to see who she was talking to. But after not seeing anyone else besides himself, Xia Qingyang pointed to himself in disbelief. On the other side, Xin Liangxin said with a smile, it's you, puppy.
She looked at the ring on Xia Qingyang's neck and said for sure, so the puppy already has an owner. Don't go running around so late. If you accidentally get lost from your owner, I'll be very sad.
Xia Qingyang then barked a few times in response, and thought to himself, this little girl is actually pretty gentle. Seeing this, Xin Liangxin then took out a grilled fish for him to eat. Here, it's grilled. Looking at the grilled fish, Xia Qingyang's face was miraculously happy. He happily took a big bite, but Xia Qingyang suddenly noticed a hostile gaze looking at him.
Xin Liangxin's chubby cat raised its claws and meowed threateningly. Little bro, is my owner's grilled fish tasty? I warn you, after you finish eating, scram.
Xia Qingyang put on a disgusted face and barked a few times to provoke the kitten. The iron lump of a cat meowed a few times, teasing, you scared I'm gonna steal your thunder or what? Xia Qingyang's eyes instantly sparkled as he put on a pitiful act. I'm so adorable, do you feel threatened? Faced with such provocation, the fat cat angrily meowed, I'm a spirit beast, what the heck are you? How could I possibly feel threatened? Turns out, that cat's a spirit beast named Lingdang, one being annoyingly persistent while the others enraged. It didn't take long for the cat-dog rivalry to escalate into an all-out brawl. They pounced on each other, throwing punches, kicks, and scratches like crazy, making Xin Liangxin panic and rush to stop them. Stop fighting already. But unexpectedly, as she ran over, Xin Liangxin tripped. A flicker of panic crossed her face. Her cloak snagged on a branch, and instantly, her body lost balance, and she tumbled head over heels to the ground. Xia Qingyang and Lingdang stopped fighting too, looking in her direction, and naturally she ended up rolling right in front of Xia Qingyang. However, because her cloak was caught, it was immediately pulled off Xin Liangxin's body.
Xia Qingyang saw everything and instantly blushed, suffering a nosebleed. He was just enjoying the perks of being a dog when Lingdang angrily punched him, causing him immense pain. It yelled, no peeking. Xia Qingyang's cheeks swelled up, dizzy, crying like a dog. Xin Liangxin also suffered a painful fall. Introspecting, I definitely have to fix this careless habit of mine.
Although Xia Qingyang was hit pretty hard, he still strained his eyes to get a good look. Face red, he was a little annoyed by the leaves blocking his view. This angle sucks.
Xia Qingyang's dogtail couldn't help but wag.
After a while, Xin Liangxin finally got up, picking up her cloak. She buttoned it up, sighing. It gets pretty cold at night. Good thing I brought my cloak when I went out.
Xia Qingyang was still spacing out. So stimulating. Blood pouring from his nose. Xin Liangxin worriedly asked,
puppy, what's wrong? Why is your nose bleeding?
Xia Qingyang wiped it away embarrassedly, thinking, is this what they call surging blood energy? After all, I'm a hot-blooded man. Xin Liangxin then took out a handkerchief to wipe Xia Qingyang's face, saying, wait for the weather to turn dry. It's easy to get nosebleeds. Drink more warm water. Xia Qingyang was stunned by this action, thinking to himself, I know warm water can cure all ailments.
But Lingdang meowed angrily from behind, implying, Don't think I don't know why you're getting nosebleeds. She's my master. Don't even dream about it. Xia Qingyang barked back provocatively. What are you gonna do about it? At this moment, Xin Liangxin picked up a grilled fish, then said absent-mindedly, sighing, I wonder how things are at home. But instantly she snorted and threw the grilled fish away. What does it have to do with me? My dad and mom don't care what I think. Why should I care about them? Xia Qingyang and Ling Dang were eating fish on the other side. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang became curious and turned to ask, Fat Cat, what's up with your master? Ling Dang replied sadly. It's the master and madam forcing her to marry a young master from another beast-taming clan. Hearing this, he understood. So you guys are eloping. Ling Dang dejectedly replied, What else? That young master is big and crude. His butt could crush a pig to death if he sat on it. It sighed deeply. Actually, young miss can't escape at all. The master and madam can hear the animals. They'll find young miss very soon. Suddenly, there was a noise from a nearby tree. Qin Liangqin quickly reached into her coat, saying loudly, Who's there? Who is it? Immediately afterwards, she took out a leather whip, which is the signature weapon of the beast-taming clan. Qin Liangxin looked worriedly into the darkness, thinking, Are mom and dad here already? What do I do? But stepping out was a pair of familiar boots, along with a cold voice. So it's the beast-taming clan. That's Ning Yiwan, she continued. No wonder the demonic aura has been so strong lately. The moment Xia Qingyang saw her, he was shocked and trembled. Ning Yiwan also saw Xia Qingyang, thinking to herself, It's that little pup from that day. No wonder I haven't seen him for days. So he came down the mountain to play. Looking at the cute appearance of the puppy Xia Qingyang, she smiled and thought, Let's leave junior brother Xia to the side today. Over there, Xin Liangxin was still wary, asking, Who are you? Ning Yiwan was a little unhappy, reminding her, When asking someone's name, you should introduce yourself first. Hearing this, Qin Liangxin said heroically, I am Qin Liangxin, from the Qin clan of the beast-taming sect, bringing my runaway spirit pet to wander the world. Your turn, Ning Yiwan said softly. Azure Sky Realm, Flame Yang Peak, Ning Yiwan. Hearing this, Qin Liangxin immediately changed her expression, jumping up excitedly. Your Moonflower Sovereign, oh my god, I've met the real deal. Seeing this, Ning Yiwan was a little surprised by Qin Liangxin's behavior. Xia Qingyang thought to himself, You can even run into a fangirl here. Qin Liangxin suddenly looked embarrassed, saying, I've admired you for a long time, Moonflower Sovereign. Can I get your autograph? Then, she took out a small knife and suddenly took off her jacket. She resolutely said, Engrave it on my back. Ning Yiwan was stunned upon hearing this, not expecting this scene. This hardcore fan is too much. Qingyang's dog face froze too. Ning Yiwan stepped forward to put the jacket back on Xin Liangxin, saying, Forget about the autograph, I'll give you something of mine. Hearing that it was something from Ning Yiwan, Xin Liangxin smiled contentedly. Okay, that's good too. Immediately afterwards, Ning Yiwan took out a comb and gave it to her. If you don't mind, I'll give you this comb. Qin Liangxin received the gift, happily jumping around like a child. Xia Qingyang, not forgetting his own situation while having fun, quietly and sneakily took advantage of this opportunity to run, but before he could take a few steps, Ning Yiwan looked over and said, You're not allowed to leave. Knowing he couldn't escape, Xia Qingyang stopped moving, thinking in fear, I have the Scarlet Fiend Vest, she probably can't sense my demonic aura, right? At this moment, Ning Yiwan sat down, touched Xia Qingyang's Scarlet Fiend Vest, and asked, Last time you didn't have a dog leash yet, do you already have an owner? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was a little stunned, but lightly nodded. Ning Yiwan smiled and continued, That's right, you're so cute, there must be many young ladies giving you gifts, right? Afterwards, Ning Yiwan tied a ribbon-shaped leash to the Scarlet Fiend Vest to lead him away. She looked at Qin Liangxin and said, Originally, I sense demonic energy around here, so I came to patrol. If it's from your spirit beast, then it's fine. I know this puppy, I'll take him first. Qin Liangxin reluctantly said, Are you leaving already? Ning Yiwan then pointed to the Flower Water Pavilion behind her, saying, I'm staying at the Flower Water Pavilion nearby. Hearing this, Qin Liangxin excitedly said, I'm going too. The group quickly returned to the Flower Water Pavilion. After arranging for Qin Liangxin, Ning Yiwan took the dog subordinate back to her boudoir, gently placing him on the table, but in Xia Qingyang's heart he was crying, I'm going to be tickled again. Ning Yiwan looked at the puppy and said, Now that you're here, I won't let junior brother Xia bother us tonight. She mumbled to herself, calculating, That demon freak probably won't show up today either. Junior brother Xia should be fine until tomorrow. Hearing that, Zhu Feng knew his own weight and thought to himself, Am I not even as good as a dog? She picked up Xia Qingyang and sniffed him, praising, Your fur is so soft, and you smell good too, no stinky dog smell. You smell too good for a normal dog. Xia Qingyang had to endure her hugs and kisses, screaming in his heart, Okay, this is getting kinda sus. After cuddling to her heart's content, She carried Xia Qingyang into the bed. "Come on, let me hold you to sleep."
She didn't forget to turn around and cast a barrier on the door to prevent anyone from disturbing them,
Ning Yiwan said with a smile. "I've already locked the windows, Xia Qingyang. When he comes back, he'll know what to do." Seeing that, Xia Qingyang's face darkened.
He was so scared he was sweating all over, thinking to himself,
"Then what am I going to do if a living, breathing person suddenly appears in this room tomorrow morning?" Xia Qingyang imagined himself standing naked, greeting Ning Yiwan, and cried out, "And this dude's butt-ass naked?" Resigned to his fate, he wailed, "I don't want to die yet." Just then, Ning Yiwan hugged him close, letting him rest his head on her chest. Feeling the novel sensation, Xia Qingyang forgot all about his worries. So soft, he couldn't help but happily hug Ning Yiwan, even licking her like any other puppy. Senior sister smells so good. But very quickly, Xia Qingyang realized that his actions were wrong, and his face quickly paled and then went blank. "Wait a minute, what am I doing?" Ning Yiwan was also surprised by this action, and she happily hugged the puppy, saying, "I thought you were a gloomy puppy, but it turns out you like to lick people just like any other pup."
Xia Qingyang's face flushed red as he was asked, and he thought to himself, "I'm screwed. I'm being attracted by senior sister Ning's spirit Jiaoti. It's a good thing I'm a dog, or I would have turned to dust." Suddenly, an idea popped into Xia Qingyang's head. "But what if senior sister Ning finds out one day that I'm actually a dog? I don't even want to imagine it." At this moment, Ning Yiwan hugged him tightly, immediately bringing Xia Qingyang face to face with two huge peaches, his nose almost pressed against them. Xia Qingyang pondered in his heart. But what harm could a little puppy do, who told her to be born with a spirit Jiaoti? Don't even mention demons. But even ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to control themselves if they were exposed to such flesh. If she gets a little too excited, she'll just force herself on me. I'm the victim. After self-persuading, Xia Qingyang let go of his guard and directly pounced on her to enjoy the pleasure of the softness. At this time, Ning Yiwan spoke. "What name should I give you? Usually you can only bestow a name if they become your own spirit pet, right?" Ning Yiwan asked for his opinion. "Woof woof, do you want to become my spirit pet?" Hearing this, Xia Qingyang's face turned red, and he thought to himself, "I'm a little wary of this. I don't think I can do that, right? If I agree to become a spirit pet, how am I supposed to escape down the mountain? But it seems like she really likes this dog. If I refuse, she'll probably be very disappointed, right?" Seeing that the puppy didn't react, Ning Yiwan continued. "I see, you're still young and definitely don't want to leave your parents too soon. It's okay, wait until you grow up and then agree with me." She hugged the puppy and said, "If you become a spirit pet, you have to follow your master for life and can't see your parents again." Hearing that, Xia Qingyang happily barked. Seeing that reaction, Ning Yiwan thought, looking at the puppy's reaction, it probably doesn't have a master yet. Xia Qingyang looked at her, thinking to himself, senior sister Ning treats animals and people in completely different ways. With people she's always cold and keeps them at arm's length. Ning Yiwan smiled lightly and said, "Let's go to sleep. Tomorrow, I still have to teach Xia Qingyang cultivation techniques. I hope he learns quickly." Xia Qingyang agreed and barked. Xia Qingyang was secretly pleased in his heart. She always looks at people with caution. I'm probably overthinking it. Just as he was about to doze off, Xia Qingyang suddenly opened his eyes wide, panicked. "Wait, this is not good? This is not good? I was blinded by her tenderness just now." He looked at the door. The door's locked. I'm being held in her arms. Tomorrow, a naked guy is going to appear in her bed. I'm dead meat. Xia Qingyang lay in the arms of the beauty, but tears streamed down his face for his fate. I can't break senior sister's formation now, and I can't get out. Oh God, what kind of hellish joke is this? Someone save me, help me. Wasn't I supposed to die under her sword in half a year? Screw half a year, I'm gonna end my Isekai journey tomorrow morning. Time passed, and the silent night still enveloped Hua Shui Lu. Xia Qingyang was still not free from the jaws of death, with dark circles under his eyes, trying hard not to fall asleep. After a while, she finally turned to the other side and stopped hugging. Xia Qingyang asked suspiciously, "Shiji is already asleep." Hearing her even breathing, he was relieved. The moment has come. He jumped out of bed and began Operation Escape. Xia Qingyang stood in front of the door locked by Ning Yiwan, determined for his life. Only the last resort is left. Xia Qingyang made up his mind, thinking to himself, in the silent night of Hua Shui Lu, when everyone was sound asleep, there was still a faint sound coming from Ning Yiwan's room. Xia Qingyang was diligently destroying the house, trying to dig as fast as possible, while making as little noise as possible. Qingyang dug more and more enthusiastically. "Give me another hour, and I'll definitely dig it out." Suddenly, Xia Qingyang abruptly stopped. He felt a trace of murderous intent behind him. Standing behind him was Ning Yiwan, who had woken up at some point, her cold voice making him feel the fragility of life. "Woof woof, what are you doing?" Xia Qingyang turned around in fright, putting on a pitiful look, But in his heart, he was already scared to death. Why did she wake up? I was careful not to make too much noise. There's no way to explain this time.
However, Ning Yiwan simply asked again, I know. Do you want to pee? Should I let you out? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang quickly nodded, woofing a few times, thinking to himself, it's that simple.
Ning Yiwan reached out and unlocked the magical lock on the door and said happily, go ahead. The opening of the door was like opening a future of hope for Xia Qingyang. He hurriedly bent his butt and ran out as fast as he could, without looking back.
Looking at the puppy in such a hurry, Ning Yiwan smiled innocently. Looks like he's been holding it in for a long time. She then went back to bed, intending to continue sleeping. But suddenly, a strange feeling rose within her.
Ning Yiwan turned around alertly, exclaiming, there's demonic energy.
With that, Ning Yiwan also immediately rushed out, running in the direction of the demonic energy, leaving Xia Qingyang on the other side, who had run all the way out of the forest.
He panted tiredly.
Luckily, I managed to get out, but there was still another worry for Xia Qingyang, which was that this time, if he transformed, he would transform naked in the wilderness. But that was better than dying without a whole body the next morning. After thinking it over, he made a decision. I still need to go to the demon market and find the 3 fox demon sisters to buy a set of clothes to wear. Immediately after, Xia Qingyang returned to the road he had taken last time, chasing after the person in black. The streets were now as silent as death, without a sound.
Xia Qingyang quickly returned to the alley.
But this time it was a bit different. I remember entering from here that day, right? Why is there no entrance?
Xia Qingyang recalled what Ding Min had said before. Young Master Xia, why are you asking me such a question? We are all born demons and can sense the existence of the demon market. It's very strange that you're here for a tour this time. You seem to have forgotten a lot of things, even that the entrance to the demon market appears randomly. Recalling this, Xia Qingyang thought to himself, it seems like Ding Min mentioned something about the entrance.
Xia Qingyang then remembered what Ding Min had said at the time. Although on the surface the demon race and the human race have reconciled, there are still many cultivators among humans who hate the demon race, so the entrance naturally cannot be fixed in one place. But each time the entrance opens, it won't be too far apart.
Thinking of this, Xia Qingyang sighed deeply. I'll just have to search around here then. Quickly, Xia Qingyang ran to the nearby alleys, searching for the entrance.
Suddenly at this moment, he detected the aura of the demon race behind him. Xia Qingyang quickly looked up and saw a figure flying right past. And the destination of that chick was the wall in front of Xia Qingyang.
He cheered excitedly. Found it.
The entrance. But suddenly at this moment, Xia Qingyang also sensed a familiar aura. Why is Shiji Ning's aura getting closer and closer?
Worried,
he quickly looked around and saw Ning Yiwan slowly descending towards him. Xia Qingyang was scared out of his wits. It really is senior sister. He hurriedly ran through the barrier gate into the demon market. Gotta dodge Ning Yiwan. At this moment Ning Yiwan arrived, but there wasn't a soul in sight. And even the demonic energy had suddenly vanished. Ning Yiwan searched around but couldn't find anyone. An idea flashed in her mind. There must be an entrance to the demon market around here.
She turned and left, scoffing coldly. You little beast, consider yourself lucky, she resolved.
One day, I'll uncover the secrets of your demon market. Scene change to the demon market. As soon as Xia Qingyang entered, he was greeted by the demons. Young Master Xia, what are you playing today? Teasing voices echoed around. A green-haired girl spoke up. Who knew little young Master Xia could be so spirited? Turns out, after entering the demon market, Xia Qingyang absorbed the demonic energy and reverted to his true form. Since he didn't have any clothes on, the female demons saw everything and burst into laughter, teasing, little young Master Xia, your little sister is quite interesting. Xia Qingyang scratched his head shyly, saying, ladies, I have business to attend to. But every cloud has a silver lining. Xia Qingyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky I made it to demon territory before transforming, otherwise. He imagined Ning Yiwan's sharp sword pointing at him. You'd be dead meat. He was terrified. I almost lost my life. With that, Xia Qingyang embarrassedly ran off. Ladies, I'll chat with you later. He ran straight to the shop of the 4 fox spirit sisters. As soon as he arrived, he flung the door open. Xia Qingyang, stark naked, yelled, Miss Ding, help. Qingyang was still confidently showing off his personality. The 3 little fox spirits' eyes widened in shock at Xia Qingyang's naked appearance. Luckily, it was Xia Ying, one of the little fox spirits, who stepped forward and sighed in relief. Oh, it's young Master Xia.
Xia Qingyang scratched his head sheepishly, looking at the 3 and said, ladies, I suddenly transformed back into human form, and don't have any clothes to change into.
He saw the 3 of them sighing wearily. Xia Qingyang thought to himself, why did they seem so tense just now? The little fox spirit from before cast a spell, helping Xia Qingyang with a point of her finger, and a set of clothes immediately appeared.
Xia Qingyang praised the outfit. So awesome. That little fox spirit then suggested, young Master Xia should go to the Myriad Treasures Hall in the Demon Market and exchange for a spatial stone. Xia Qingyang asked curiously. What's that? The little fox spirit explained. It's the heterospace magic item humans talk about for storing things. Even a low-grade spatial stone can fit an entire room inside. In the human realm, a low-grade spatial stone is worth 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. But in our demon market, you only need to bring out a human item, something good, and you can exchange for one. You can store as many sets of clothes as you want outside. Xia Qingyang thought for a moment. Oh, I see. He smiled and replied, I'll bring enough stuff another day and ask about it. At this moment, Xia Qingyang remembered something and asked, Oh right, where are your sisters? The little fox spirit avoided his question, dodging his gaze, and replied, Ding Min is out on business. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang didn't pay much attention and left. Then please give her my regards. I'll come back another day to hang out with the four of you. I have something to do, so I'll head out first. The little fox spirit replied, Take care, young Master Xia. After leaving the shop, he strolled through the street for a while, heading home. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang stopped. Wait a minute. He pieced everything together. Just now, senior sister Ning was probably chasing after some demon, the one who zipped past me and slipped into the demon market, right? Xia Qingyang was a bit curious. Wonder if my senior sister has left yet, but he reassured himself. But I'm coming out from a different place. The exit isn't the same as before, so I probably won't run into her. Just as he guessed, the exit was somewhere else, and Xia Qingyang safely returned to Hua Shui Lu. He went to Ning Yiwan's room and knocked. Calling out, Senior sister, Xia Qingyang asked, Senior sister, are you asleep? He thought to himself. Gotta play the act all the way. Seeing the door unlocked, Xia Qingyang opened it and walked in. Finding Ning Yiwan sitting and drinking tea, he asked, Senior sister, you're not asleep yet. Seeing Xia Qingyang wearing different clothes than before, she asked suspiciously, You even changed your clothes to go eat noodles. Xia Qingyang quickly explained, I ran into some thugs harassing the shop owner, and I helped deal with them. Unexpectedly, one of them got angry and threw a bowl at me. The shop owner was grateful for my help and lent me this outfit. I'll return it to him tomorrow. Even Xia Qingyang didn't expect himself to lie so smoothly, and he smugly thought, Good thing I thought of an excuse on the way back. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan didn't ask any further, and said, It's good to do chivalrous deeds. You don't need to sleep in this room tonight. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang pretended to worry and asked, Will it affect senior sister's plan to catch the demon culprit? But in his heart, he was secretly happy. Don't have to sleep in the same room, that's great. Ning Yiwan recounted. Tonight, a demon culprit came to Hua Shui Lu to scout, and was severely injured by me. She escaped in the chaos. I chased her for a few blocks, but she managed to escape into the demon market. Xia Qingyang was stunned, and exclaimed, Huh? Ning Yiwan asked suspiciously. What, huh? Xia Qingyang pondered. Came to Hua Shui Lu to scout. Could it be the waist-cutting demon? But it's not time yet. I injured him before. Why is he in such a hurry? Ning Yiwan offered her speculation. Demons and humans don't think alike. Perhaps because you injured him, he wants to try his luck here, cutting waists and taking kidneys to replenish himself. As it was getting late, Ning Yiwan cut the conversation short. All right, it's late. Go to sleep. Xia Qingyang bowed and left. Good night, senior sister. After leaving Ning Yiwan's room, Xia Qingyang didn't go back to his room immediately, but stood on the corridor, admiring the scenery. He was a bit curious. Why is that culprit so fixated on Hua Shui Lu, willing to risk death to come here? He suspected. Doesn't make sense. But one thing made Xia Qingyang even angrier, and there was one thing he couldn't understand. He remembered being jealous when Ning Yiwan held him as a dog. So gentle to a dog, but only criticizes me. Aren't I basically that dog? Xia Qingyang sighed in frustration. If you treated me even a tenth as well as you treat the dog, maybe I wouldn't have to die by then. But senior sister Ning doesn't seem like the type to suck up to people. He dismissed the thought. Forget it. Back to the room. Go to sleep. Gotta cultivate tomorrow. The next morning, as Xia Qingyang and Ning Yiwan were preparing to go cultivate, Qin Liangxian waved and called out, Wait for me, she said with eager eyes. I'm gonna cultivate with you guys too. But Ning Yiwan refused. Ms. Qin, the beast-taming sect, and the Azure Sky Realm are different factions. Hearing this, Qin Liangxian suddenly realized the issue. The cultivation methods are unique and cannot be revealed, she exclaimed. Oops, Qin Liangxian said sadly. Sorry, I didn't think so much. It's just that it's rare to meet Yue Huajun, so I won't go see him. I'll wait here for you to have dinner together. Ning Yiwan replied politely, Thank you. Then, Xia Qingyang and Ning Yiwan went to the lake from the previous day to cultivate. As soon as they arrived, Ning Yiwan asked, Junior brother Xia, what's your current cultivation level? Xia Qingyang scratched his head awkwardly, and replied, I won't hide it from senior sister. It's too embarrassing to say. I only broke through to the great perfection of chi refining a few days ago. He chuckled, continuing, "It's all my fault for neglecting cultivation before." But in reality, he was lying, Xia Qingyang thought to himself. Since the aura of the starfire and chi refining stages are similar, I can lie and say my cultivation is at the great perfection of chi refining. Ning Yiwan probably won't notice anything.
Ning Yiwan simply comforted him. It's okay. The technique I'm teaching you today can be learned as long as you enter the first stage of chi refining. Ning Yiwan pointed to the lake. Can Shidi walk on water to the other side?
She then remembered and repeated. I remember teaching this lesson in class, didn't I? But Xia Qingyang hesitated fearfully, replying, I can't, he said embarrassedly. I didn't attend class properly before.
Hearing this, an idea popped into his head. She wants to teach me lightness skill.
Hearing that, Ning Yiwan replied, I understand now, I'll demonstrate it once, watch carefully. What you need to learn today is the first form of cloud steps, rippling light on water. If you master it, you'll have the chance to learn fleeting clouds and drifting mists in the future. With that, Ning Yiwan lifted her slender legs to demonstrate. First, gather chi under your feet. Imagine your feet are two flat boats, and chi is the water flowing beneath them. You need to control that water to form a stable cushion of chi under your feet. Xia Qingyang watched her every move, his eyes shining with interest.
Ning Yiwan immediately stepped onto the lake's surface. Instantly, the water under her feet seemed to have an extra board supporting her, as she continued instructing. Immediately afterward, you must gently push the chi in your body outward, like a light leaf falling on the water, undulating with the ripples. Your body must be like that leaf, moving with the movement of chi.
Xia Qingyang immediately contemplated and understood. The original owner's understanding of the path of cultivation is dozens of times faster than ordinary people. Perhaps he will grasp the essence of what Shiji just said immediately. Instantly, Xia Qingyang began to try it himself, sending a stream of chi down to his feet.
On the other side, Ning Yiwan slowly jumped up, continuing to lecture. You must remember, everything must be relaxed and natural.
She once again stepped firmly onto the water, saying, Water is the softest thing, yet it can erode stone. The human body must be as flexible as water. She stood firmly on the thin water surface, concluding, Only then can you float on the water.
As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Qingyang also jumped straight onto the water surface. And surprisingly, he was able to stand on the water. He happily ran to her, praising, Shiji, you're such a great teacher.
This surprised Ning Yiwan.
Her eyes became a little suspicious as she asked, You've already learned it. No, you already knew it before. Why did you lie to me? But unexpectedly, Xia Qingyang asked, blankly in return, What's wrong? Only now did he realize he was standing on the water. Unable to hide his surprise, he exclaimed, What? Ning Yiwan didn't understand, and repeated herself. Hearing that, Xia Qingyang explained,
It's nothing, it's a local saying from my hometown. It means I'm too shocked. I really didn't know. I didn't lie to you. I didn't expect that doing what you said once would.
He said that, but deep down, Xia Qingyang was extremely flustered, lamenting, Original owner, what is your body made of? You understand as soon as it's said. You learn as soon as you try. Isn't it a bit illogical that you didn't know anything for the past 2 years? The plan set up for you is completely useless. What kind of plan is this? On the other side, Ning Yiwan was also a little suspicious, thinking to herself, When I first comprehended rippling light on water, it took me 7 days. He learned it immediately. The word, genius, is not enough to describe his level. Seeing Ning Yiwan staring at him, Xia Qingyang was frightened. Damn it, Shiji definitely thinks the same thing as me.
He quickly defended himself. What Shiji said just now might just be a coincidence. To become proficient, I definitely still need to practice more. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan immediately agreed. Then you practice here, I'll go back to the inn for a bit. In her heart, she thought, such a cultivation genius must be immediately reported to Shizun, so that Shizun can transfer him to Yanyang Peak and make him an inner disciple.
With that, she took out her sword and sat on it.
Xia Qingyang also enthusiastically bid farewell to Shiji.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yiwan flew away, leaving Xia Qingyang to gulp down a few mouthfuls of water. He was soaked all over, thinking to himself, I feel like my previous calculations were wrong. If I continue practicing like this, Xia Qingyang will be on shore in less than 5 years. He pondered with a headache. Then I might break through to the transformation realm. He scratched his head in annoyance. I wonder if there are any magical artifacts that can hide my aura. Tonight, I must find an opportunity to go to the demon market. It's better to be careful. The scene changes to Hua Shui Lu, where the sunlight shines everywhere. Ning Yiwan had returned to her room, and she immediately took out her communication device. The token then uttered her Shifu's voice. Good disciple, what do you need me for?
Ning Yiwan reported, Shifu, you and the Feng Lord of Liushuan Peak are martial sisters. It shouldn't be too hard to get a outer sect disciple from her place, right? Hearing this, her Shifu said, That's not a problem. Have you set your eyes on someone?
Ning Yiwan replied, There's an outer sect disciple of Liushuan Peak named Xia. Before she could finish, her Shifu interjected. Xia Qingyang, I know that kid, I've seen some snippets about you and him on the anecdote records. They're written pretty well. The moment she heard that, Ning Yiwan blushed and scolded angrily. Shifu, you should watch less of those ridiculous things. It's a bad influence. Her Shifu laughed loudly. How interesting, I advise you to take a look too. She lectured her disciple. You're quiet as a clam all day long. How will you ever find a docile partner in this lifetime? Ning Yiwan didn't back down either, angrily turning her face away to retort. You're not any better, Shifu. Your Dao partner still left you. Being poked at her sore spot, she coughed a few times immediately. Her Shifu then made up an excuse to escape. What was that? I still need to go meet with the sect leader to discuss something, that's it. With that, she disconnected from the communication talisman, causing it to drop to the ground with a thud. Ning Yiwan could only sigh in frustration at her Shifu. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing happened at the Huashui Lu, and the number of guests increased again. At the entrance of the Huashui Lu, the mama warmly welcomed the guests. Oh my, please come in. She happily beamed, her smile reaching neither of her eyes. Please come in. Luckily, we have 3 celestial masters stationed here, so business is good again. On the upper floor, Ning Yiwan and Xia Qingyang were observing every movement below. Ning Yiwan reminded. The demoness was severely injured by me last time. After half a month of recuperation, she should be recovering soon. Her eyes scanned everyone below. Tonight is the day she committed the crime last time. We can't let our guard down. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang was a little puzzled. Shiji, why is she so persistent with the Huashui Lu? Xia Qingyang then spoke his mind. A demon race like her, can't she go anywhere she wants? There's a big county town just a dozen miles ahead of Shiyao County. Don't they have brothels there too? Why take so many risks? Hearing this, Ning Yiwan predicted. She must have some kind of issue with the Huashui Lu. Once we catch her, we'll know the truth. Just then, Qin Liang Karatzin's demon beast jumped over their heads. Moving forward, it raised its fur and meowed angrily. Qin Liang Xin, running behind, quickly explained. Ling detected demonic energy. She ran over breathlessly to report. This demon race is very careful. She must have brought some kind of magic tool to suppress demonic energy. It's extremely faint and disappeared in an instant. Ning Yiwan was a little surprised. Suppressed demonic energy. As soon as Xia Qingyang heard about the demonic energy suppression item, his face turned pale with fear. He thought to himself, it couldn't be me, right? It's been so many days and no one has smelled demonic energy on me. Because the demon suppression amulet was too obvious on my wrist, so I switched to wearing it around my neck. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan looked at the crowd below and said, I'm afraid that demon race has mixed into the crowd, relying only on that little bit of demonic energy, and there are so many people downstairs it's really difficult to distinguish. Qin Liang Xin also replied nervously. We also can't alarm the crowd, to avoid causing chaos. Ning Yiwan comforted her. It's okay. When she attacks, she definitely won't be able to hide her demonic energy. I just need a moment to know where she is. Her eyes became sharp, and she said through gritted teeth, then deal with her immediately. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but feel scared. At this time, the Huashui Lu was packed with guests. Liang helped a guest to the room. Master, you've had too much to drink, she said softly. I'll help you upstairs to rest. Just as the two passed by Xia Qingyang, as soon as Xia Qingyang saw Liang he was a little puzzled. It seems like I haven't seen Liang for a few days, the madam said. She was sick and resting outside the city. Her health just got better, and she's back to entertaining guests. Speaking of this, Xia Qingyang sighed sadly. He recited a poem with pity. Spring breeze first understands the patient's heart. Red chamber guests come and shed tears with laughter. Life is like duckweed drifting with bitterness. The patient can hardly keep a happy smile. Just then, Ning Yiwan came over and asked curiously, Disciple, you even know how to write poetry? Xia Qingyang was startled and laughed. Just making it up. On the other side, the master embraced Liang in his arms and said with a laugh, Liang my baby, this master misses you to death. Finally, the matter at your Huashui Lu has been suppressed, otherwise I would have missed you to the point of my guts rotting away. Hearing him say this, Xia Qingyang was confused in his heart. Rotting guts is used like that. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around Liang waist. Sing a song for this old man later, sing that. Touching 18 times, song that I love. Liang playfully scolded him with a smile. You're such a rascal. But the more Xia Qingyang watched Liang the more he sensed that something was off. The old geezer guffawed. I'm just that kind of rascal. Doesn't Liang like me being a rascal? Suddenly, Liang eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as she turned to look at Xia Qingyang. Xia Qingyang's heart was still in a mess, and the door was quickly shut. But Xia Qingyang still had many doubts. He thought to himself, why do I feel like Liang aura is different from before? Moreover, why do I have a sense of familiarity? Could it be because I've been here too long? Filled with curiosity, he questioned Ning Yiwan. Shiji,
That demon clearly knows we're here watching but still dares to come. Is it possible that this time she isn't using demon magic to kill people? Couldn't she just knock out some random guy and use the old-fashioned way to harvest his kidneys? Wouldn't that work too?
Ning Yiwan asked, puzzled. What do you mean by the old-fashioned way of harvesting kidneys?
Xia Qingyang put on a wicked face, gesturing downwards with his hand. I mean without using magic, just straight up with a knife. If she did that, no demonic energy would be revealed,
Ning Yiwan thought to herself. If that were the case, with so many people tonight, searching room by room, you would have been dead a long time ago. This demon is incredibly clever, choosing to strike when there are many people, making it even harder to detect.
Xia Qingyang continued. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Isn't it even more thrilling to kill right under our noses and harvest a kidney? Xia Qingyang's eyes then became serious as he said, I know what that familiar feeling was just now. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking it. Xia Qingyang then continued. I don't know why, but I really want to do something right now, Ning Yiwan asked, puzzled.
What is it? As she spoke, Xia Qingyang sprinted forward, heading straight for Liang Er's room, as he just barges in, surprising the two people inside.
Through the crack in the door, Liang Er's figure still looked a bit off.
Xia Qingyang directly kicked the door open and stormed in.
Seeing him, Liang Er was also startled.
Inside the room, the guest was lying in a pool of blood. Even his hands were covered in blood. He must have struggled a lot. Witnessing that scene, Xia Qingyang's eyes couldn't hide his anger.
Liang Er panicked and quickly said, Young Master Xia, this was an accident. At this moment, a stone flew over, hitting Liang Er's hand, causing her to cry out in pain and drop the knife.
The stone was thrown by Ning Yiwan, who shouted, Demoness.
Liang Er immediately put on a pitiful act, trembling as she called out. Young Master Ning Yiwan also immediately rushed in. Seeing this, she immediately fled through the window. Ning Yiwan shouted, Don't run!
She immediately dropped her pitiful act, revealing a hint of ferocity. Running out the door, she bumped into two people behind her. Ning Yiwan chased after her and stopped. Inside, Xia Qingyang took out a black pill,
shoving it into the guest's mouth.
Whether you live or die is none of my business, but I don't want her to kill another person. Consider yourself lucky.
The two of them had already chased into the forest. Liang Er's strength was gradually waning, and she was breathing a little heavily.
But with every step she took, Ning Yiwan still took the lead in pursuit.
Ning Yiwan then said to Qin Liang Carrickson, Miss Qin, you cover the rear, I'll block her in front. Liang Carrickson agreed.
Yes. Hearing this, Liang Carrickson worriedly ran faster. Behind, Ning Yiwan used her magic, pointing it at her own feet.
Instantly, Ning Yiwan flipped over, surging ahead.
Liang Er panicked, her eyes widening in surprise. And Ning Yiwan was now standing firmly in front of her.
You, she said, angry but helpless.
Ning Yiwan drew her sword. You fiend, you think you can escape from my grasp again?
Her eyes sharpened.
You're out of options.
Ning Yiwan looked straight at her, not hiding her intention. Don't waste your effort.
Liang Carrickson, seeing this scene, suddenly shouted from behind, Evil creature. Then, she threw her pet at Liang Er's face and scolded, Where do you think you can run?
Immediately, an explosion appeared in the sky above them. From within that explosion, a tiger with a super cute baby outfit appeared.
Liang Er's jaw dropped the moment she saw this ferocious beast.
The tiger looked towards her, then roared fiercely.
Liang Carrickson, seeing her little beast so badass, praised, So cool, so damn cool. At this moment, Xia Qingyang managed to catch up, shouting, Ning Shiji, wait for me.
Quickly slamming on the brakes in front of Ning Yiwan, then said, Wait. Qingyang, having just arrived, immediately asked, First, let's clarify why she's castrating people. I still can't acknowledge her as Ding Min, or it'll be hard to explain my relationship with her to Shiji.
Liang Er was surprised to hear him ask that. Ning Yiwan thought his question made sense, so she asked her accordingly. Why do you specialize in castrating people at Hua Shui brothel? But Liang Er refused to answer. If she didn't want to accept the toast and instead wanted to drink a forfeit, then Ning Yiwan had no choice but to take action. It's okay if you don't speak. I only need to know that you've killed dozens of people, and that's enough for me to act on behalf of heaven.
Suddenly, Liang Er laughed loudly, saying, Act on behalf of heaven. You humans think that the heavens are on your side? Other races should just die, right?
A hint of sadness flashed across her face, and then she said, How many demons have been groundlessly slaughtered by you human cultivators? What kind of acting on behalf of heaven is that?
Ning Yiwan still didn't understand, so she asked again.
But you've killed people.
Suddenly, Liang Er shouted loudly, scolding, Because those men deserve to die.
Qingyang saw that her psychological state was currently unstable, so he stepped forward and said, Shiji, this is a task I accepted, let me complete it. Ning Yiwan, seeing him like this, worriedly asked him, This demon's realm is higher, can you handle it, junior brother?
Xia Qingyang stammered for a moment, then replied,
I can, Ning Yiwan, hearing him say that, had no choice but to agree. I'll stand aside and observe. Qingyang, having received Shiji's permission, began to ask her little by little. Miss, can you tell me why you have to kill people? Liang didn't get why he was asking. Xia Gongzi is that female cultivator's Shidai. Now, he probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. She figured it out, then started transforming. Xu Feng is a benefactor of our fox clan. I can't let him be at a disadvantage. Then, a foxtail appeared from the pink light. Xia Qingyang couldn't believe his eyes. From that light, Ding Min appeared with a wronged look. Ding Min recounted with disappointment. 2 years ago, this servant once saved a scholar in Zuoyao County. As soon as Xia Qingyang heard this, he seemed to know the ending already. I can almost guess the story. Ding Min resentfully recounted everything. I saved him from bandits and gave him gold, silver, and jewels. She still remembered what that scum said. Min, I will never betray your kindness to me, Ding Min said with melancholy and hatred. He said he wanted to go to the capital to take the exam. I was touched that he had ambition, so I helped him because he was motivated. She remembered the things he had done for her before. But a friend told me that he wasn't studying at all, spending all day eating, drinking, and playing at Hua Shui brothel, squandering all the money I gave him. Ding Min's eyes were filled with hatred as she said, I went to Hua Shui brothel to find out the truth, and I saw him partying with Liang Er. Seeing that the matter was exposed, she saw with her own eyes what that guy did, betraying her. That night he even told her. He actually told the Longshan guard that I was a demon, wanting to plot against his life. And then, she was punished by the Longxiang guard. The Longxiang guard, based on the clues he provided, came to where I and my clan were and slaughtered us all. But at that time, someone stepped in to help them. Fortunately, a master helped me and my 3 sisters to escape. Ding Min turned her pain and sadness into tears that fell on her face as she said, All my other clansmen are dead. How can they be so innocent? Her expression suddenly changed. So I want to kill all those hateful men, to let them die in humiliation, to die without any dignity. After she finished telling everything, she said, I've said it all, anyway. I can't escape, you can kill me if you want. The 2 of them could only stand in silence and look at each other after hearing this. Xia Qingyang had to break the silence. What does Shiji think? Ning Yiwan suddenly left and said, This is Shiji's mission. She slowly stepped onto her sword, then instructed, Handle it yourself. Lian Jin saw this and jumped onto her serval cat. Let's go. Then, the remaining 2 people, Ding Min and Xia Qingyang, stood and watched them leave. At this time, Xia Qingyang thanked her. Thank you, Miss Ding Min, for helping me hide my identity. However, Ding Min said sadly, Thank you, Gongzi Xia. Suddenly, a dizziness flashed through her head. Xia Qingyang quickly supported Ding Min in his arms. Gognanzi, Ding Min, looked at his profile wearily and said, That master is a member of Gongzi Xia's family. At this time, Xia Qingyang realized the problem. No wonder she said the Xia family was her benefactor. At this point, Ding Min could only say, This servant's life is up to Gongzi to decide. Xia Qingyang considered for a moment and replied, I'll let you go, but if you meet Ning Shiji again, with her way of doing things, she will definitely not let you go. Now there is only one way to save you. Ding Min was confused, but she quickly asked, What way? Xia Qingyang suddenly gave her a suggestion. Could you become my spirit pet? Today is a bright, mirror-like moon. This is a good time to have fun. In a tavern, the madam has to stay to clean up the mess. Thank goodness no one died. After seeing Ning Yiwan appear, she immediately rushed over and said, Thank goodness the celestial master is here. Otherwise, another wave of trouble, and I would have had to pack up and leave. She looked at the prince on the ground and exclaimed, So much blood, and still not dead. Unbelievable. At this moment, the madam is frantically calling for the celestial master. Just then, Xia Qingyang also returned. Ning Shiji, I've taken care of everything. He slowly explained everything to her to reassure her. Madam, I have subdued that evil spirit. Nothing will happen from now on. I asked the people downstairs to pick up Liang Greer. She's not injured. And so, the madam hugged his leg and screamed, Thank you, Celestial Master. After that, she got to the main issue that everyone cared about. I have prepared the reward. I'll have someone get it now. Ning Yiwan didn't understand why he did that, so she asked, Subdued? He just nodded, admitting everything. Seeing this, she scolded him. You're still too soft-hearted. However, Xia Qingyang felt sorry for Ding Min and said, Shiji, her hands were indeed stained with blood, but it was also because that scholar betrayed her first. The men who come to this brothel are not good people anyway. Ning Yiwan insisted on her decision, saying, An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If the scholar betrayed her, she should go settle accounts with him. Even if these men have committed heinous crimes, it's not her place to judge. Her expression suddenly darkened. She asked, How did you handle it? Hearing the question, Xia Qingyang held out his trophy for her to see. I have taken her as my spirit pet.
He didn't forget to look at it proudly and said, using her whole life to atone for the sins she committed.
Ning Yiwan didn't know what to say when she heard him say that.
She turned around and instructed him. If you've completed the task, immediately return to the Canine Demon realm to receive your merit points. Xia Qingyang could only silently watch Ning Yiwan's back at this time.
Seeing that she didn't say anything about his identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Shiji didn't say anything. Li and Xin had to leave early the next day, so she came to say goodbye to them.
My parents already know my whereabouts. I can only go back first. See you again if fate allows.
Her family said goodbye to them with tears and left. Ning Yiwan and Xia Qingyang also politely replied, see you again if fate allows. After that, the two of them watched Lian Xin and her little pet leave.
Ning Yiwan saw that the task here was completed, so she said, let's go, I've sent the message. The task is completed. Return to the sect. Must return to the Canine Demon realm by tonight. Xia Qingyang heard this and replied wearily, yes, Shiji. Still treating me more coldly than before. Is it because of Ding Nin's matter? Never mind. After I complete the 4 missions, I have to leave the Canine Demon realm anyway. I wanted to avoid her being cold to me anyway. The next day, everyone in the sect started a new busy day. As soon as he got back, he was pestered by Zheng Qingqing, interrogating him like a paparazzi. I heard from other disciples that you and Yue Huajun came back together. Xia Qingyang had to praise her. Zheng Xiji, your news is quite sensitive. Hearing this, Qingqing became even more proud and replied, I'm the editor-in-chief of different records. She even tried to pry out information. Tell me some news, I guarantee I won't write nonsense. She even used the mind control ultimate to ask, actually I'm not like other people, I feel that Xin Tong is not worthy of Yue Huajun, and according to my observation, Yue Huajun doesn't mean anything to him. You still have a chance.
But this trick is really useless to him, you said it last time. Seeing this, Qingqing began to pretend to be ignorant. Really? She also said with a proud and complacent look, my eyes are very sharp. If they really have something, I would have seen it a long time ago, okay? Seeing this, Xia Qingyang had to say, Zheng Shiji, Yue Huajun is just finishing her mission and came to help me, by the way. After that, he suddenly remembered. I remember in the game, because the NPC kept pestering Ning Yiwan, she finally chose to be with Qin Shen, right?
Xia Qingyang thought for a while and concluded. Could it be that Ning Yuan's emotional direction is related to the NPC's pursuit? Did the NPC push Ning Yiwan to Qin Shen's side? How annoying. It's all because I skipped the game plot. I can't remember the specific details about Ning Yiwan at all. They walked for a while and finally arrived at his room. I'm here. Qingqing didn't forget to remind him. If you remember anything, come and tell me. Xia Qingyang obediently replied, okay. After she left, he could finally sigh in relief. Finally, I can have some peace and quiet. Xia Qingyang quickly opened the door and stepped into the room. He found his comfy bed and exclaimed, I'm so freaking tired. Xia Qingyang quickly flopped onto the mattress as usual, but as soon as he landed, he realized there was someone underneath him. Xia Qingyang quickly stood up, ready to attack. Who is it? But he only managed to utter the first syllable before freezing in surprise. Liu Xin, in a seductive outfit, looked at him and said, Junior brother Xia, you're finally back. Qingyang was seeing this for the first time, so his face turned red as he said, Senior sister Liu, why are you in my bed? Liu Xin pretended again and said, I was waiting for you for so long I got sleepy and dozed off. Junior brother Xia, was your trip smooth? Xia Qingyang wasn't even remotely seduced. He was as hard as a rock, saying, Senior sister Liu, please get off the bed and leave my dorm. People will misunderstand if they see this later. But in his heart he knew very well what these people's schemes were. Qintong's lapdogs are so persistent, using the same old seduction tricks on me over and over, and they still won't give up. Do they have to suck my essence dry before they stop? Suddenly, Liu Xin reached out and cooed, Junior brother. She snuggled into his arms and whined, Why are you being so fierce with me? Is there something I'm doing wrong? Xia Qingyang could only stare at her melons, listening to her say, I'll change? Is that still not good enough? But he quickly escaped this demoness. He shoved her away, causing her to cry out in pain. Junior brother Xia Qingyang is really pissed now. Senior sister Liu, I really don't want to waste my time with you, he warned with a dark face. I'm telling you, I know exactly what you're trying to do. Liu Xin, caught red-handed, stammered, You know what? Does he know already? Qingyang fell silent after hearing her question. He pondered for a moment, then decided on his next plan. Xia Qingyang suddenly became cheerful, saying, Senior sister Liu, don't be afraid. Of course. I know you like me. It's just not the right time yet. He tried to restrain himself and thought, does she think I'll talk about her collusion with Qin Shen? Would I tell her that Qin Shen is trading with demons? I just want to scare her. Liu Xin sighed in relief, saying, Junior brother Xia, you're so annoying, you scared me to death. I thought this little punk knew everything. Then, without any pity, he reminded her, I'm really tired, I need to sleep. Let's talk next time, Liu Xin begged.
Junior brother Xia, I'm not even dressed yet. But he ignored her and kicked this succubus out of the room. Junior brother, Liu Xin, called out from outside, her face filled with anger. After Xia Qingyang chased away this demon, he finally noticed, I've rejected Liu Xin several times, but she's still so persistent. It seems like unless they get my essence, she and Xin Shen won't stop. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang felt something. Xin Shen, is it you who has ulterior motives against me? Don't blame me for stealing all your opportunities. That night was a clear, moonlit night. At Junyan Peak, Qingyang secretly went to Junyan Peak. I don't remember exactly where the cave from the game was. In the game, Xin Shen and the demons traded in a cave somewhere in Junyan Peak. He looked around a tree and concluded, but it definitely wouldn't be in this heavily trafficked forest area. Xin Shen, that bastard, hides things very well. He looks so honest on the surface. Xia Qingyang recalled Xin Shen's appearance and said, actually, in the game, he'd been colluding with the demon race for a long time, hogging all sorts of opportunities. If it weren't for those opportunities, how could he have become the top disciple of Liu Xuan Peak? He got more and more annoyed as he thought, I didn't think it through when playing the game. Now it looks like the main character's halo is all just buggy trash. The designers are total noobs, just trying to milk us dry, speechless. Especially letting Liu Xin suck me dry, pumping my essence into that so-called male lead of the side quest. Suddenly, Ding Min appeared in her transformed form in front of him, calling out, young master. She warned Xia Qingyang of one thing. There's a very faint, demonic aura. As soon as Xia Qingyang heard this, he asked her, can you find it? Ding Min immediately replied, our Fox clan's senses are stronger than other demon clans when it comes to demonic aura. We can find it. Xia Qingyang knew good fortune was coming, so he said, lead the way. Ding Min complied with his wishes, using a wisp of smoke to dissipate her true form. She used that wisp of smoke to surround him and said, let's go. Xia Qingyang used his inner force to fly, following the wisp of smoke that Ding Min directed. As he went, he observed and discovered the light ripple soaring technique that Shiji taught me. After understanding the principle, learning one thing and understanding three, I can use leaves as the surface of the water as a foothold. It's so convenient. Xia Qingyang followed Ding Min, feeling impressed in his heart. If I could learn the floating cloud drifting, maybe I wouldn't need a foothold to move. The name sounds like riding the clouds and treading the wind. After they arrived, Ding Min reminded him, young master. Behind the waterfall ahead, the two of them stopped in front of a waterfall. He landed safely and then said, so it's a cave behind the waterfall, truly a hidden place that's not easy to discover. Ding Min transformed back into human form, came closer to him and replied, young master, find a place to hide. Let me go in and take a look first. If someone appears, they won't be able to detect my aura. Xia Qingyang heard this and instructed her. Then you must be careful, Ding Min loyally exclaimed. For young master, I wouldn't regret being torn to pieces. Then she transformed back into a wisp of smoke and flew inside the waterfall. Xia Qingyang stood behind and observed, discovering that there was indeed a cave behind the waterfall, but the demonic aura within it was very weak. At this time, Ding Min slowly went inside to investigate. It seems like only remnants are left. Xia Qingyang observed from outside. First check if there's anything special left in the cave, like utensils for eating, clothes, or something. Ding Min used telepathy and immediately followed his instructions when she heard him say this. Yes, she went deeper inside and discovered a small cave. This is probably the place where Xin Shen traded with the demon race, but no one is here today. Suddenly what was in front of her surprised her. Xia Qingyang, who was outside, asked, what's wrong, Ding Min? After going deep into the cave, Ding Min picked something up and said, young master, I found it. She pulled out a box, saying, some things that the demon race left here. Ding Min used telepathy to tell Xia Qingyang outside, I'll bring it out to you now. Hearing this, he agreed with her. Okay? Then, Ding Min transformed and flew out again, not forgetting to bring the box with her. The two of them brought it back to the room to observe it carefully. They stared at the exquisitely inlaid box and pondered, but probably because they were afraid there was a bomb inside, Xia Qingyang carefully thought about it. How about we open it and take a look? Then, he decided to risk it all and pressed the button on the box. A beam of purple light emitted, causing him to exclaim, this is... Ding Min was also surprised and said, what is it? Then she suddenly became happy, threw herself into his arms, and said, this is the Demon Lord's treasure. Xia Qingyang was stunned when he heard this sentence. What? Ding Min then told him. Imperishable radiance, Xia Qingyang repeated as soon as he heard this. Imperishable radiance? Why does it sound so familiar? Ding Min also honestly told him, I'm too familiar with this aura. She recalled an old story. When I was little, the demonic venerable and the demon king once clashed. Back then, the demonic venerable unleashed the power of this immortal radiance, almost completely fending off a blow from the demon king. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon such a treasure in a tiny cave in the Kangxiong primeval world now? Then, she didn't forget to congratulate him. Congrats, young master. This must be your destined opportunity. Xia Qingyang, coming back to his senses, said. So, a magic artifact that can almost 100% defend, it must have some usage restrictions, right? But his curiosity was piqued, and he rummaged through the box for a bit. Xia Qingyang, clueless as a newborn chick, asked, how do I even use this thing? Do I gotta chant some incantation or something? Even Ding Min didn't know. I don't know, I can only tell you what kind of spiritual artifact this is. Seeing her like a walking encyclopedia, Xia Qingyang asked, how do you know all this stuff? Hearing him, Ding Min reminded him, did you forget I run a shop in the Demon Realm market? I've seen countless spirit herbs and magic artifacts. She then added another specific reason. What's more, our Fox Demon clan in the Demon Realm was once a prominent clan. We've witnessed our fair share of major events. Seeing her confidence, Xia Qingyang replied, okay, I believe you. Anyway, we found it, so it's ours. An extra treasure isn't a bad thing. Right? I'll try to check some ancient texts lately to figure out how to use this thing. Then, he thought of something else and said, such an important item, why would the demonic venerable just forget it there? Ding Min also pondered thoughtfully, then said, I don't know either. After I entered, besides finding this box, she continued, recounting what else she found in the cave. There was also a pile of ash, no idea what it was. Hearing her, Xia Qingyang pondered, a pile of ash. Knowing his confusion, Ding Min said, actually, I once heard that the demonic venerable was ambushed by immortal realm cultivators and severely injured. She suddenly proposed a theory that made him think. What if he's dead? Is that ash his remains? The two of them discussed in their room, talking smack about the demonic venerable behind his back. Xia Qingyang observed the box for a moment, then said, at this point, the demonic venerable probably isn't dead yet. I mean, there are still a lot of side quests related to him in the later parts of the game. Ding Min saw him acting weird, came closer and asked, young master, what are you mumbling about? He quickly put on an act and replied, nothing. Today's incident made him even more determined to keep a closer eye on Xin Shen recently, ideally catching him red-handed and finding out what exactly he and the demonic venerable are plotting. Someone who will eventually fall to the demonic path definitely has an unstable Dabio heart. Since I've intervened, some things have changed course, so I still don't know what he'll do. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Ding Min got the hint and quickly transformed. She turned into a bracelet on his wrist, disappearing from sight. Only after ensuring everything was in order did Xia Qingyang go to open the door. He saw the Bayo bird in front of him nibbling on a letter. Xia Qingyang opened it to find it was an invitation from senior sister Ning. The letter clearly stated, come now to the Cloud Mist Forest at Liuquan Tongyue. After he finished reading the letter, it automatically activated its self-destruct mode. Just like some social media platforms, Xia Qingyang, knowing the message, immediately headed out. Let's go! He quickly made his way to the edge of the forest. The Cloud Mist Forest was located on the mountainside of Liuquan Peak. The path was arduous, so few people frequented it. Xia Qingyang didn't want to keep her waiting, so he practically galloped over. Senior sister Ning Yiwan, who had been waiting for who knows how long, saw him arrive and said, you're here. Then, she revealed the name of today's lesson. Today, I'll teach you the floating cloud drifting technique. Xia Qingyang thought it was a bit fast, so he asked, already passing on the second stance to me so quickly. At this moment she finally revealed the truth. Tomorrow, I have to go down the mountain for a mission. It'll be at least half a month, possibly over a month. Xia Qingyang habitually asked, a half-month mission? Are you going to exterminate demons? Ning Yiwan didn't understand why he was so interested. Are you that interested in my mission? Xia Qingyang then replied to her, with my current level, the best I can do is take Earth-level missions. By the time I reach the 5th element realm, senior sister will probably have entered the immortal realm. Suddenly, she became sulky, secretly scolding in her heart. Easy for you to say. He looked at her expression and sighed. Why do I feel like senior sister Ning is a bit disappointed? Does she want me to go with her? Ning Yiwan returned to her main point. Today, like before, I'll demonstrate once, and you can comprehend it yourself. Later, I have to say goodbye to master. I don't have time to teach you. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang immediately became serious. Yes, she demonstrated each step while teaching. Floating cloud drifting doesn't just rely on physical strength. It's about borrowing force from the chi flow in the heavens and earth. You must sense the movement of the air, find those load-bearing currents, like playing a zither, borrowing force to unleash force, so that you become one with heaven and earth. Ning Yiwan glided on the water like a wave. She taught as she moved. Remember, our body isn't forcibly breaking through the air but merging into the air, becoming a floating part of it. She ascended higher, looked down at him below, and said, like floating clouds, unconstrained and unfettered. Ning Yiwan approached him and explained, when your body and mind are united, forgetting your own existence between heaven and earth, You will discover that the air beneath your feet is as solid as the ground, and you will be as light as floating clouds.
She slowly descended, then introduced. This is floating cloud drifting. Ning Yiwan looked at the dazed appearance of her disciple and asked, I just demonstrated and explained it clearly once. Did you memorize it? Xia Qingyang also replied seriously, I probably memorized it.
Ding Min suddenly appeared at this time, and said, Young master, I remember it too. The little girl looked towards Ning Yiwan and thought to herself, Yue Huajun has no obligation to teach the young master these things. Does she have feelings for the young master? But there's no romantic intention in her eyes. Could this be the respect of a genius for another genius?
Suddenly, Ning Yiwan revealed the location of her next mission.
My mission this time is in Chuncheng. She left, leaving Xia Qingyang standing there in a daze. At this time, Ding Min showed herself. And as soon as she appeared, she began to tease. Oh my young master, Ding Min whispered teasingly in his ear. Yue Huajun deliberately told you the location of her next mission.
She didn't forget to subtly imply that she wanted you to go find her.
Wasn't it obvious enough? Xia Qingyang heard this and replied, Well, that's good, because I'm eager to do my second mission anyway. Ding Min didn't expect him to still not understand after she'd said so much, so she scolded, That's not what I meant. But Xia Qingyang laughed and said, I know what you mean, but I only have respect for senior sister right now. After all, she is a heroine. Mocking the NPC in the game, Xia Qingyang said. Then he returned to the main topic.
Tomorrow, I'll go to the treasure pavilion to try my luck, and see if there are any suitable missions.
Senior sister Ning's teaching is meticulous. I still want to learn her swordsmanship. Seeing how greedy he was, Ding Min reminded, Young master, you should still learn the Moonflower Jun's movement technique for the next 2 days. Don't be too greedy. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Xingyang immediately demonstrated. Isn't this simple? I can remember it after one try.
He picked her up while using the floating cloud drifting he had just learned. Ding Min, how am I doing? Seeing this, Ding Min praised in surprise. Heavens, you learned it after just one try. How did you do that? Hearing this, Qingyang started to pun using homophones. How am I doing with you, Gemini? Ding Min didn't understand why he said that, so she looked confused. Knowing she didn't understand, he laughed loudly and said, I'm saying I'm a good man, peerless in the world. You and I, master and servant, are connected heart and soul, bound together for life, so get used to it quickly. Hearing him say this, Ding Min scolded, shameless. After he flew her around in circles, he asked, Give me a score. Seeing this, Ding Min immediately said, 99 points. I'm afraid you'll get arrogant if I give you one more point. The next day, they went to the treasure pavilion again. The owner of the treasure pavilion took out a token and asked, It's indeed a mission in Chuncheng. Will you take it? Xia Qingyang looked at it and started to bargain. Mortal level. Don't you have any earth level missions? The owner looked at him with disbelief and said, You've reached the Foundation Establishment realm, and you're still doing Earth-level missions? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? So Xia Qingyang took this opportunity to bring up the past. Last time, the Hua Shui Lu case was rated at the Earth level, but senior sister Ning said it was much higher than that, yet I only got 2 contribution points. I need to check out the demon market for a magic artifact that can conceal my cultivation level. I don't want to be too flashy and attract attention. Seeing this, the shopkeeper reminded him, Keep your voice down, or someone will hear you. Xia Qingyang immediately realized it really was this old coot who messed up. He started to play mind games with him. This time, give me 4 contribution points for the task, and I won't tell anyone that you mixed up the missions. Otherwise, I'll tell everyone I meet that Elder Zhang of the Resource Management Hall is senile and confused the mission levels, trying to endanger disciples' lives. Suddenly, the old man covered his mouth and said, I'm convinced. I'll give you 1 more contribution point. He pulled him closer and carefully instructed, You know how troublesome my actions are? Not many people are behind me. Seeing this, people couldn't help but gossip. What are they talking about? So secretive. The person next to him immediately replied, What else haggling? Don't you see who that is? It's that little punk who challenged Yue Huajun, always making a fool of Liu Xuanfeng. No wonder. After some discussion, he agreed with the old man. It's troublesome, but there's still room to maneuver. Let's go with that. Hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and left. I don't know who stuck that case here, or how it ended up here. Why am I so unlucky? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang happily said, Then please trouble the manager to post this task card for me. The old man knew he must have stepped out with his left foot first today to encounter such a nemesis, and said one sentence, All right. After he finished dealing with the old man, Xia Qingyang just stepped out when he met some girls who were saying to each other, Hurry, senior brother Qin is up ahead. One of the remaining girls, upon hearing that, said, Even if you run faster, senior brother Qin won't take notice of us. His heart is set on senior sister Ning. The entire sect knows. Xia Qingyang, upon hearing someone mention this person, turned gloomy. Qin Shen, He also followed those two out to see. What good timing. These past few days he was just about to observe the male lead of this side plot. He wanted to join in on the fun too. But the scene before him caused him to pause.
Wait, Xingyang stood still and thought for a moment. That bastard Qin Shen knows that my blood essence has great effects on cultivation. Could it be that the Demon Lord told him? Then hasn't the Demon Lord been keeping tabs on me for a long time? Suddenly, something made him vigilant. But the Demon Lord doesn't seem to know my true identity, or else I would have been dragged out by the Kangqiang Yuanji as a spy of the demon race and executed long ago. However, the more he thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. Then it seems they don't have useful information. The Demon Lord seems to only be able to point to that cave. One step late, I don't know where he's escaped to. At this time, the area over there was tightly surrounded by people, who were constantly cheering. It really is Senior Brother Qin. I heard he only took 3 days to complete the heaven-level task. So cool, my drool is about to fall on me.
Xia Qingyang sighed as he looked at their appearances.
Indeed. They're so into guys. It's just that right now, he's with Senior Sister Ning, where the flower has intentions, but the water is heartless.
Suddenly, a familiar figure caused him to recognize. Senior Sister Ning is also there, so she hasn't set off yet. Xia Qingyang looked at the expressions of the two of them, thinking, Senior Sister Ning is truly cold. I admire her. To still be able to force out a smile when faced with that icy face, Qin Shen is indeed a future demon clan master, the #1 playboy of the Kangqiang Yuanji.
Just then, the gossip-loving Ding Min appeared. Young master, do you need me to go and scout things out?
Seeing her being so nosy, Xia Qingyang asked, There are so many cultivators here, aren't you afraid of being exposed? At this time, Ding Min reminded him, Young master has the Scarlet Lock demon suppression, which suppresses demonic energy. It will also suppress my demonic energy. She even specially instructed further. Moreover, I am your spirit pet now, unless I actively reveal myself. Otherwise, only great powers at the 7th realm or above can sense my existence. As far as I know, characters of that level in the Kangqiang Yuanji are only the sect masters and headmasters. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was relieved, using voice transmission to her. Then pay attention to the situation, and return immediately if there are problems. Ding Min quickly concealed her form and flew away. After she flew behind Qin Shen, she heard him say, Ning Shimei. Qin Shen wore a face that was as beautiful as the moon and flowers and said, This mission will still have to trouble you to take care of a lot.
Ning Yiwan remained cold and aloof as she replied to him. Qin Shixiang is truly hardworking. He just finished a heaven-level mission and immediately took on another one. Are you sure you need me to take care of it?
Perhaps Qin Shen didn't understand her, so he replied, Anyway, I want to break through to the 4th realm, Golden Core, as soon as possible, so I accepted a few more missions. Ding Min quickly recognized the deeper meaning in Ning Yiwan's words. Putting on an act seriously doesn't hear that the girl doesn't want to pay attention to you. Ning Yiwan, seeing that it had no effect, had no choice but to say something more profound. I hope Qin Shixiang can survive in this mission and not die outside.
Yet this guy brainlessly made up his own explanation. Thank you for your concern, Shimei. With Yan Yang Feng and Liu Xuanfeng joining forces, we will definitely be safe.
I didn't expect that Ning Shimei, who is usually cold and stingy with words, would remind me to pay attention to safety. As long as I get first place in the competition in half a year, she will definitely look at me differently. Ding Min, after finishing the gossip, ran back immediately to report the news to him. That Qin Shen is out of luck. Hurry back and tell the young master. She brought back the hot, fresh news and told him everything. Young master, this time Ning Gunyang is teaming up with Qin Shen, but Ning Gunyang doesn't seem to like this person very much, and also that Qin doesn't understand the meaning of people, feels not very smart. Xia Qingyang, upon hearing this, felt confused and said, Then what exactly did the NPCs do to Ning Yiwan in the game to force her towards Qin Shen? One fool is worse than another.
Ding Min, seeing him silent, asked, Young master, when are we setting off?
Xia Qingyang then perked up and replied,
This time, we also have a new teammate. We'll meet at the foot of the mountain later. But before that, I still have to prepare a few things. After walking for a while, they arrived at a bustling street, the department store street of the Kangqiang Yuanji.
Xia Qingyang
aimed for a store, and then said, Small Yiwu commodity market, I'm here. Then he went shopping. Massive discounts here. Felt like hitting the jackpot, snagging all the discounted and expired goodies. So many human world treasures.
Xu Qingyang happily skipped along, hauling his loot. Wonder how much good stuff I can trade for at the Demon Realm market.
Then he arrived at the bank of a certain river, where a woman was already waiting. Xia Qingyang approached and called out, Fellow disciple Li Jinchan. Hearing him say, I'm here, she immediately turned to look.
Xu Qingyang lugged a sack, dragging it across the ground as he approached.
Upon seeing her, he began to introduce himself. My name is Xia Qingyang, of Liu Xuan Peak, also a foundation establishment water spiritual root. But this Li Jinchan was incredibly outgoing. She gave a bright smile and replied, I'm Li Jinchan, I know you.
She even showed off the fanfic she had found. I've read your and senior sister Ning's What If story on Curious Tales. and I'm following for updates." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang immediately realized who the culprit was. It must be Zhang Qingqing writing nonsense. She even showed it to him, vividly written and full of color. Xia Qingyang looked at the scene in the drawing and thought, "Moreover, senior sister Ning seems extremely satisfied with me."
He looked on with amusement, but still said, "Senior sister Ning and I are just ordinary fellow disciples."
Qin Chan laughed and said, "Actually, I ship you two like crazy. Plus, I'm really looking forward to the day the top disciple of Kangqiang origin realm gets taken down a peg." Xia Qingyang looked at her demeanor, instantly realizing, "You really don't mind stirring the pot, huh?"
He didn't want to continue this topic, so he changed the subject. "Fellow disciples, let's set off."
Seeing this, Li Jinchan became extremely excited and said, "Let's go."
They traveled for 2 days and finally arrived. They stopped in front of a mansion where a funeral was being held.
Li Jinchan walked along, telling him everything. Of all the king's family, there were 35 people, but now only 20-ish are left. So tragic. The Dragon Scale Guard is super busy lately and doesn't have time to deal with cases like this. She led him to the front of the mansion and continued. "So they passed this case on to us immortal sect disciples to practice." As soon as Xia Qingyang heard her say that, he asked, "Why is the Dragon Scale Guard so busy all of a sudden? Last time with my mission, the Dragon Scale Guard only glanced at it and recorded the case." Li Jinchan then revealed a reason that stunned him. "It's said that the Demon Lord is dead, and the demon race is in chaos, causing trouble everywhere." Hearing her say this, Xia Qingyang was startled and asked, "Dead? Where did you get that news?" Li Jinchan also honestly told him, "I heard it from my senior brothers and sisters, who knows where it came from, but where there's smoke there's fire, right? Senior sister Ning and senior brother Qin's mission this time is to kill demon race members." She led him to the front of the mansion, knocked on the door and said, "Under the Meridian Condensation Realm, it's still good to do some shady missions like this. Demon race stuff is still too far away for us." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang became even gloomier. Could that pile of ashes really be the remains left after the Demon Lord died? Then who is Xin Shen trading with now? Where did he get the opportunity from? This has gone beyond my understanding. Seeing him standing there blankly, Jin Chun said, "Fellow disciple Xia, what are you spacing out for?" Qingyang regained his senses and replied,
"Okay." As soon as they opened the door, a cold gust of wind blew out. Li Jinchan immediately shivered from the cold wind, exclaiming, "Cold." Just then, an old man came out. He stopped in front of them and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Seeing this, Xia Qingyang began to respectfully say, "We are disciples of Kangqiang origin realm, specially here to solve the matter of demons running amok." The old man's attitude did a complete 180, saying, "Your celestial masters, please, honored guests, come inside." Only then did Li Jinchan notice his huge bundle and ask, "So, Xia fellow disciple, what's in your bag? It's not all food, is it?" Xia Qingyang, knowing what she was wondering, replied, "It's just some magical artifacts I bought on 100 Flower Street, in case they come in handy." Hearing this, Li Jinchan complimented him, "You're so meticulous." Hearing that, he had no choice but to say, "Gotta make sure there are no slip-ups." At this point, they noticed the complexions of the servant girls around them. The old man led them to a study and said, "Please, the 2 celestial masters, rest in this room for a moment. I'll go invite the master to come." Xia Qingyang also noticed his demeanor. After entering, Li Jinchan finally voiced her thoughts. "The family servant girls we saw on the way, their faces were all dark." She seriously told him, "If we don't deal with this, I think a lot more people are going to die." Hearing that, Xia Qingyang truthfully said, "On the way here I looked at the information the logistics elders gave us. It said the owners of this house are the old madam and a pair of young people. The madam hasn't been able to get out of bed for half a year, the daughter has been showing her face even less this past month, and the young son recently died young." He looked at the atmosphere around their house and sighed. What kind of demons and ghosts did this family provoke? Seeing that, Li Jinchan immediately pulled out a compass and tested. "Let me see where the demonic energy is the strongest." The compass then began to work its magic. After spinning around and around, it stopped in one direction. Xia Qingyang didn't expect it to point right at him. Li Jinchan asked tentatively, "Xia fellow disciple?" Looking like that, he felt extremely guilty, only knowing to say, "It's not me, right? I'm wearing a demon sealing chain on me." Hearing her say that, Xia Qingyang froze up completely. He had to try his best to remain calm as possible to say, "Lie fellow disciple, is your compass broken?" Meanwhile, in his heart he was screaming like crazy, "Ding Min, I'm about to kick the bucket." Even Ding Min helplessly said, "I'm kicking the bucket with you, master. Dying as your fox is still dying as your fox." Unexpectedly, Li Jinchan was so easily swayed she actually admitted, "Cheap stuff isn't good stuff. Maybe a tap will fix it." She tapped it while saying, "Sorry, I bought it secondhand because it was cheap." Just then, the door in front of them opened, revealing a figure. It turned out to be Wang Old Master. He came to meet them and said, "Sorry for making the celestial masters wait. I was giving my wife her medicine, so I was delayed." She just went to sleep. Seeing this old man arrive, the two of them just blankly stared at each other. Suddenly, Li Jinchan noticed that the compass was pointing at him. Xia Qingyang understood her meaning, but he denied it. Just how cheap was it? This Wang old master barely has any human energy left, let alone demonic energy. Seeing that, Li Jinchan had no choice but to say to him, "No worries." Wang old master looked at them and recounted everything. "I'm sure the two of you already know the situation." He recalled the past and said, "The Wang family has always liked doing good deeds. I really don't know which immortals we offended to have to harm our Wang family like this." After hearing him speak, Xia Qingyang asked, "Wang old master, if your wife is already asleep, how about you take us to visit Miss Fang instead?" But he let out a long sigh, showing his helplessness. Xia Qingyang quickly caught on to this expression of his, so he asked, "Not convenient?" He also gritted his teeth and told him, "It's really not convenient. My daughter's really difficult to meet with others. I'm even ashamed to say it, but—" Li Jinchan was still being stubborn, saying, "No matter what, you should still take us to meet her for a bit. What's with the being embarrassed or not? At a time like this, we cultivators only care about exorcising demons and defending the Tao. We don't want to manage or see anything else." Saying that, he still led them along. "All right, follow me then." Then he led them to a peach blossom forest in full bloom. Wang Laoye went inside with them, saying, "Please, this way. After my daughter fell ill, she's always been in this courtyard." Xia Qingyang noticed something strange, calling out, "Fellow Taoist Li, peach blossoms don't bloom everywhere this season. It just feels weird." Li Jinchan quickly caught on to this point. "That's right, there's something fishy going on." While they were walking, a melodious voice rang out, "Peach blossoms flutter in the spring breeze, lonely by the river, missing my love. Fair face like the moon in the water, hazy dreams, ask the Yangtze River." As they got closer, the voice became clearer. "My love has gone 30,000 miles away, braving sun and dew to find a sprig of flowers. Peach blossoms smile, reflecting my love's image. Confused footprints spread fragrance." Inside the room, a young woman was standing and singing tirelessly, "Wu mountain rain clouds are like illusions, as if trying to block the moonlight. My love and I are like poetry amidst the clouds, like painting, like a marriage vow." She sang the song with a passionate expression. "Peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. My love and I in the form of Wu mountain clouds. Rain, love is hard to break. Love is as deep as the rising tide." Wang Laoye immediately approached and asked the maids, "Kui Xiang, Zhao Zhao, is the young lady having another episode?" The two of them immediately responded in fear. "Laoye, it seems the young lady has been singing all day," the maidservant said to her master while crying. "It's really scary, Laoye." We servants, Wang Laoye, had no choice but to say after hearing that, "I understand you all. Go to the front yard to help." The two maidservants were overjoyed when they heard this and thanked him. Thank you, Laoye." Afterwards he turned around and said politely to the two, "Heavenly Master Li, Heavenly Master Xia, my daughter has been crazy like this for a long time. The scene in the room is even harder to look at." Li Jinchan then made a suggestion, "I'm also a woman, why don't I go in alone to check on Wang Xiaoji's condition?" Wang Laoye felt that it was reasonable, so he said, "That would be best. Thank you for your understanding, Heavenly Master." Xia Qingyang knew she was going in, so he reminded her. "Fellow Taoist Li, be careful," Li Jinchan said as she walked in. "Fellow Taoist Xia, please watch around outside, I'll be right in." Xia Qingyang immediately agreed with her. "Okay." Li Jinchan quickly closed the door. After entering, she walked closer, checking on Wang Xiaoji's condition, asking, "Wang Xiaoji, are you alright? I'm here to help you." Wang Xiaoji reached out to her again. Then she started another dance. Her graceful appearance looked extremely charming, making anyone who looked at her fascinated. Li Jinchan whispered as she watched, "Wang Zhuner, it's impossible to judge whether it's us or what now." Afterwards, she had to pat Wang Xiaoji on the shoulder to call out, "Aren't you tired from singing for so long? Would you like to drink some water?" Suddenly, Wang Zhuner's eyes turned red and approached her. A strange aura emanated from her eyes. Immediately, Li Jinchan's entire body was as if someone was controlling her. She quickly realized what was happening to her. What's going on? Li Jinchan suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Her legs suddenly went limp, and Wang Xunye was approaching her at this time. She made Li Jinchan exclaim in fear, "Wang Xiaoji, calm down." But Wang Xiaoji didn't seem to recognize her and was still approaching. "Wang Xiaoji." This made Jinchan shout loudly, "I'm here to help you, don't get excited." But at this moment, Wang Xiaoji suddenly stood in front of her. "Oh no, why can't my body move like this? What do you want to do to me?" Li Jinchan trembled and wondered, "What does she want to do to me?" She saw Wang Xiaoji's hand approaching, so she tried to shout, "Wang Xiaoji, stop it, you're possessed. Absolutely don't give in." Suddenly, that hand reached out and grabbed her collar. Li Jinchan was really scared when she saw this. "Oh no, I can't make a sound." Seeing this, she quickly used telepathic communication to ask for help. "Xia Qingyang,
Help me. Is my innocence going to be lost in the hands of a woman? Meanwhile, outside, Xia Qingyang was admiring the scenery. He stared at it for a moment before noticing something off.
Are the petals of peach blossoms really this bright red? Then, he looked around and the scene felt familiar. Why does this place feel like somewhere I flew past in a game before?
Suddenly, he heard Lin Jinchan's cry for help. Xia Qingyang, help me. Ding Min immediately reminded him. Young master, something happened to Miss Lin. Xia Qingyang didn't hesitate and rushed off. My fellow disciple is in trouble.
He immediately dashed inside to the rescue.
Xia Qingyang didn't bother to assess the situation and shouted, "Stop." But the scene before him made him pause and blurt out, "Continue." He looked at the situation before him. This doesn't look good. Seeing this, he had no choice but to quickly shout, "Ding Min, I need your help."
Ding Min obeyed and transformed into her human form, flying off. Yes, young master. She used her magic to attack. A stream of magical energy quickly pierced through Wang Xiaoshu's body.
Xia Qingyang, seeing that the situation was handled, approached and called out, "Fellow disciple Li Sai, let me help you up."
But the strange thing was, he couldn't lift her. She's too heavy. What's going on? Meanwhile, Li Jinchan cried silently in her heart. I've been completely exposed after all. My life is so miserable.
Seeing this, Ding Min had no choice but to release her pressure points.
At this moment, Li Jinchan's body returned to normal. Thank you, miss.
Hearing this, Ding Min explained to everyone, Miss Lai was hit by an illusion technique and is currently as stiff as a drunkard, which is why she feels heavier. Just use a little force and it'll be fine. She then turned to tease Xia Qingyang. Young master, how slow can you be to not notice? Seeing their intimate interaction, Li Jinchan immediately realized. Could she be his spirit pet? Her aura is distant, but why was she subdued by fellow disciple Xia? Xia Qingyang didn't understand why he was being talked about like this. Ding Min, knowing that her master was clueless, said, Her clothes have all been stripped off, and you've seen everything. Xia Qingyang was embarrassed and said, Wasn't I just anxious? Li Jinchan then recounted everything. I must have been hit by Wang Xiaoshu's illusion technique, and now my body is completely unable to move. Thank you both, you scared me to death just now. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang enthusiastically started wrapping her up, saying, It's okay, leave it to me. He carried her over his shoulder and comforted her. I'll carry you to the lounge chair first and have Ding Min help you get dressed. Seeing this, Li Jinchan had no choice but to thank him for his kindness. Thank you, fellow disciple Xia. After everything was settled, he slowly stepped into Wang Xiaoshu's room.
Wang Xiaoshu was now lying quietly on the bed. Wang Laoye came out of his daughter's room and said, Our family is unfortunate. I hope my daughter didn't hurt you. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang reported the situation to him. No, she's fine. Wang Laoye said helplessly, Please don't laugh at us, Heavenly Master. I still hope you can put in a good word for my daughter in front of Heavenly Master Li.
Xia Qingyang knew what he was worried about, so he said, Wang Laoye, don't take it to heart. Finding the key to eliminating demons and defending the Dao Yao is what's important. Suddenly, his expression turned grim. According to the situation, Wang Xiaoshu is probably soul-snatched, and the culprit is related to lewd practices. Wang Laoye became even more anxious when he heard him mention that word, lewd practices. Our family has been clean for generations. We wouldn't commit such a sin. Just then, Ding Min transformed into Xin and flew over, saying, It's not probably, it's definitely, I just checked the house. And there's an evil aura floating around, sometimes hidden, sometimes visible. She appeared before them and said her discovery. But I didn't discover where exactly the evil energy is coming from. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang fell into contemplation again. He suddenly proposed a hypothesis.
Could it be that there are too many mirrors?
A memory flashed through his mind. Before, in the game, there was a mission in this Chuncheng area. No wonder the map here feels so familiar. I vaguely remember that plot. He recalled the events that occurred in that mission. A mirror demon appeared, ruthlessly slaughtering living beings. It was extremely brutal.
This demon likes peach blossoms, elegant objects, and women. Originally, this was a puzzle game. The first step was to smash the mirrors in the house, forcing the mirror demon to retreat to one mirror. But in the end, Ning Yiwan stole the show. Ning Yiwan ended up cleaning up the mess. What a coincidence.
He thought so, but then remembered something. But Qin Shen also went with Ning Yiwan on that mission. This time, he can observe her closely.
Suddenly, Xia Qingyang turned to ask Ding Min. Right, Ding Min, when you were patrolling the residence, did you notice a lot of mirrors?
Ding Min immediately replied, Indeed. Hearing this, Wang Laoye asked, Is it related to mirrors? My wife has been asking people to buy all kinds of mirrors. Hearing this, the two of them immediately realized the key issue. The clue has arrived. Xia Qingyang quickly searched for clues in his words. When did your wife start buying mirrors? On the other side, Ning Yiwan was rampaging around, slaughtering everywhere. Her expression looked extremely serious. A series of zombie puppets fell under her hands. After finishing dealing with them, Ning Yiwan turned and said, Senior Brother Qin, the mission at this base point is complete.
Hearing this, Shen replied with a smile. You truly live up to your name as Moonlight Sovereign. The battle ended before you even made a move. He even said sentimentally. Then let's continue to the next place.
However, Ning Yiwan showed indifference and said, you go first, there's a case in Chuncheng. I'll go see if my junior brothers and sisters need any help, and then I'll go to the next place.
Unexpectedly, Qin Shen acted like a tail following her. If that's the case, I'll go with you. Hearing him say this, Ning Yiwan casually said, Senior Brother Qin, as you wish. Then they set off. Let's go then. Meanwhile, in Chuncheng, Xia Qingyang was extremely busy. He walked while thinking about the case that had just happened with the mirror demon. Now they probably know that Li Jinshan and I are cultivators who have come to handle the case. He felt that something was not right. But I'm not afraid. Also, investigate Li Jinshan. He has harmed many people, and his cultivation has greatly improved. Dingmin knew he was reasoning and helped out. Isn't he afraid of us smashing all the mirrors so that he has nowhere to hide?
Suddenly, he laughed loudly, happily saying, evil demons are indeed not as cunning as humans, like you, little girl. Hearing this, Dingmin said resentfully, Gongzi, I'm angry.
He had just been joking like that. But suddenly his expression became serious. Actually, there's no need to worry too much about this mission. It was very simple when I did it back then. No brains needed.
Xia Qingyang walked to the peach tree and thought, because the puzzle in the game only has 2 stages, smashing the mirrors is the first stage, the second stage. Although I skipped the plot, I know there will be a steamy scene. That is the scene where Ning Yiwan later uses a knife to kill this evil demon.
The more he thought, the more he understood. What role does Wang Furen play in this case? Why did she suddenly buy so many mirrors? Sure enough, I should still go and meet Wang Furen.
Just then, Li Jinshan came to find him after recovering. First, I have removed the curse from my fellow disciples, and I have erased the illusion after Wang Xiaoshu fell asleep.
Suddenly she became embarrassed and said, That, about what happened before, thank you. Xia Qingyang pretended to be a gentleman and said, We are all fellow disciples, there's no need to thank me.
Suddenly, Li Jinshan was concerned about his weapon, saying, That, I feel that you are using pig iron. Normally, this sword is effective against ordinary people, but against demons on the Foundation Establishment stage it will break in one move.
He didn't expect her to know that he was using cheap goods, so he smiled and said, That's right. I didn't have enough spirit stones to exchange for a good sword before, so I'm just using it temporarily. At this moment, Li Jinshan revealed the truth. Although my cultivation isn't high, my Li Jin family is considered a fairly well-known swordsmithing family. Fellow disciple Xia, if you trust me, why not give me this iron sword? Later, I'll return a reforged sword to you.
Xia Qingyang was stunned upon hearing this. Li Jin family. So your surname isn't Li?
As soon as Lin Jinshan heard that, his face turned sad. It's all right. Everyone calls me that anyway.
Regarding the sword, he suddenly became as cheerful as a central air conditioner, saying, I'll definitely be very happy. Thank you, fellow disciple Jin. Dingmin, who was eavesdropping nearby, also wanted to tell him, Young master, shouldn't we say you've encountered great fortune? After they confirmed, Li Jinshan left.
In that case, I'll be going. At this time, Dingmin, seeing him alone, teased, I was wondering why the name Li Jinshan sounded so familiar. Seeing her mention it, he asked, You know her too?
Dingmin began to get a little flirty as she spoke. The Li Jin family of master smiths is famously renowned. Even a Foundation Establishment cultivator can forge a divine-grade weapon. How could the young master not know this? Xia Qingyang was bewildered by what she said. He looked at the way Dingmin was clinging to him and said,
Dingmin, even though we're master and servant, you should still be mindful of propriety. But Dingmin didn't listen, instead getting closer to him, saying, I can't help it. I really like being close to young master's body. I wonder what young master's body is made of.
She casually mentioned the future. Besides, I'm your spirit pet anyway. Eating, sleeping, or even after you marry a wife, I'll be like your shadow. What's there to be embarrassed about? Xia Qingyang, hearing this, thought it made sense, so he said, What you say also has a point. I should get used to it sooner.
Get used to imagining scenes of her suddenly appearing, making him feel uneasy.
Xia Qingyang, hearing her say that, reminded her,
But I'll set 3 rules for you. When I take a bath, you're forbidden from turning into human form. It makes me embarrassed to bathe, isn't that weird? Dingmin even laughed and joked, I can't control myself on this matter. Then she revealed a malicious look, saying, 1 is to erase the contract with me, releasing me to harm the people, and then be killed by your senior sister Ning with a knife. 2 is that you must get used to the companionship of a spirit pet.
Suddenly, Dingmin whispered into Xia Qingyang's ear,
Actually, many cultivators are with their spirit pets. Xia Qingyang, hearing that, blurted out her thoughts. Looks like our spirit pet has been horny for my body for a long time, but Dingmin denied it, shyly. I'm not.
She looked extremely aggrieved, saying, "Young master is bullying me. I'm not joking with you anymore."
Then, Ding Min obediently transformed into a bracelet next to him, wanting to sleep. Finally, the royal residence became quiet again. At this time, Qin Shen and Ning Yiwan had also arrived.
Qin Shen observed the surroundings and voiced his feelings. The aura of demonic entities isn't strong. The disciples of our Azure Sky origin realm can probably handle it ourselves.
Just then, two of their acquaintances came to greet them. Senior brother Qin, senior sister Ning. It really is you two.
They met their acquaintances right in front of the royal residence. Ning and I greeted upon seeing them. Senior sister Ning, conveniently bringing two people along, not wanting to be next to learn, is Zhang Ning, NHI, the granddaughter of Zhang Qinyu. She knew that Ning Yiwan would definitely come here today. The sect master of the Boulder Chamber heard that senior sister Ning had come to Spring City on a mission. After completing her own mission, she hastily followed her here. What a joy! Moreover, senior brother Qin is here too. Ning Yiwan still wore a deadpan face as she casually responded to her. Wang Shui, seeing this, immediately turned to Ning Nhi and acted excitedly. "That's great! This trip down the mountain for the mission was worth it."
Qin Shen, seeing them admire her so much, said, "Junior sister Ning's fans are really numerous. Actually, I'm one of them too. After the matters of Spring City are resolved, I'd like to spar with junior sister." But Ning Yiwan still said heartlessly, "In 5 months, it will be the Azure Sky Grand Meet. At that time, I ask senior brother Qin Shen for guidance."
She approached and knocked on the door of the royal residence. The door was quickly opened by someone inside. The old butler of the royal residence, seeing the people, asked, "Who are you looking for?"
Ning Yiwan told him who she was looking for.
"We are disciples of the Azure Sky origin realm. We heard that the Wang family is in trouble, and passing through the territory of Spring City, we've come specifically to offer assistance." The old butler, seeing this, excitedly said, "Heavenly Masters, please come in quickly. 2 Heavenly Masters just arrived this morning. I'll take you to meet them."
After that, they were led inside the Wang Manor. At this moment, Xia Qingyang was visiting Madame Wang. With Old Master Wang. "Madame Wang, I'm really sorry to bother you so late while you're resting. I'm just here to ask you a few questions to get some information. I'll keep it brief." "Why have you suddenly taken to buying so many mirrors?" Madame Wang coughed a few times and replied, "Is there something wrong with the mirrors?" Xia Qingyang didn't want to blurt it out and stir up trouble, so he said, "I just noticed that there are more mirrors in your house than in ordinary homes. I'm just curious." Seeing this, Madame Wang didn't suspect anything and told the whole truth. "Actually, a deity came to me in a dream and said that putting up many mirrors in the house could bless our family's wealth." Old Master Wang, who was beside her, added, "That's exactly right. Since we bought the mirrors half a year ago, our family has made a lot of money, and quite a few people have died too." Seeing this, Xia Qingyang asked further, "Did you have that dream?" "After going somewhere, madam." Madame Wang honestly told him everything. "That day, I went to pray for a good match for my daughter at the Jade Blossom Temple in the Southern District. It's rumored that the temple is very effective in helping people find love."
Xia Qingyang felt that he had heard enough, so he took his leave. "I understand, Madame Wang. Please get some rest. Old Master Wang doesn't need to see me off. I can go back to my room to rest on my own."
He went outside, closed the door, and thought, "Jade Blossom Temple, I'll have to check it out later."
Just then, the Wang family's old butler came to report to him, "Celestial Master Xia, your fellow disciples are still waiting for you in the main hall." Hearing him say that, Xia Qingyang immediately realized. It seems that Ning Yiwan and Qin Shen have arrived, just like in the game's plot. He quickly went with the butler to the small courtyard.
At this time, Ning Yiwan, unaware of what was happening, was observing inside.
Xia Qingyang called out loudly as soon as he arrived, "Senior sister Ning." Seeing him arrive, Ning Yiwan turned around and asked, "So, you're the one who accepted this mission? Did you find anything?" Xia Qingyang also honestly revealed his findings. "I plan to take a trip to the Jade Blossom Temple in the Southern District now."
Seeing him, Ning Yiwan smiled and said, "I'll go with you."
Qin Shen, on the other hand, put on a mysterious act and said, "I'll stay here." Seeing his attitude, he was quite surprised. Isn't he supposed to cling to Ning Yiwan? Why is he so calm? This guy probably has something else in mind. Afterwards, Xia Qingyang instructed Ding Min to stay behind. "Ding Min, you stay here and monitor Qin Shen. Don't let him discover anything. If anything happens, come find me immediately." Ding Min obediently listened to him.
Understood. Seeing him arrive, Qin Shen quickly wanted to put his plan into action. Liu Xin still doesn't favor this brat, so I can only find an opportunity to act myself. But tonight, I still have to seize the opportunity that the Great One entrusted to me.
Unexpectedly, junior sister Ning just happened to come here. It's best to get rid of her. Xia Qingyang found his cunning appearance unsettling, while Qin Shen looked at him provocatively. Seeing that he still hadn't moved, Ning Yiwan called out, "Xia Qingyang, what are you standing there for? don't you want to go to the Jade Blossom Temple? Hearing her call, he immediately replied,
Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them immediately soared through the air towards the Jade Blossom Temple.
After seeing them leave, Ning Hair came out and asked Qin Shen, Senior Brother Qin, isn't that the useless disciple who's always clinging to Senior Sister Ning in the rumors? Hearing this, Wang Shu also said disdainfully, Senior Sister Ning even called him by name, who else could it be?
Ning Yiwan then put on a disgusted expression and replied, It's clear that Senior Sister Ning and Senior Brother Qin are acting together. Who knew they'd run into such a boring show-off? Seeing this, Wang Shu also echoed her sentiment and bullied Xia Qingyang. This brat Xia Qingyang has been in the Azure Sky realm for so long, and I heard that he's still stuck at the first stage. He basically has no talent for cultivation and only knows how to flirt and pick on girls. Sooner or later he'll be kicked out.
Qin Shen then pretended to be a kind person and said, We're all fellow disciples, watch your words. We'll still see each other in the future. Moreover, the fact that he received this mission proves that he has already broken through the first stage. Didn't you notice his aura just now? Seeing this, Ning Xier asked him, even if he reached the foundation establishment stage, so what, he's still a waste. I'll give you a piece of advice, senior brother. Even if you don't like hearing it, women's ears are very soft. Senior sister Ning really didn't like Xia Qingyang before. Ning Zhe thought of Ning Yiwan's words and said, but this time, she actually called Xia Qingyang by name, which proves that she's become a little closer to him. Seeing this, Xin Shen replied with a gloomy expression. Last time, junior sister Ling helped junior brother Xia. The two of them only got acquainted a little. Afterward, he secretly revealed his possessiveness towards her. Ning Yiwan belongs to Xin Shen. No one can snatch her away. Her spirit exchange body must be mine to use. Ning also revealed a dangerous expression and said, when he comes back, I will find an opportunity to challenge him, to embarrass him in front of senior sister Ning. On this side, Xia Qingyang was completely unaware, and was sneezing continuously from someone bad-mouthing him. Seeing him sneeze like that, Ning Yiwan said, caught a cold. Don't be a hindrance to me. Xia Qingyang and Ning Yiwan slowly entered the Jade Infant Temple, but the distance between them was as far as the Earth's circumference. Xia Qingyang thought tiredly, absolutely don't turn into a dog tonight, please. Then he thought of the scene of transforming in front of Ning Yiwan and panicked. If I transform in front of Ning Yiwan, the consequences are unimaginable. Suddenly he saw her stop, which made him stop too. Ning Yiwan turned around and asked him, why are you so far away from me? Seeing this, Xia Qingyang began to play dumb and evade. I'm still surveying the terrain, so I'm going slowly. At this time, Ning Yiwan finally spoke her mind. I didn't expect you to choose Spring City for your mission. I thought we wouldn't see each other for a while. Then she suddenly wanted to test his progress. How's your floating cloud drifting steps training since I left? Xia Qingyang proudly said. Senior sister, do you want to hear the truth? Hearing him say this, Ning Yiwan said seriously, of course. Xia Qingyang said triumphantly, I've mastered it. Hearing him say that, Ning Yiwan was shocked. He actually mastered it. Hearing this, she approached him and said, you learned cultivation techniques so quickly. Why were you always so slow before, wallowing in depravity? The original owner's past actions are now coming back to haunt him, so he tried to say, the past is the past, it's never too late to wake up, right? How would I know what the NPC's brain was thinking before? Maybe the game's designers didn't even think to give him a brain. Then he put on a very determined look and said, moreover, it's senior sister personally teaching me. I can't let senior sister's expectations down. But in reality, he was thinking, the main thing is that I must learn this lightness skill, so it will be easier to run away after completing the 4 missions. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan asked him with a hidden intention, you know that I have the spirit exchange body, so you want to get close to me, have dual cultivation with me, and increase your cultivation level. Xia Qingyang didn't understand why she was asking this. What kind of weird thinking is this? This is some corporate level understanding. Seeing that he didn't answer, Ning Yiwan suddenly said happily, it seems that you weren't thinking that way. A person's subconscious movements don't lie. Let's go into the Jade Infant Temple. Xia Qingyang had no idea what kind of mental gymnastics she was doing. Talking to herself, she's the female lead NPC in the game, how would I dare be rude? Then the two of them gradually approached the Jade Infant Temple. The two of them arrived in front of a statue. They stood still, observing the strange statue for a while. Then Ning Yiwan spoke up and said, the statue is so clean, someone must clean it regularly, but after checking around, there isn't even a gatekeeper. Xia Qingyang noticed the 2 positions beside it and said, senior sister Ning, there are mirrors here too. Ning Yiwan didn't understand why he was so sure and asked him, are you sure these are demon mirrors? At this time, Xia Qingyang revealed to her, maybe they are, but we can't associate the Jade Infant Temple with demons, can we? Can I just say that I've played this game before, remember a bit of the plot, I hope she doesn't go too deep into it, and doesn't sense any demonic energy. Ning Yiwan looked at a statue in front of her and said,
There really isn't any demonic energy. The demonic energy in the Taoist temple has been weakened by the smoke and incense. Her complexion turned dark, and she said seriously, "But it's precisely because of the temperament that hasn't been cultivated properly." Just then, a strange figure appeared behind them. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang shouted a warning. "Senior Sister Ning, be careful." A giant serpent with razor-sharp teeth lunges towards Ning Yiwan, who, thanks to his warning, quickly jumps away to avoid it. Ning Yiwan swiftly draws her weapon, shouts a battle cry, and hurls it straight at the serpent. Liu Spirit Serpent, Xia Qingyang, observing the serpent from the side, says, "A demon beast of the transforming spirit realm, equivalent to a human cultivator in the 3rd stage." He wants to help her, but then remembers the G-sword is still with Li Jinchun. Suddenly, a bizarre aura emanates from the serpent. Xia Qingyang's face darkens as he realizes, no way, this demon serpent can't be just at the transforming spirit realm. He quickly activates the hidden power within his body. Xia Qingyang yells to warn Ning Yiwan, "Senior Ning, something's off with this Liu spirit serpent. Its aura has reached at least the golden core realm of human cultivators, the spirit seed stage for demon beasts." Ning Yiwan is stunned and asks, "Huh?" And while she's distracted, the serpent seizes the opportunity to attack. Ning Yiwan can only stand there, watching its tail swing towards her. Before she's sent flying with immense force, Qingyang worriedly yells, "Senior sister!" Ning Yiwan clutches her chest in pain. Sitting in a corner, the serpent doesn't give her a break, opening its jaws to devour her whole, and Ning Yiwan can only grit her teeth and curse, "Damn it!" Then he rushes forward to block her. Xia Qingyang yells, and suddenly a light envelops his body. The dazzling light sends the serpent flying away, leaving behind only a dilapidated, ruined temple. Xia Qingyang looks at the light on his chest and sighs. Good thing I checked the records before coming, and knew how to use the light of impermanence. He remembers Xin Shen's detestable face. Lucky this magic item belongs to me now. If Xin Shen had gotten this opportunity, it would have been a huge pain. After thinking this, he retracts his skill. Xia Qingyang looks up towards Ning Yiwan, who has already fainted on the kumquat tree for a long time. Qingyang goes over, trying to shake her awake, asking, "Senior sister, are you okay?" Suddenly, his head becomes incredibly dizzy. The scenery before his eyes wavers, and Ning Yiwan's figure becomes blurry. Her image in his eyes gradually fades. Xia Qingyang's beastly instincts rise, and he can't suppress himself, thinking, if he looks at her fair neck, he thought to himself, bite. Just as he thinks this, he immediately moves closer. Just as his teeth are about to touch her neck, Qingyang's consciousness returns. No. He retreats and says to himself, "What am I doing?" Xia Qingyang thought with a headache. The spirit exchange physique is just too tempting, almost fell for it. Just then, that giant snake came back. He quickly grabbed Ning Yiwan's weapon to attack. He gripped it tightly, but it struggled, not letting him hold on. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang had to try to reason with it. "If you don't want your master to die here, let me hold the sword." Then, it seemed to understand him. Xia Qingyang, seeing this, couldn't help but praise it. Not bad eyes. He gripped the sword tightly and charged, thinking, if I can get the seed of this Liu spirit serpent, its soul realm is even a whole level higher than mine. Xia Qingyang faced the giant snake, thinking to himself, but I have the undying radiance protecting me. It can't hurt me at all. Plus, Ning Yiwan's Moonflower Dreamchaser divine sword, Qingyang thought. Then quickly jumped up. He kept charging straight at it to attack. A flash of determination gleamed in his eyes. Maybe I can win. Xia Qingyang quickly rushed in front of it. Success or failure depends on this. After a fierce battle, the two finally determined victory or defeat. Xia Qingyang panted, struggling to support himself. So he finally defeated the snake. He couldn't even believe it, and even thought he was going to die here. Xia Qingyang tried to meditate, recovering his spiritual power, unexpectedly gaining a breakthrough in this battle. Then he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The transformation realm is equivalent to a human cultivator's qi condensation." Xia Qingyang looked at his achievement before his eyes and felt extremely proud. Although it was a lower stage than Ning Yiwan's, at least it was in the same realm. Once you hit qi condensation, leveling up gets harder and harder, but your chances of survival also get bigger and bigger. After he finished dealing with that, he ran out to help Ning Yiwan up. But what to do now? It doesn't seem right to just take Ning Yiwan back to the royal family. I'm not hurt at all, and she's unconscious. It'll be hard to explain to others. He looked at her and said to himself, don't want to reveal the fact that I have the undying radiance. Just then, Ding Min rushed over, shouting, "Young master." She came to give him a piece of news. Xin Shen really made a move. Ding Min noticed the serpent next to him and exclaimed in panic, "You guys had a big fight." Seeing that she arrived just in time, he quickly asked for help. "Glad you got here in time. Help me take care of senior sister Ning." Hearing him say that, Ding Min didn't dare and said, "That won't do. Although I'm your spirit pet, she always talks about fighting and killing demons. It's really scary. I don't dare to touch her." Suddenly,
something made Dingmin pause. It turned out that Xia Qingyang was transmitting spiritual power to Ning Yiwan. He knew it from her eyes, so he scolded. "You horny ghost! You dare to make a move on a woman who is unconscious." Dingmin then told him the truth. "No, it seems she's stuck at the breakthrough barrier, only she's unconscious right now. Who knows what's going to happen?" As soon as Xia Qingyang heard this, he asked anxiously, "What big thing can happen when breaking through at this time?" Dingmin immediately told him everything. Every time a human cultivator breaks through, they go through an inner examination and fight with themselves once, but now she's unconscious, without the awareness to observe and fight. She said the most important thing seriously. If she doesn't break through in half an hour, she'll be stuck in the qi condensation stage forever. Xia Qingyang was even more flustered when he heard this and asked, "What should I do?" Suddenly, Dingmin showed a joking expression and said, "Wouldn't it be better if she couldn't break through, to prevent her from finding out that you're a Canine Demon clan and drawing her sword to kill you?" But inside, he was totally conflicted. "She helped me complete the mission, and even taught me. King Gong, she's practically half a master. Doing something like that wouldn't be right. Quickly, tell me, is there any other way?" Suddenly, Dingmin's face flushed red, and she stammered, "What you said makes a lot of sense, but is this really something I can just say?" Outside, it was deep night, the scenery eerily silent. Only then did Dingmin dare to sigh in relief. Xia Qingyang looked at Dingmin's expression and thought to himself, "Judging by this, it's definitely some shady, unorthodox stuff." Meanwhile, Dingmin naively asked, "Is it that dual cultivation?" Xia Qingyang's face instantly darkened when he heard that, and he growled, "Under these circumstances, that's not dual cultivation, that's fishing in troubled waters. Are you trying to get me killed? Once Ning Yi wakes up, I'll be dead on the spot." Dingmin walked over and pinched his cheek, replying, "That's why I didn't want to say anything." "Why are you mad at me?" Xia Qingyang explained. "Because it's unrealistic. I'm not an eunuch, but I still need to be willing." Then he cradled his two red, pinched cheeks and asked again, "Is there any other way?" "That's definitely a no-go. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer QA deviation." Only then did Dingmin add, "There is indeed another way. Young Master is the prince of the Canine Demon tribe. Your essence blood can help humans overcome difficult bottlenecks and achieve breakthroughs. You are truly unique." Xia Qingyang was like a man grasping a lifeline. He immediately said, "You should have said so earlier. Taking a little blood is good for physical and mental health." He then muttered to himself, "A prince, huh? No wonder Qin Shen was so determined to get my essence blood." Then Dingmin looked down and seriously explained, "The reason I didn't recommend this method is because once young master sheds blood, it will harm your foundation, and recovery will take a very long time." He didn't say much, holding a sword in one hand, ready to cut himself for blood. "Even if it takes a long time to recover, it's still possible. Besides, I've got you protecting me, so don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively drew blood from his hand. The pain spread throughout his body, making the hand holding the sword tremble slightly. Then he offered his injured hand, dripping blood onto Ning Yi. Ning Yi lay motionless, slightly parting her lips to drink the antidote. Dingmin then asked curiously, "Young master really treats Ning Yi well. You'll have to leave the Kanshong Yuan realm sooner or later anyway, so why go to all this trouble?" While she was still talking, he covered her mouth with a finger. All right. My blood has such good effects, you should try some too. Who knows, you might even improve your cultivation." The moment Dingmin tasted the first drop, her eyes lit up as if she had just been enlightened, and then she unhesitatingly savored this precious medicine. Xia Qingyang wasn't stingy, and let her drink as much as she wanted. After Dingmin had had enough, she looked utterly high, an expression of pure bliss on her face. Xia Qingyang watched the scene, annoyed. "My canine demon blood isn't an aphrodisiac. Get a grip." Dingmin, in her foxy manner, replied, "It's not an aphrodisiac, but it's even better. Young Master's canine demon blood isn't only coveted by me." Hearing that, he groaned. "So it turns out, an NPC can also be delicious. Tang San Zhang meat, huh? Is that even a strength or a weakness?" In the late night, under a clear moon and cool breeze, with a starry sky outside the hall, in a small corner of the room, Ning Yi was unconscious, and Xia Qingyang was still dozing off, leaning against a pillar. Suddenly, from within her hazy daze, Ning Yi slowly opened her eyes, then couldn't stop coughing repeatedly. Ning Yi realized it was the feeling of an impending breakthrough, and at that moment, she suddenly associated it with the scene of a chrysalis breaking its cocoon to bloom into a butterfly. Ning Yi slowly sat up, thinking to herself, "I can't believe that because of Liu Lingmang's attack, I actually gained the serendipity to break through even earlier." Afterwards, Ning Yi began to meditate to stabilize the spiritual energy in her body, but she still thought, "It's just that this isn't a good place to break through realms." At this moment, Dingmin reappeared and whispered in his ear, "Young master, Ning Yi is awake." He groggily rubbed his eyes and hastily asked, "Senior sister, are you feeling any better?"
Ning Yi silently replied. I think I'm about to break through a realm, junior bro. She could only stammer a few words, unable to explain clearly. At this moment, Xia Qingyang understood and stood up, saying, "Don't worry, I'll guard you, senior sister." As he tried to drag his feet faster toward his senior sister, she suddenly opened her eyes, then asked concernedly, "Are you all right?" He rubbed his head and replied casually, "I'm fine. My legs just got numb from sitting for so long. Senior sister, focus on your breakthrough." Inwardly, he freaked out. A little blood rush, and I'm already dizzy. Dingmin, next to him, continued to remind him, "Young master, don't forget about Xin Shen." He immediately replied, "I remember. After senior sister finishes her breakthrough, we'll head back immediately." By then, he had reached Ning Yiwan. She stared at him, thinking to herself, he actually proactively offered to guard. Seeing his innocent, smiling face, she wondered, doesn't he know that only Dao companions guard the ones they love? Dingmin then whispered in his ear again, "If we go back now, then it's all over." He asked back in surprise. "Over?" She then continued seriously and loudly, "I forgot to tell you what he did. He and Jing Yao dealt with Wang Tuner." As soon as he heard that, he was scared out of his wits and yelled, "What?" Yet Dingmin still very calmly said to him, "I forgot to tell you what he did." Her expression grew serious. He and Jing Yao dealt with Wang Tuner. The moment he heard this, he instantly looked as if he'd aged decades. "I didn't mishear that, did I?" At this moment, a worried expression on his face, he pondered, Ning Yiwan in the game probably doesn't know Xin Shen's true nature. She initially thought that Kanchong Yuanji had wronged him, which was why she left the sect with him. Then, he secretly made careful plans for her. I still need to find a way for her to find out about these things, but telling her directly might make her misunderstand. It'd be best if I could catch them in the act. At this moment, as she entered the state of an impending successful breakthrough, Ning Yiwan's body was undergoing intense reactions. Xia Qingyang remained oblivious, still wondering, but why would Xin Shen mess things up in this mission? Then a terrifying thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Unless there's another conspiracy. Half an hour later, Ning Yiwan continued cultivating, when she suddenly opened her eyes and joyfully announced, "I've broken through to the early stage golden core realm." Xia Qingyang heard the news and sincerely congratulated her. "Congratulations, congratulations, senior sister, for forming your golden core." Ning Yiwan stood up, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at him, and replied, "Junior brother Xia, thank you for guarding me today." At this moment, she felt a little disappointed. It seems he truly doesn't know what guarding someone during their breakthrough means. Oh well. Then, Ning Yiwan looked at the python corpse beside her and asked, "Did you slay this Liu Lingmang?" Xia Qingyang heard her and immediately replied, "I borrowed senior sister's Yuehua Lianmeng. It was anxious to protect its master, and plus, I've genuinely made some progress recently." Ning Yiwan nodded, but remained suspicious inwardly. Even with Yuehua Lianmeng, Xia Qingyang is merely at the Foundation Establishment realm. He's definitely not telling me the whole truth. Seeing her current expression, he already guessed, and inwardly fretted, beads of sweat forming. She's suspicious. Ding Min appeared beside him again and reassured him. "It's fine, young master. If you suddenly become stronger, just say you were playing the pig to eat the tiger when the time comes." He found it reasonable after hearing that and replied, "Well, I guess I'll have to." With that said, Ning Yiwan walked over to the Liu Lingmang's head, and she was brimming with killing intent, seemingly about to do something to it. A wisp of Liu Lingmang's soul origin was slowly extracted under her power, which quickly transformed into a pentagonal gem with a mystical purple color. Xia Qingyang's eyes widened in surprise, and he stammered, "This is..." Seeing his expression, Ning Yiwan explained, "This is a high-grade essence core which can be used to enhance weapons." After handing him the core, she added, "Since you killed the Liu spirit serpent, it should belong to you." He replied in confusion, "Senior sister Ning, can a demon beast of the transformation realm produce a 4th-grade essence core?" Ning Yiwan replied, "At most, it can only produce a blue-grade essence core. This serpent of Zhangxi is indeed beyond the transformation realm." Xia Qingyang then mentioned a side issue. Zhangxi said that after coming to the Jade Infant Temple, she was told by an immortal to start buying mirrors, but what does this have to do with the Liu spirit serpent? Ning Yiwan speculated with a thoughtful look. Perhaps it's the mirror demon's spirit pet, nurtured with human essence to reach its current realm. The logic might coincide. Xia Qingyang looked puzzled, and mumbled in agreement. Ning Yiwan suddenly thought of another question. "What about your spirit pet? Does that fox spirit just cut people's kidneys?" Xia Qingyang's face turned flustered upon hearing this. "Does senior sister want to teach it a lesson?" Ning Yiwan indirectly taunted. "I'm afraid you've already been bewitched by this fox spirit." The little fox, upon hearing this, retorted unhappily, "Why do I sense a hint of sourness in her words?" Xia Qingyang added, "You're right, I feel the same way." Outside the palace gate, the lanterns were still lit, swaying in the wind, peaceful, yet strange. At this moment, the guiding elder leisurely said, The other celestial masters are resting. I'll take you both to your sleeping quarters. Please come this way.
Xia Qingyang closely followed the elder's footsteps, while staring intently at Li Jinshan.
Li Jinshan sighed in relief when he saw them return, thinking, finally back. I was dying of sleepiness. Li Jinshan ran over obsequiously and said, Junior brother Xia, you went on a mission without even calling me. I might have picked up a bargain.
Xia Qingyang replied excitedly. It just so happens that senior sister Ning is here. Let's go out and take a look. I'm afraid of disturbing your sword forge. Li Jinshan happily turned to greet Ning Yi. Greetings, senior sister Ning.
Then, he slowly drew his sword and enthusiastically introduced,
Quick, take a look at the new sword I forged for you. Feel free to give any suggestions, and I'll modify it immediately.
The sword was drawn with gusto. As the sword was completely drawn from its sheath, Xia Qingyang's eyes lit up like jade. Li Jinshan said proudly while looking at the sword, Junior brother Xia, it's still the original water spiritual root iron sword, with fire element properties that clash. I've helped you adjust the attribute grade of the sword. It's probably just so-so.
The little fox was shocked upon hearing the word so-so and wondered, is this considered just so-so? Li Jinshan couldn't possibly be the rumored genius successor of the Li family, right? Don't look at it like an ordinary iron sword. If we use Moonflower Dream as a unit, it's almost half of one.
Xia Qingyang looked at the sword with a greedy expression. Half a Moonflower Dream. Wouldn't that be a divine sword? Holding the sword in his hand, he looked at it with fascinated eyes. Thank you, Li Jinshan. I really like it. Li Jinshan blushed upon hearing this and replied, It's just to repay your favor from this afternoon, as long as you like it.
Ning Yiwan frowned thoughtfully at Li Jinshan's demeanor.
Then, Ning Yiwan turned and said, Lao Jia, lead the way.
Then Lao Jia led the way, leaving Xia Qingyang and Li Jinshan staring blankly.
Li Jinshan, being a bit quicker, asked, Senior sister Ning, why does she seem a little unhappy? Outside the room, the lights were still on, even though it was late at night.
Ding Min then spoke softly.
Young master, Xia Qingyang was still staring intently at the sword, when Ding Min asked, How long are you going to keep hugging that new toy?
Xia Qingyang hugged the sword tightly, replying,
How can I not be happy after picking up a divine sword? If I take this demon core to Liu Xin tomorrow and ask her to fuse it for me, would she think I'm asking for too much?
Hearing this, Ding Min responded,
Don't you have a lot of human toys with you? How about we take a stroll through the demon market tonight? A familiar yet strange figure flashed in her mind, and she added, There are demon blacksmiths there. Fusing another demon core is nothing. Xia Qingyang gave a thumbs up, replying, I think that's a good idea. Nice breeze, cool moon. The streets were bustling with people.
Ding Min peeked her head out, cheerfully calling out,
Ding Ning, Ding Shang, Ding Ying. Immediately, 3 identical, adorable faces responded,
Sister. Then, the 3 kids ran over, hugging her skirt affectionately.
Are there many little hotties in the Kengchong origin realm? Ding Min asked. Are there any handsome young masters?
The little ones replied,
Do these human cultivators all hate our demon race?
Then, Ding Min said dotingly,
Don't be noisy.
Xia Qingyang watched their reunion and said, You guys catch up first, I'm going to wander around for a bit. The kids chirped,
Sister, can we become the young master's spirit pets?
Afterward, Xia Qingyang quickened his pace, muttering to himself, I should get it fused first.
A moment later, he stood before a shop and softly called out, Boss Zhang Sanhair. The Crimson Hound demon blacksmith turned around.
Xia Qingyang quickly said, I want to fuse a grade 4 demon core.
Zhang Sanhair rubbed his eyes and quoted a steep price. 50 medium-grade spirit stones.
He opened the cloth bag he carried, glittering brightly, and asked, Can these replace spirit stones?
Zhang Sanhair looked at the pile of treasures and happily replied, Yes, 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 of course they can. His eyes lit up, and he muttered, So many good things. This young master is truly blessed. He picked up a red ball, hesitatingly asking, Can I have this one?
Xia Qingyang generously replied, Sure. In his heart he thought, I got these embroidered balls to make up the numbers. Who knew they could replace 50 medium-grade spirit stones? This is such a great deal.
The onlookers immediately stirred. Young master, I have a finished product chi return pill. I want to trade it for one of your hairpins. Another person chimed in, Me. The heaven-splitting seal is very effective. I'll trade a set for wedding gifts. In the blink of an eye, a crowd gathered densely in front of the shop, unanimously saying, Me too. The flowing cloud fan is a good item. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang arrogantly said, I have them all. I won't be trading today. I'll be back in a few days. Then, he used all his strength to shout at them, Get in line. Prepare what you want to trade.
He watched the crowd immediately follow his instructions, unable to suppress his smug smile.
Xia Qingyang now only thought of gold bars, and continued, No cutting in line. Trading starts now. A few moments later, the crowd had dispersed. He chuckled on the ground, then happily roared, I'm rich. Opening a bag of items, he muttered, Let me take inventory. He pulled out the purple gold gourd. It can absorb all things, including enemy attacks or the spiritual energy of the world. He gently kissed the gourd, thinking to himself, "This is very useful. It can be a storage space. Not bad. It can perfectly replace the spatial stone." Then, he slowly listed a series of treasures. The 5 elements chess pieces, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, can set up the 5 elements formation, both attacking and defending. The 9 revolutions golden pill can greatly increase cultivation, and even has a chance to cleanse the marrow and reshape the bones, reversing the foundation, breaking the illusions, helping cultivators break through bottlenecks. Very effective for condensing the void, especially precious for core formation stage cultivators. The origin melting powder can refine impurities in the body, condense original chi, making cultivation pure. The nether pearl can absorb yin energy or surrounding spiritual energy, converting it into the master's power. The limb regeneration pill is very effective for injuries to the limbs, can promote limb regeneration. The aura concealment talisman conceals one's aura. The more he counted, the more excited he became, shouting, "So much, I'm rich! And I even got an aura concealment talisman. This trip was totally worth it." Zhang Sanhair came out to hand him the item and asked, "Young master, it's done. Are you satisfied?" Xia Qingyang took it, chirping, not bad, thanks." Zhang Sanhair hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. "That, young master, I have another matter I want to trouble you with." He put away the item while continuing, "Speak." Zhang Sanhair held out the ball, sweetly saying, "Can you throw this embroidered ball? You and I are both of the canine race. Don't we all like playing with balls? It's been a long time since anyone played with me." He was momentarily stunned, then confidently replied, "Got it," silently sneering in his heart. As if giving you something changes anything about playing childish ball. He took the ball and prepared to throw, saying, "So, I'll throw it, okay?" Zhang Sanhair put on an extremely excited and expectant expression. He shouted, "I'm throwing it!" Immediately, Zhang Sanhair ran after it, barking a few times as he ran. Xia Qingyang smiled at this moment, thinking, "We are both of the canine race, but I'm new." Suddenly, his whole body trembled slightly after being stimulated. Then, his expression became very flustered. He stared at that ball with glittering eyes. Then, he also ran after Zhang Sanhair, shouting, "Can't hold it in at all." The next morning, when everyone gathered together, Xia Qingyang frowned slightly and said, "Li Jintong and I will first go smash the mirror," not giving him a chance to escape. In his heart, he was thinking of a different plan. Dingmin waits here, and when Xinshen does something bad, creates a noise, and attracts Ning Shiji, I won't be there to avoid suspicion. Ning Yiwan turned to look at the other two and said, "If that's the case, Wang Shidi and Zhang Shimei will go along as well." Zhang Ningyi also lowered her head, looking respectful. "Yes, Ning Shiji." Xinshen, with a scheming look in his eyes, hurriedly spoke up. "Ning Shimei, why don't you lead the team to take a look? I'm worried that the Shivodi and Shimei will make mistakes." He began to put on airs and said seriously, "Anyway, Wang Xiaoshu looks like she can't take the torment anymore. I'll guard here, you guys can rest assured." Ning Yi frowned slightly as she looked at him and replied, "All right." Xia Qingyang, hearing him say that, despised him in his heart. Sure enough, a dog can't change its nature. Wait, this seems like I'm scolding myself. Everyone split into 2 directions, as discussed. Qinshen smiled very smugly. Everyone has been driven away. After I absorb the essence of the mirror spirit, I might be able to break through to Golden Core. Even if Ning Shimei comes, I'll be done very quickly. She definitely won't be able to discover it. Xinshen walked into the room alone. Ding Min, in fox form, was floating in the air looking at him. She looked at him, appearing unhappy. Can watch the live stream on the spot. Just missing some melon seeds. Xinshen sat cross-legged and began to carry out his plan. His soul began to emerge, flying upwards. That soul immediately plunged into the large mirror. At this time, in another room, they were using hammers to try to smash all the mirrors. Ning Xie saw her arrive and turned to report, "Ning Shiji, except for the mirror in Wang Xuni's room, the others have all been smashed." They immediately turned back when they heard the noise. Ning Freyer spoke as she ran quickly. "There's movement on Qin Shixiong's side. Perhaps he's captured the mirror spirit." Wang Xu also praised, "He truly lives up to being Qin Shixiong." Xia Qingyang smiled slightly and said to himself, "Looks like I'm about to see a live erotic show." Ning Yiwan was the first to rush to the door. She quickly lifted her foot. Yiwan flew up, using all her strength to kick the door open. Qinshen was lying motionless on the ground right in front of her. Ding Min started crawling into the ring on her hand, looking very happy. "Master, how was my kick just now, sending that guy flying? Did I set up the scene well?" He replied with satisfaction through telepathy, "Not bad, not bad. I'll reward you tonight." Ning Yiwan looked at him and asked with a worried voice, "Senior brother Qin." Qinshen's vacant eyes remained still, not moving at all. Wang Shu also worriedly said, "Senior brother Qin is probably in a soul projection, probably struggling with the mirror demon inside the mirror." He was happy to hear this but tried to hold back his laughter. Wang Shu, you're finally a great help to me. He was indeed in the mirror, just not struggling. Ninger saw the mirror and yelled, "There's a mirror here!" Zhang Ningzhi suddenly shouted loudly, her face flushed with anger, thinking to herself, what exactly is senior brother Qin doing? Yiwan frowned and ordered, "What? Let me see." Ninger hid the mirror behind her back. "It's nothing." Yiwan sternly held out her hand. "Give it to me." She tremblingly handed the mirror over and said, "Senior brother Qin must have his reasons." Her eyes widened in horror when she saw him and the mirror demon sucking Wang Gunyang's spiritual energy in the mirror. Ning Yi put the mirror down without saying anything. Ning Yi still tried to defend Xin Shen. This might be senior brother Qin's plan. Lin Jinchan covered his face, extremely embarrassed. What plan involves himself in it? I think senior brother Qin is quite happy. I can't bear to watch anymore. Ning Yi immediately unleashed her technique. All the mirrors in the room shattered instantly. The mirror demon heard the noise and was startled. Qin Shen's soul immediately flew out of the mirror. It returned to Xin Shen's body, and his body twitched slightly. Xin Shen opened his eyes and mumbled a few words, sitting up with a surprised look while clutching his chest. "What am I?" Yiwan asked him with an angry face. "Senior brother Qin, how are you?" He saw her and broke out in a cold sweat, horrified. Why is she here? He stared blankly at everyone surrounding him, each looking at him with a different expression. But that's not how it all went. He clutched his chest in great pain. Ouch, my chest. Xin Shen felt both angry and regretful. The worst part is that absorbing the mirror demon's essence was interrupted, my spirit platform was injured, and I'm one step further away from the golden core stage. How dare you? She stared at him with an icy expression. Xin Shen, I saw everything you did in the mirror, Ning Yiwan said to him furiously. When you get back, please take the initiative to tell the sect leader of Liuquan Peak and go accept your punishment. Xin Shen frowned, looking upset. She saw everything. He immediately stood in front of her, trying to explain. Senior Sister Ning, listen to my explanation. I was about to subdue the mirror demon. She replied without changing her expression. I know. I can see that you are absorbing the essence of the mirror demon. The mirror demon has eaten the essence of countless humans. You want to take this advantage to help your cultivation. Yiquan's eyes seemed to pierce through the person in front of her. But this is no different from demonic cultivation, you better understand that. Qin Shen clenched his fists, feeling very frustrated. The opportunity the old senior gave me has been wasted like this, and it's made senior sister Ning disgusted with me. Why is this happening? Ning Yiwan gently walked to a girl who was in a coma. She sat down on the edge of the bed next to the girl. She picked up the mirror and ordered sternly to the two people. You two protect me, I will personally deal with the mirror demon. They both showed respect, and replied in unison. Yes, senior sister. Yiwan gave the mirror to Xia Qingyang and instructed. Leave it outside, watch the mirror, don't let that fiend borrow the light and run into the small lake outside. As she spoke, she described the scene. The water surface will also become a hiding place for him. He also replied very seriously. Okay, Qingyang was chasing his own thoughts. The plan is going smoothly, like a game. In the end, Ning Yiwan will solve the mirror demon. It seems that some key points are not easy to change, so I have to quickly accelerate the speed of doing the task and then run away. Ning Yiwan immediately released her soul. Li Jinchun was very happy to see her soul began to enter the mirror. I can actually witness senior sister exorcise demons and defend the Dao. I must learn something. The mirror demon discovered the presence of the opponent. He immediately dodged her sword and ran back to the mirror. His face was very scared and panicked, but the mirror blocked him. He was sweating in extreme anxiety. Can't get out. Ning Yiwan immediately kicked the mirror demon in the face. He fell to the ground and screamed in pain. The tip of her sword was right against his face, making him scream, Immortal Lord, spare me! She looked at him with murderous eyes. The Liu spirit serpent is your spirit pet. The mirror demon screamed in extreme fear, Immortal Lord, spare my life. She coldly pointed her sword at him. Answer the question I asked first. The mirror demon trembled all over and replied to her. Yes, it is my spirit pet. He helps me watch the house. Jade and Temple is my home. The bronze mirror was born in the hands of the child Immortal Lord. I have handed everything over. Please spare my life. Yiquan revealed an extremely hateful expression and scolded, You have killed countless people, and you still want me to spare you. The mirror demon said angrily and fearfully, Immortal Lord! Outside, Qingyang and Jinqi were also afraid. She smiled in extreme admiration. Senior sister is really decisive in killing. I admire her. Qingyang was worried. A few months later, when she discovers my identity, she might also deal with me so mercilessly. Scary. Ning Yiwan's soul had come out of the mirror. It slowly entered her body. Another soul returned to the unconscious young lady. Ning Yiwan solemnly ordered them. You two can return to the Azure Sky Realm to report your mission now. The girl woke up and coughed painfully a few times. Miss Wang sat up and weakly asked, What happened to me? Yuan immediately put on a gentle smile. Miss Wang, you were sick, but you're all better now.
Xia Qingyang chuckled to himself. Even though she's like a god of death when she's slaying demons, Ning Yiwan is so gentle with the weak. Maybe I should pretend to be weak and helpless. Might be better for me, huh?
Miss Wang smiled in relief. That's good, Wang family. Thanks you a million times. She wanted to keep them for a meal, but Ning Yiwan declined, using the excuse that she still had missions to do.
The group was gathered outside the courtyard.
The setting sun cast a glow on Yiquan's beautiful face. My mission isn't complete yet. You guys go back first.
Shin Shen hesitated and said to her, Ning Shimei, I'll accompany you.
Her response was an unpleasant expression. Xin Shixiong, your behavior is improper. You should go back and reflect on your actions. Then she bowed politely and said, farewell for now.
Xia Qingyang returned to his dorm and started to check his loot. 3 god-tier magical artifacts, 5 saint-tier magical artifacts, 6 heaven-tier magical artifacts.
Is that all? Ding Min was helping him record everything. Write those down, quick. He held a handful of pills. 15 bottles of assorted pills.
Ding Min looked at him gently and advised,
you should probably keep track of those assorted pills. I'm afraid you're too weak to handle their potency, Gongzi.
Qingyang tried to act cool and said, I'll eat some myself, and sell the ones with normal effects. I reckon I can sell them for tens of thousands of taels of silver, no problem. Then I'll buy you some more dresses to change into. He was swimming in extreme happiness. 4 points of mission accumulation for the second mission, plus those mid-grade spirit stones, and those treasures I was going to exchange for points. This time I'm so Rick. She looked confused and asked, Qingyang, what's Rick?
He rubbed his fingers together gleefully and replied, it means getting out of poverty, getting rich.
Ding Min immediately grabbed his arm, excitedly saying,
so that's what it means. Gongzi is truly gifted with words. But Gongzi, you seem to have forgotten the reward you promised me that day. Qingyang acted extremely generously and said, take whatever you want, there's plenty.
She looked at him with desire.
I'm your spirit pet. The stronger you become, the stronger I become. What would I do with these things? I want, Ding Min lightly touched Qingyang's neck with her tongue. I want a little of Gongzi's essence blood. He let her push him down and instructed, just don't suck me dry in one go.
Min smiled cheek to cheek and replied,
how could I? Would Gongzi weaken for days from losing a drop of essence blood? I'm a dude. He also smiled very gently at her. Come on, you've helped me so much, it's okay for you to suck a little.
Ding Min clearly showed a look of desire. She bared her fangs, slowly approaching him. 2 fangs immediately pierced deep into Qingyang's neck. Before long, a few teeth were stained with blood.
Ding Min breathed heavily.
After sucking, she happily hugged him tightly and exclaimed,
Gongzi's blood is so delicious. He smiled slightly at her and said, I've noticed you fox spirits are all the same.
Ding Min affectionately held his face.
What do you mean, all the same? We are what we are. Fox spirits are the best, protecting their young master from the cold in winter and warming the blankets.
Xia Qingyang happily replied to her, all right, you talk too much. I need to sleep. I'm exhausted from being out for days. Tomorrow I have to cultivate and then go accept a mission.
Ding Min raised her fan. Good night, young master.
She gently waved the fan.
Let me fan you, young master. At this time, in a bamboo forest,
Ning Yiwan's sword was blocking the demonic beasts there. She coldly exhaled to gather strength. Ning Yiwan immediately swung her sword and flew towards them. The demons and monsters were terrified at the sight, but they were instantly sliced into pieces by her sword. With just a few strikes, Ning Yiwan had massacred almost all the demons and monsters. Her eyes were ice cold, not caring that blood was splattered all over her. One of the demons angrily shouted, Lord Yuehua, why won't you leave us alone?
Ning Yiwan coldly replied to him, because the demon race deserves to die.
A demonic beast swung its fist and yelled from behind her, Die!
She quickly flew up to dodge the blow. Suddenly, several golden orbs appeared, and a massive explosion shook the heavens and the earth.
Ning Yiwan quickly escaped the explosion.
Ning Yiwan closed her eyes, looking very angry. With her eyes closed, she drew her sword and unleashed her technique. Demons are demons. They can speak human languages, but they don't do human things. They all deserve to die.
The demons and monsters charged forward and yelled loudly, Die!
They ran forward quickly and shouted in unison, Kill her! Her technique was like a vortex, blowing them away. After eliminating the demons and monsters, Ning Yiwan retracted her technique.
She held her sword tightly.
Ning Yiwan slowly walked towards a man who was shouting, Don't get cocky.
He clutched his arm, angry, and said, Our Lord has taken notice of you. She immediately kicked his head off.
Those feet were stepping lightly.
Ning Yiwan gazed into the dark void. That evening, in Xin Shen's dormitory, he sat in front of the mirror,
talking to someone. Venerable elder, the things that have happened in the past month are truly strange.
The room reeked of foreboding, but Xin Shen didn't give a damn. The lucky encounters you gave me all turned out to be problematic. If it was just one or two, fine, but they've all gone to shit. It's truly baffling."
A dark blotch reflected in the mirror asked, "What about Liu Xin? How's that going?" He was incredibly annoyed that everything was so unstable and not going smoothly. Only then did Xin Shen think.
You'd think Xia Qingyang, who was always chasing after Ning Yiwan like a lovesick puppy, would be a total womanizer. But Liu Xin is a knockout, and he didn't even bat an eye when she hugged him. I'm telling you, this guy's been acting totally different lately, not clinging to Ning Yi, and his cultivation level is skyrocketing.
The grumpy old geezer in the mirror grumbled, I know. Xin Shen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Plus, I got injured during the Chuncheng case, putting me even further away from the 4th stage, Golden Core. But it doesn't end there. The worst part is, Ning Yiwan's aura, she's already broken through to the 4th stage. If this keeps up, the gap between us will only widen, and I'll never become her Dao companion. A voice echoed from within the mirror. No. You must become Ning Yiwan's Dao companion. Her spirit Jiao physique can help you ascend to immortality. No matter what, you have to win her favor. Xin Shen was skeptical. Easier said than done. Love isn't something you can force, the mirror replied. Don't worry, I'll give you a hand.
The elder in the mirror laid out his plan. Wait until late at night, then come to my place. Use the back door, and don't let anyone see you. I have some elixirs here that will help you nourish your body. The body is the foundation of cultivation, so you must take good care of it.
Hearing this, he respectfully clasped his hands. Yes, elder. That night, when every house had lit their lamps and gone to rest, Ding Min sat high up in a tree, looking down at a building.
Seeing Xin Shen emerge, she smirked cunningly. The rat's out of its hole.
Her spirit gradually dissolved into the air with a sly smile.
Ding Min transformed into a cat
and followed Xin Shen, thinking, let's see where you're sneaking off to.
He walked, constantly looking around to make sure no one was following him.
Meanwhile, Ding Min, tailing him from above, thought, he's acting like a thief. He's definitely up to something shady.
After a while, he approached a door,
the one he had arranged to meet the elder at. Xin Shen slowly reached out and opened the door, slipping inside.
Seeing that her efforts had paid off, Ding Min rejoiced. This is it, I need to stick close. But before she could celebrate for even 3 seconds, she realized there was a barrier on the door.
Ding Min's adorable face slammed into the barrier, leaving a swollen bump. A barrier? Seriously?
Ouch, damn it, helpless. She watched Xin Shen close the door. This is the back door of the Star Harmony Pavilion. Isn't this where the sect leader lives? How careless of me. This isn't good, I can't stay here. Thinking quickly, Ding Min flew off to find help. Xin Shen had secretly entered the sect leader's residence. How rare could it be that Demon Lord, in the Star Harmony Pavilion, within that building, a room shone brightly in the middle of the night.
Xia Qingyang was flipping through the pages of a book, bored, when he heard a voice ask, so my writing isn't bad, right?
Hearing this, he turned around, his face like a flattened pancake.
What is this even writing and drawing?
Qing shyly snatched the book away, saying, this is the latest release from Tales of the Unusual. A little something for you to enjoy first. She opened the book and leisurely began to recite.
I'll read you a passage, Tales of the Unusual, Chapter 138, Ambiguous Side Stories. As soon as he heard that, Xia Qingyang slammed the book on the table, startling. Qing, senior sister Jing, no need to read.
He awkwardly covered his face, struggling to get the words out. I'm so embarrassed, I want to leave Willow Spring Peak.
Seeing this, Qing teased him even more. What's there to be embarrassed about? News is always a mix of truth and lies, isn't it?
Qing sweetly moved closer to him, saying, I pieced together your story from the clues I found and wrote it into a story so that everyone could enjoy the gossip and get some emotional satisfaction. So, he kept covering his face and mumbled, your writing actually got emotional satisfaction. I am afraid I will be chopped to death by senior sister Ning.
Hearing what Xia Qingyang said, she chuckled softly. That's not gonna happen. Don't let Ning Shiji's usual poker face fool you. She's actually not one to attack fellow disciples, especially during competitions.
Xia Qingyang seemed to have heard something off, almost. You can't be that sure.
With that, she stood up and left him alone.
All right, it's getting late. I should go back to my room and sleep.
Before leaving, Qing winked at him playfully. I'm kind of a celebrity in the Azure Vault realm now. Xia Qingyang's face darkened. And that's all because you wrote a bunch of nonsense and made me famous.
Qing turned back to say goodbye as she reached the door. Xia Qingyang, finally getting some rest, wondered to himself, why is everyone here so nosy?
Suddenly, a slender hand landed on his shoulder.
Xia Qingyang turned around to look at her flirtatiously.
Ding Min, you're back.
At that moment she hugged him tightly and whined.
Brought good news back. Want a reward?
He managed to squeeze out the words, struggling because of the tight hug. Talk first, reward later. But Ding Min kept smiling. She turned to look at him and began to tell him,
all right, the truth is, I think I've found the Demon Lord's whereabouts.
Late that night,
At Xia Qingyang's dorm, a hand suddenly grabbed onto the window railing. Xia Qingyang in the room was still confused. A little more detail, please. Dingmin started to remember and recount the events. I followed Shinshen, and I discovered that he secretly sneaked into the back door of the Xinghui Pavilion, very carefully, afraid of being discovered. Xia Qingyang's jaw dropped in surprise when he heard that. Isn't the Xinghui Pavilion the residence of the sect leader? Are you saying the Demon Lord is in the sect leader's residence? Yeah, Dingmin was also a little worried about this, so she slowly analyzed. The sect leader is the Demon Lord, just don't know how the Demon Lord replaced the sect leader. He was shocked when the information was spoken. What does this mean?
Her eyes turned ice cold as she thought about it. The Xinghui Pavilion sets up barriers against demons or other races.
Dingmin continued to speak her mind. If it's to protect the sect leader from being harmed, that could be an excuse. But I feel like it's to prevent demons or devils from sensing their own kind.
Then she seemed to realize something. Moreover, hasn't the sect leader not shown his face for a long time now?
Dingmin babbled on, while Xia Qingyang had been silent for a while. Announcing to the outside world that he's in seclusion, how could Shinshen be allowed to go in? I don't have concrete evidence, but connecting it with what's in the cave, I feel like my thinking is right. Only at this moment did he speak up. This matter needs to be thought through carefully. She was a little puzzled, so she gently asked, if you're sure, what will you do? Dingmin offered him a plan. Why not tell Ning Yiwan she hates demons and devils the most, and will definitely find a way to eliminate the Demon Lord? Xia Qingyang sounded a little troubled when he heard that. If I tell her, it's really not appropriate to tell her without evidence. I don't know how to explain it. It will instead lead to her suspicion. His face lit up. At least now we know that the Demon Lord and the sect leader are related. Xia Qingyang was also making his own calculations at this moment. It's not too late to dig up some more evidence and tell Ning Yiwan, and I also want to know what the Demon Lord wants to do in the end. Although I skipped the intermediate details of the game plot, the Demon Lord's initial goal was to seize Shinshen and form a Dao companion with Ning Yiwan to break through the Ascension, so perhaps what he needs to do now is to make Shinshen stronger while he himself sits back and profits. Dingmin didn't care, and coquettishly demanded a reward. Without knowing when, Xia Qingyang had already jumped into bed and said, get in bed, if you suck once, I'll faint for half a day. Dingmin happily replied when she heard that. Gongzi is so good.
About 2 days later, at the residence of Bai Linshui, the sect leader Yan Yangfeng, there was a brightly lit room in the dark night.
From outside, a pair of smooth, bare feet stepped in. With a voice,
Shizun Yuan bows her head slightly, puts her hand on her chest, and greets respectfully, I'm back.
Linshui lay on the bed, glancing forward slightly. She said leisurely and sarcastically, I thought you would be gone for a very long time. With that, Linshui lazily sat up, breaking through to the golden core, so the efficiency is a bit higher. Then Ning Yiwan knelt down with an extremely respectful attitude to report the situation. The demons, the locations marked in the mission, have all been beheaded. Linshui was satisfied after hearing the report. Worthy of being my disciple?
After saying that, she ran over and pinched Ning Yuan's cheek. Let Shifu see if my good disciple has gotten sick or not. Ning Yuan was a little disgusted.
Show some respect. Seeing her disciple so stiff, Linshui laughed heartily. Your face looks exactly like mine back then. Ning Yiwan was a bit suspicious and asked, then why are you so lewd now? I suspect your past is all made up. Linshui still pretended to be dumb. That's a secret, she teased, holding the new book in her hand. Oh yeah, there are rumors about you in it. Since you left for a few days, I've been relying on anomalous records to find joy.
Linshui got close to Ning Yiwan's face and said, take it home to kill time. It's written so well and the details are so rich.
She held up the book with the image of the two of them on the cover. Shifu really likes you and Xia Qingyang as a couple. Ning Yuan's face turned red when she saw it. Is that us on the cover? With that, she quietly snatched the book and put it away quickly. Afterwards, Ning Yiwan regained her seriousness. Shifu, what about letting Xia Qingyang transfer to our wing? Linshui replied in a very lighthearted way. That's easy. If my disciple likes it, of course I like it too. Mainly because I've never seen you care about anyone like that. Ning Yiwan lowered her head to the ground and muttered, he really is a genius, trainable, and his cultivation talent is even higher than mine.
Linshui pointed at her face and teased,
really? Then I want to meet him even more. Bring him to meet Shifu for fun another day.
Ning Yiwan was increasingly embarrassed by the teasing, so she tactfully refused. Shifu, please don't scare the disciples under your charge anymore. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. Linshui only said,
Go. The night continued to pass just like that.
Qing approached a room and knocked on the door outside.
Xia Qingyang dragged himself out from exhaustion to open the door. Senior Sister Zheng, I really don't have any materials to share with you. I don't want to die yet. You've come 7 or 8 times in the past few days. Please leave me alone, okay? Now when I go out, all the senior brothers and fellow disciples look at me with strange eyes.
She was a little aggrieved in her words.
After being scolded, "I came to tell you that senior disciple Ning is back," Xia Qingyang asked back with some suspicion. "Your news is so well informed." Qing puffed out her chest after being praised. "How could I write scripts if the news wasn't well informed? You have a headache, you can just call yourself a paparazzi." While talking, she suddenly moved closer and said to him, "I'm not doing this for my own work material,
Qing's expression became even more radiant. "Junior brother Xia, you used to like senior sister Ning quite a bit. Why not summon up all your courage and grab her?"
Before she could finish speaking, Xia Qingyang closed the door. "I'm going to sleep. Good night, senior sister Zhang." Her voice still echoed from outside the door. "Junior brother Xia, good luck, I believe in you." Xia Qingyang sighed wearily in the room. She's finally gone. The jade in his chest seemed to sense the surrounding unease, suddenly emitting a red aura, causing Xia Qingyang to panic. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? A faint, purple smoke appeared from his wrist. Ding Min appeared from it, with a melancholic expression. Xia Qingyang, who had been witnessing this, spoke up. "Ding Min." She flipped her face like a pancake, and immediately said with a smile, "Young master, you're about to break through again." At Xia Qingyang's dormitory at that time, he clutched his chest, wincing from the bone-deep pain. Seeing Xia Qingyang in pain, Ding Min cried out worriedly, "My lord, you're in so much pain that you've reverted to your original form." Seeing this, Ding Min raised her hand to catch him. "My lord, I've set up a barrier for the room," she gently reassured him. "You can focus on breaking through now." Still struggling with the pain, he forced out each word with difficulty. "Thanks." Suddenly, his eyes turned stern, staring straight ahead. Less than 3 seconds later, his body completely collapsed. Having witnessed everything, Ding Min asked anxiously, "My lord, what's wrong?" Xia Qingyang was still enduring the excruciating pain, seemingly unable to break through, blocked by something. Ding Min, confused, said, "What on earth is going on? What did you do or what elixirs did you take during the day, my lord? Why is this breakthrough so strange?" Suddenly, she noticed a change in Xia Qingyang. "My lord, your eyes are turning red." Xia Qingyang struggled to stand up, ignoring Ding Min's frantic worry beside him. "Don't scare me. What's wrong, my lord? Say something." His eyes grew increasingly red, accompanied by growls from his throat. Ding Min grew even more panicked beside him. Could he be suffering from qi deviation? She reached out her arm to touch Xia Qingyang, but he nearly harmed her in his dog form. Seeming unable to retain the last shred of his reason, he ran away. Ding Min sat in the room, both frightened and yelling, "My lord?" She transformed into a fox, flying above Xia Qingyang to monitor him. She was increasingly bewildered. "My lord, where are you going?" Echoing through the vast city was only the cry of, "My lord." Xia Qingyang continued to run headlong through the dark night. Ding Min became increasingly agitated above. If he suffers from qi deviation, I might be affected too. This breakthrough of his is truly strange. Without any warning signs at all, a glimmer of light appeared before him. Xia Qingyang regained a fragment of his consciousness. What a headache. I almost wanted to do that with Ding Min just now. Something very attractive appeared before him. Light. Xia Qingyang was curious and darted forward. What is that light ahead? A path seemed to appear in the dark forest. As he got closer, the image of a woman became clearer. Ning Yiwan was surprised to see the dog. Woof woof. This surprised him as well. He ran straight towards Ning Yiwan, ignoring the cries of woof woof. Ding Min seemed to sense the unease and muttered to herself, "This is bad. It's Yue Hua Jun. Will his identity be exposed in this state?" Ning Yiwan gently sat down, blocking his path, and asked, "Woof woof, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Xia Qingyang was getting more and more tired. "No can do, can't focus at all. What's wrong with me? I want to chew on something, my teeth are so itchy." Meanwhile, Ning Yiwan, oblivious, scolded him, turning into a dirty puppy again. As soon as she said that, she reached out and grabbed the back of the dog's neck. At the same time, she gently comforted him despite his struggles. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Ding Min didn't understand anything. "What's this?" Xia Qingyang saw Ning Yiwan's juicy soul and opened his mouth to take a bite. But after thinking for a while, he closed his beak with regret. At that moment, Ning Yiwan comforted him again. "Good dog, don't be afraid." Ding Min, who had been eating vinegar all this time, froze up. This. Can breaking through halfway be like this? Could it be because he sensed Ning Yi's spiritual connection nearby and lost control? But this doesn't make sense. Ning Yiwan kept hugging him and rambling. "Haven't seen me in a long time. Missed me so much you went crazy." Ding Min was frustrated. "Forget it. With Ning Yi here, the young master probably won't have any problems. I'll figure out the reason after he recovers." Ning Yiwan now seemed to realize something was wrong. "Woof woof, your body is so hot." With that, she gently reached out and touched his forehead. By some supernatural power, Ning Yiwan seemed to understand dog language. "You want to break through?" With that, she put Xia Qingyang on the ground and instructed, "I will protect you. You can break through with peace of mind." As she spoke, she remembered her past. If only Xia had protected me. Protecting a puppy isn't a big deal.
Xia Qingyang was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, and he rubbed his head against Ning Yiwan's hand and barked a few times.
She comforted him with a firm tone. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I'll be here with you.
Xia Qingyang rubbed against Ning Yiwan's full and vibrant boobs, while Ding Min was watching and judging. Young master, I suspect you're acting to deceive Ning Yi.
Agreement. In the forest now there are only 3 people left. The atmosphere is very quiet.
Xia Qingyang was now sleeping soundly on Yiwan's lap.
Ding Min opened her eyes just in time.
Yawn. She rubbed her eyes sleepily. I'm so sleepy. I wonder how the young master is doing now.
Ding Min suddenly saw something.
She looked at the sleeping male lead and whispered, He seems to be getting bigger. It's a little subtle.
On Xia Qingyang's side, he also gradually opened his eyes. He then barked twice. Woof woof. The two of them were face to face at this moment.
Xia Qingyang froze for a few seconds and then jumped, but because he couldn't speak, he just thought in his head, Scared me to death. Too close. My face can see the pores.
Ding Min said very gently, Young master, you've transformed to a larger size. It seems that you have broken through to the pet realm.
She also added, This can be considered entering the late stage of the transformation realm.
The male lead heard, looked at himself, and wondered. That's because Ning Yi had also seen the male lead. She asked with concern,
Woof woof, you're awake?
With that, she rubbed his head, making Xia Qingyang very happy. Yiwan also praised the male lead. Broke through. You're such an amazing puppy.
She picked up the male lead, which surprised him.
Next, she lovingly embraced him. They say spirit beasts are weak for a while after breaking through. Come back to the dorm with me.
Xia Qingyang refused, only looking up at Ding Min with pleading eyes.
Ding Min, help me. I'm not going back with her. With my experience, I'm definitely turning back into a human halfway.
Ding Min just smiled.
Ning Yiwan's dorm is near White Willow Lake. I don't dare go there.
She didn't forget to encourage the male lead. Young master, good luck.
Ding Min's answer left Xia Qingyang utterly bewildered. What? The male lead started wailing. What if I suddenly transform in the middle of things? Ding Min happily stepped forward. Young master Xia Qingyang. Goodbye. Night had fallen, and the moon was hanging high.
Cut to Ning Yiwan's dorm,
where she was carefully taking care of the male lead, wiping his paws. You can get on the bed now.
She gently wiped his paws.
The male lead was incredibly embarrassed, thinking to himself, It's like a mother and son of a BTCH, this forbidden relationship.
After wiping, Yiwan put the towel in the basin to wash it again. After finishing, she picked up the male lead and coaxed him. Let's go to sleep.
Next, she gently placed him on the bed. The male lead obediently lay on his back, curling up his paws like a child.
Yiwan wondered,
I wonder if spirit beasts need their anal glands expressed.
Woof woof.
Maybe he's never had it done. If he gets too excited, will something squirt out, right? Her words made the male lead startled and break out in a cold sweat.
He thought in fear.
Anal glands expressed. What is that?
Sensing danger, he immediately burrowed into the blanket. That doesn't sound right at all. I'm a guy, after all. My last shred of dignity. Seeing this, Yiwan couldn't help but laugh. She started to take off her clothes. First, she took off her black dress. Next, she put on a cute pink camisole.
And finally a gray shirt. After a few minutes, Yiwan had completely changed her appearance. She said comfortably, Sleepwear is still the most comfortable.
Seeing how beautiful Yiwan was, the male lead, who was curled up in the blanket, couldn't help but exclaim.
Yiwan then took out a book. She made a suggestion. I'll read a section of Tales of the Unusual for you. Then we'll go to sleep together, okay? Night had fallen, and snow had started to fall outside.
Yiwan sat quietly on the bed, silently reading.
Xia Qingyang was very curious. Which volume of Tales of the Unusual is that? Why do you read this kind of magazine too? As if reading Xia Qingyang's thoughts, Yiwan spoke up. Shifu told me to read it. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was extremely confused. Don't tell me you can hear my thoughts. Yiwan continued. This time, it's about Xia Qingyang committing treason. Ning Yiwan ambushes Xia Qingyang. Cold sweat, it's so exciting from the start.
Reading the story, Yiwan covered her mouth and giggled. She looked at him gently and said, I knew it was Zheng Qingqing's writing at first glance. Not bad imagination.
Qingyang seemed not to believe his ears, thinking to himself, not bad imagination. Should eldest senior sister listen to what she's saying? Yiwan then patted Qingyang's head and said to him, You're a spirit pet at the soul planting realm. You probably can't be considered a kid anymore soon, so it's okay to listen a little.
She added, I didn't expect something as small as you to be at the soul planting realm already. Qingyang could only bark at this point. But in his heart he was extremely thoughtful. Senior sister, I'm not young anymore. It's when my stamina is at its peak. If I really did it, I'd be very brave. I'm still very shy. Yiwan continued to read the story to Qingyang. The Yu spirit serpent that junior brother Xia and I subdued before is also close to the soul planting realm. Look at it. But I really didn't expect junior brother Xia's progress to be so rapid. I'm afraid he'll surpass me before long.
As she read, Yuan gave a compliment. This part is well written, it transitions well into the storyline.
Ning Yiwan originally wanted to refuse Xia Qingyang's help. Yangwan said, "Junior brother Xia, let's just forget it. I can exorcise demons and defend the Dao alone to return to the Kangqiang origin world." But Qingyang disagreed. "How could that be? Senior sister has helped me twice. Consider it me repaying your kindness."
Ning Yiwan didn't want to linger and turned to leave. But Qingyang immediately pulled her close. He made Yuan scream.
Qingyang pointed at Yuan's chin and whispered,
"Ning Yiwan?
Even though I'm your junior brother, I'm still a man," Yuan asked back. "So what if you're a man?"
The two got closer and closer, preparing for a passionate kiss.
Ning Yiwan couldn't escape Xia Qingyang's hold. A strange scent secretly transmitted from the man's body. Ning Yiwan knew that it was the hormone that men naturally possessed. Once infected, there was nowhere to escape.
Qingyang's face darkened when he heard this part. He raised his leg and signaled to Yuan, "Senior sister, can you please stop reading?"
Yuan picked Qingyang up by the armpits and made a request. "It's cold late at night, come up on me." Qingyang only replied with a bark. Yuan continued, "What is this Zheng Qingqing thinking every day? I don't have that kind of personality."
Hearing this, Qingyang glared slightly. "If you knew, you wouldn't need to read it anymore." Reading the steamy scene, the girl Yuan blushed shyly. How embarrassing. She even pretended to make an excuse. "Shifu even told me to watch."
Saying that, she flipped another page, smiling gleefully. Qingyang got angry. "You can still continue watching." Scene transition into the story. Then, Xia Qingyang took off Ning Yiwan's outer garment. Under the light of the night, Ning Yiwan was more beautiful than all things.
Yiwan covered her chest with one hand, shyly shouting loudly, "Junior brother, don't mess around!" As for Qingyang, he started playing with Yiwan's neck, whispering, "Senior sister, who told you to refuse me to go with you? You clearly know I can't let you go to a dangerous place," Yiwan retorted. "This is my mission, of course. I should be the one to complete it."
Qingyang then asked, "Then why did you interfere with my mission?" Yuan immediately denied. I came to help the junior brothers and sisters, not to help you." Qingyang changed his tone gently. "Senior sister, don't think about other things. At this point,
Yuan immediately closed the book.
She was embarrassed and sullen, unable to speak, but still concluded,
"Well written," making Qingyang extremely confused. At this time, Yuan suddenly felt uncomfortable. "It's so hot in the room." Qingyang only replied with a bark, as if implying, "What's wrong?"
Yuan went to bed, covered herself with a blanket, and prepared to rest, instructing Qingyang, "Woof woof, I'm sleepy, let's sleep." She gently petted. "Good night." Qingyang had tears streaming down his face.
"How can I sleep?" he yelled in his mind. "Sleep my ass." By this time, night had fallen, and the moon was shining brightly everywhere. Xia Qingyang had changed back into human form without him even noticing. Suddenly, he woke up with a start and opened his eyes. Seeing that he had transformed back into a human, he immediately woke up fully, thinking to himself, "Crap." He panicked and broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Ning Yiwan right in front of him. Luckily, Ding Min appeared in time to reassure Xia Qingyang, "Young master, don't be afraid, she won't wake up."
Hearing Ding Min say that, Xia Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, that's great." He immediately withdrew his hand from Ning Yiwan and sat up. He looked at his arm and muttered,
"My arm's numb." Seeing this, Ding Min smiled. "Numb." She then reached out and poked Xia Qingyang's numb arm, making him squirm and jump around, repeatedly asking her to stop. "Stop it, ouch." Ding Min was overjoyed, and teasingly asked Xia Qingyang, "Is it fun? So much fun?" But Xia Qingyang didn't forget about Ning Yiwan, so he urged seriously, "Let's go quickly." Ding Min was very confident. The sun hasn't risen high yet. She really won't wake up. I used some illusion magic on her, no need to rush like that. Xia Qingyang started to step out of bed, forgetting that he was naked. Ding Min covered her eyes in embarrassment and shouted, "Aya, young master, you're still not wearing clothes." But she was also very excited.
"No wonder you're the prince of the Canine clan. Brave, majestic, and full of heroic spirit." Xia Qingyang quickly grabbed the curtain to wrap around his lower body. Then he glared at Ding Min and asked, "Stop looking. Aren't you tired of looking?" Ding Min replied with a smile,
"Of course not. My master is a treasure from head to toe." With that, the two quickly left. Let's go quickly, while it's still dark and everyone is asleep. At this moment, Ding Min wondered,
"Xia Qingyang, aren't you afraid that she'll suspect her curtain has disappeared tomorrow morning?" Xia Qingyang, who was running at high speed, suddenly slammed on the brakes. He thought to himself,
"A loophole. No one feels safe." He then answered Ding Min's question, "It's better than me showing my ass walking into the sect right now. If someone really sees me in the middle of the night, I'll definitely be on the front page of the paranormal records tomorrow." Ding Min also joked. The title will be, "Naked Man Disguises as Woman in the Middle of the Night." woman has no morals, or the depravity of human nature.
Xia Qingyang, who was running as fast as a squirrel, hid behind the walls and said, "Are you not afraid of making things worse?" Seeing everything was quiet, Xia Qingyang was very happy.
Very good. No one's around.
Xia Qingyang immediately sped up and crossed the paths.
He flew right into the warm blanket. He shivered and muttered, "But it's still a bit cold at night." Suddenly, Ding Min was already in the blanket. "I'm here too." She then made a suggestion. "Then let me warm the bed for you, okay?" Xia Qingyang snuggled into Ding Min's chest with pleasure.
"You're really warm,"
he imagined, and said to Ding Min, "How about you transform into a fluffy fox?" Ding Min smiled. "Okay." With that, she transformed into a fox to please Xia Qingyang.
Xia Qingyang, petting her cheek, said with satisfaction, "Your fur is so soft, Ding Min." He curiously touched Ding Min's stomach, then suddenly seemed struck by a question.
"What?" Ding Min asked. Seeing his expression, Xia Qingyang then voiced his query. "Why don't you smell like fox stink?" Ding Min, annoyed by this, transformed back into her human form.
She started building up her anger and kicked Xia Qingyang off the bed. She yelled in anger,
"I'm a spirit beast of the Fox clan, not a fox. No more warming your bed."
At this time, the space outside the hall was strangely quiet. After all, this could be considered a peaceful scene. Xia Qingyang also took the opportunity to cultivate his inner power in the room.
He thought to himself, "Today's breakthrough makes me feel something different," only to see a sharp flame ignite in his heart. The flame gradually growing larger in an instant. Then his whole body glowed brightly as he took a deep breath.
At this moment, the meridians throughout his body were flowing vigorously. Xia Qingyang closed his eyes
and slowly entered another world. At this moment, in a daze, he saw the wind blowing through the grass, and in an instant he was in the ocean with waves lapping.
Xia Qingyang seemed to be immersed in water, clearly feeling the brute force of the soul-planting realm. Unlike the previous two realms, it was like communication between nature and the harmony of the height of the universe.
In an instant, Xia Qingyang woke up and opened one eye, shining brightly.
Xia Qingyang sat on the bed in a daze for a while after finishing.
Then he yawned and stretched lazily in frustration, looking quite tired. Then he opened the door and stepped out of the room, straightening his body and looking up at the blue sky. A new day begins. Then he stared in astonishment at Li Jinchan meeting privately with Zhang Qingqing. Then Xia Qingyang ran over and asked, "Li Jin Tongmen, why are you at Liushuan Peak?" Then he strode quickly towards them, calling out loudly, "Li Jin Tongmen."
Li Jinchan turned to look at him and replied, "Xia Tongmen, you finally arrived." Zhang Qingqing also happily added, "Xia Shidi, since you're here I might as well interview you too." Xia Qingyang's face darkened, and he said, "Zhang Shiji, I've read everything you wrote in Tales of the Unexplained. It's really nonsense. Please stop imagining things and report the facts correctly."
Zhang Qingqing said excitedly, "Reporting the facts correctly won't get views. Adding some spice, making it half true, half false, might sell better. Books are hard to sell these days."
Xia Qingyang suggested hesitantly, "I think Li Jin Tongmen probably has something important to say to me, so how about interviewing me some other time?" Zhang Qingqing thought for a moment and agreed, "All right, you guys talk, I won't disturb you."
Then Zhang Qingqing said goodbye to everyone and hurried away. "Goodbye, Xia Qingyang." Then looked at Li Jinchan with a gentle gaze and asked, "Did you come to find me specifically for something?" But they discovered that Zhang Qingqing hadn't gone far and was lurking at the door. Xia Qingyang called out suspiciously, "Zhang Shiji." Zhang Qingqing, startled by the call, replied, "Okay, I'm leaving."
Zhang Qingqing happily thought to herself, "The new theme for the next issue is here. The world of two people now has a third person. How wonderful, it will definitely sell well."
Zhang Qingqing turned and cheerfully left. Only Xia Qingyang sighed unhappily. Then he turned and gently said, "Let's continue." Li Jinchen, upon hearing this, replied, "It's not a big deal. Last time you saved me, I reported it to my father. He wants me to take you home for a meal to thank you."
Li Jinchan continued emphatically, "If you agree, I'll request 2 tokens to go down the mountain." Xia Qingyang widened his eyes in surprise and asked,
"We can go down the mountain just like that?"
Li Jinchan then confirmed once again,
"It's just that my family and the sect have some dealings, so the sect will still agree to some not too excessive requests."
Xia Qingyang muttered with deep meaning in his eyes.
"So that's how it is."
Xia Qingyang thought for a moment and wondered. "Then, in my free time, can I go back to this Xia family?" Then asked, "How can he maintain the transformation?" He looked at Li Jinchan, not asking aloud but thinking to himself, "This matter is very important. It's best to resolve it before the third task." Li Jinchan, seeing his expression, said, "If you feel forced, you don't have to go. My father just likes to make his own decisions."
However, Xia Qingyang enthusiastically replied, "I'll go." Li Jinchan, getting the answer he wanted, ran over to hug him and said, "Junior brother Xia, you're really straightforward." Then, "It's decided," he also gently replied. "Okay?" In the corner of the courtyard, A pair of terrifying eyes were watching their every move. Ning Yiwan stared at them without saying a word, but her expression was very thoughtful. Li Jinshan and Xia Qingyang were still happily joking while hugging. Ning Yiwan still watched without saying a word, her eyes deep and unfathomable, then turned and left in silence, with a hint of disappointment. The fox beside him then appeared and reminded, "Young master, Ning Yiwan came and left again just now." He was startled and surprised upon hearing this. That fox hurriedly continued, "I think she came to find you, and she looked very angry." Xia Qingyang looked at it with an innocent look, as if he didn't understand anything, and his face turned purple, his eyes went white, and he was shocked, thinking, angry. Then Xia Qingyang went up to Li Jinshan and said, "Junior brother Li, I have an appointment with someone else, so I'll go meet them first. You can just come and tell me directly what day you're going back." Li Jinshan naturally wouldn't object and replied, "No problem, you go ahead, I also have to quickly go back to school." Xia Qingyang apologized to her, softly saying, "Sorry." That little fox appeared again and whispered. She went in that direction. In the forest, the river still flows gently. The scenery is breathtakingly beautiful. Only a pair of feet could be seen lightly skimming over the river, running quickly and nimbly. That was Ning Yiwan. After leaving, she skimmed alone across the surface of the water. The trees she passed instantly fell to the side of the road, forming a small alley. A sword stealthily approached, extremely sharp. It was Ning Yiwan's sword. At this moment she also stopped, turning her head to see Xia Qingyang and the fox hiding behind the tree, witnessing in fear. That fox looked panicked, interpreting Ning Yiwan's thoughts. Not calm. Look, her hands are still trembling, she's really angry. Xia Qingyang also seriously observed the moves and said, "I've learned those few moves just now." The fox, upon hearing this, blankly turned to ask, "Young master, are you not feeling well?" He calmly asked back, "Why, I just happened to learn a bit. Having more skills is nothing to worry about." The fox angrily reminded him, "We should chase after her and ask if Ning Yiwan is looking for someone. What would she be looking for someone for?" The fox kept hitting him, continuing, "You watch her practice her swordplay and don't go talk to her, but you're secretly learning her moves here." "If that ain't sick, what is?" he retorted, annoyed. "I just wanted to learn some more techniques so it'd be easier to run away, okay?" Xia Qingyang hugged his head and added, "You know Ning Yiwan hates demons and devils to the bone." Okay, he whispered, but this time a little too loud. "I don't want to die by her hand." Ning Yiwan immediately went on high alert, sharply asking, "Who's there?" Xia Qingyang had no choice but to greet her. "Senior sister Ning, it's me, Xia Qingyang." Ning Yiwan softened a bit, asking, "What are you doing here?" Xia Qingyang walked closer, saying, "I saw you go to Liu Xuanfeng's dorm, then suddenly leave, and wondered if you were looking for me, so I chased after you to ask, 'What's up?' But Ning Yiwan denied it, replying, 'Who said I was looking for you? You're just full of yourself.'" Then she put on a sulky expression. Xia Qingyang seemed to be trying to make conversation. "Senior sister, Li Jinshan, came to find me because of the trip down the mountain last time. I helped her, and her father wants to thank me." Ning Yiwan pouted, pretending not to care. But then Ning Yiwan suddenly noticed a scent on him. "Why does it smell like my sachet?" As if realizing something, her eyes lit up, her mouth hesitant, as if wanting to say something. "Then," Ning Yiwan asked, "were you in my room last night?" Xia Qingyang was caught red-handed. His expression was incredibly awkward at that moment. He didn't know how to answer, and could only think to himself, "Crap, her senses are really sharp." Ning Yiwan didn't let up, continuing to press, "Were you there?" Xia Qingyang could only wave his hand dismissively with an awkward expression. "No, why would I go to your room?" Panicking inside, "Damn it, did I pick up the scent from Ning Yiwan's sachet?" She continued to move closer, asking, "Really?" Then she grabbed him by the collar, demanding a clear answer. Suddenly, a strip of red silk appeared on Xia Qingyang's hand, and Ding Min quickly appeared, saying, "It's me, Yue Huajun, don't misunderstand." Ning Yiwan fell into contemplation, and seemed like she wanted to say something, but stopped. Ding Min was now snuggling up to Xia Qingyang, adding, "I know Yue Huajun hates us, demonkin. I'll definitely avoid you in the future and not use a scent similar to yours." He was also apprehensive, repeatedly saying, Yeah. Ding Min then lightly dabbed the sweat on her face, thinking to herself, "Thank goodness Ning Yiwan's sachet scent is considered common." Ning Yiwan was still suspicious, thinking to herself, "He clearly hesitated just now. Was it just my imagination?" Xia Qingyang was about to be scared witless, silently praying, "Don't look at me." Ning Yiwan thought for a moment and then asked, "I came to find you to ask, when you're planning to take on your third mission, Master told me to rest for a bit, so I wanted to do the mission with you and our junior sister." Xia Qingyang felt relieved after hearing this and replied, "So that's what it was." Then he said, "I'll accept it after I get back." Ning Yiwan was unhappy to see Li Jinshan there, and asked, "You two have only done one mission together, and you're already this close." Xia Qingyang scratched his head a little awkwardly, saying,
It's not really like that, but she invited me so enthusiastically, it was hard to refuse. Besides, he leaned in and whispered in her ear,
I mainly wanted to learn the Li Jin family's forging techniques. Seeing your sister isn't going to begrudge me for taking advantage of the opportunity, right? She made an "oh" sound after hearing this. Ning Yiwan was a little embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red. Begrudge you on a beautiful sunny day.
The atmosphere around them remained peaceful. Xia Qingyang still stood there confused, saying,
You really didn't have to be so upfront about it. I don't have any signature swords on hand. The upcoming missions are only going to get harder, so I need a weapon to protect myself. Lin Yiwan replied solemnly. All right, I've said what I needed to say. Now go, Xia Qingyang thought to himself after seeing this. This face turn is too damn fast and dangerous. Xia Qingyang was at a loss for words, and just awkwardly scratched his head. Ning Yiwan pressed on, not leaving. Then, Ning Yiwan sighed in disappointment at his blank expression. Ning Yiwan gripped the azure treasure sword tightly in her hand. Ning Yiwan raised her sword, took a fighting stance, and said, If you're not leaving, then spar with me. Xia Qingyang, having achieved his goal, smiled slightly and replied, Yes, Ning Yiwan added. You were secretly watching me for a long time just now. Based on your talent and learning ability, you probably understood it already, right? Xia Qingyang forced a smile and replied, My head understands, but my hands don't. And he thought to himself, so she knew I was peeking at her all along. Then, Ning Yiwan handed him her sword and said, Use my sword. Xia Qingyang hesitated slightly and said, Can I really use your sword, Shiji? Ning Yiwan countered with a question, Haven't you already used it before? Xia Qingyang asked with a half smile. Then what will Shiji use? Then, she bent down and quickly picked up a twig, holding it like a sword, and said firmly, I'll use a branch. Xia Qingyang calculated in his head, My cultivation is still far behind Ning Yiwan's right now, but I probably won't lose too badly. If she's using a branch and I'm using the peerless legendary sword Moonflower Dream, losing too badly would be a total embarrassment. Ding Min appeared again, and said, Young master, you'd better hide your aura. Then Ding Min carefully reminded him, Don't create too many clues to make her suspect your... You know what? He replied. Got it. Ding Min offered another suggestion. Didn't you exchange for a concealment talisman at the demon market? Use that? Ning Yiwan, seeing them being so intimate, felt uncomfortable, and thought to herself, What are you two communicating with each other telepathically about? Xia Qingyang accidentally met her gaze, and was startled. Ding Min quickly explained, I was just reminding the young master to study hard. There's nothing for me here, I'm going back to sleep. Then she disappeared. Ding Min disappeared, becoming a small silk ribbon on his wrist. Xia Qingyang also said to himself, From now on, I have to pay attention to concealing my aura. Breaking through too quickly will attract attention. Then he bowed to her and said gently, Shiji, please guide me. Ning Yiwan lightly leaped forward, taking the initiative to attack. Ning Yiwan no longer had a gentle appearance, but looked extremely imposing. She used the small branch in her hand to strike at him with force, and the power between Ning Yiwan and Xia Qingyang collided, creating a flash. Ning Yiwan reminded him during the exchange, Focus. Don't let your guard down. Then, Ning Yiwan attacked again, striking his leg with her palm. Luckily, you were quick to dodge that dangerous move. You moved as fast as a machine, kicking up dust everywhere, and then, without a word, launched another direct attack. Xia Qingyang shot a chilling, cold glance. Xia Qingyang, sword in hand, bravely advanced, making for a very watchable scene. The moment Xia Qingyang unleashed his ultimate move, his aura was overwhelming. Ning Yiwan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Then, without time to dodge, she was knocked off balance and fell freely. But fortunately, she landed gracefully in the end. Ning Yiwan praised him with satisfaction. As expected, you truly are a cultivation genius. Xia Qingyang also landed quickly, propping himself up with his sword, then happily bowed. Thank you, senior sister, for your guidance. Ning Yiwan then added, In a few days, my master will transfer the outer disciples of Liushuan Peak to Yanyang Peak. Xia Qingyang was startled, and thought to himself in surprise, Transferring me to Yanyang Peak? Does that mean I have to run away again? What kind of development is this? It wasn't in the game. Ning Yiwan saw his expression and asked, You don't want to? He replied with a smile. No, it's not that I don't want to. Then, Xia Qingyang further explained, I'm just too surprised. I have the water spiritual root. How can I go to the fire spiritual root's Yanyang Peak? Ning Yiwan gently comforted him. Master will convert your spiritual root. You don't need to worry. From now on, focus on cultivation with Master and me, and you will surely achieve great things. Looking at his bewildered teenage appearance, she added, A cultivation genius like you, Yanyang Peak, must have... The scene shifts to a large courtyard. Li Jinshan and Xia Qingyang were sitting and talking in the courtyard. She said with a smile, I didn't expect we could get 20 days of leave to go down the mountain. She was excited and eagerly planned for herself. This time, I can eat a lot at home. Suddenly, he noticed something in the distance and said in surprise, "So many weapons."
Qingyang looked at a row of shelves filled with knives and swords, exclaiming, "Worthy of being a clan of swordsmiths." Next to them were shelves filled with spears and halberds of all kinds.
Jinshan took out a rhombus-shaped hidden weapon and explained with a big smile. From the beginning, because the storage couldn't fit everything, we temporarily placed it outside and, over time, everyone got used to it.
She waved her hand and threw the hidden weapon into the pile of weapons behind, saying calmly, "Any weapon that is poorly forged will be thrown into the courtyard." Qingyang understood upon hearing this, and replied softly, "So that's how it is." Suddenly, Jinshan raised her hand and enthusiastically waved to the person approaching. "Mom! Mom's out!"
The person who came was Wei Qi. She gently and tenderly replied to her affectionately,
"Shan Shan." Jinshan only saw her mother and naively wondered, "Where's Dad?" Wei Qi replied upon hearing her daughter's question, "Your father is busy with some things, he'll come out when it's time to eat." Then she went over and stroked her daughter's head, lovingly asking, "You've gotten darker from the sun. Studying is very hard, isn't it?" Jinshan smiled happily, enjoying it, and replied, "It's okay, Mom. It's just that doing missions is quite tiring." She excitedly showed off her upcoming plans to her mother. "Once I complete a mission, I can get a token to go down the mountain and come home anytime." The loving mother still stroked her long-lost daughter's head and replied, "That's great." At this time, Qingyang had the opportunity to stand up and respectfully clasped his hands. "Greetings, madam."
Wei Qi smiled meaningfully, looking at the young man in front of her with a cheerful expression, and replied, "Young Master Xia, greetings." Then, she smiled lightly, and extended her hand to invite Qingyang. "Young Master Xia, let's sit down and talk." After sitting down, she began to explain to him, "We didn't come to greet you in time because your aunt and I were still forging just now. Please forgive our discourtesy," he casually replied, seemingly unfazed. "It's all right. Li Jin Shixiong has told me a lot about sword forging masters." Wei Qi smiled gently, skillfully steering the conversation with Xia Qingyang. "Originally, we planned a formal dinner to thank Xia Gongzi for saving Shanhair, but my husband tends to be a bit extravagant in his gestures. I was afraid it might overwhelm Xia Gongzi, so I came to thank you in advance." Jinshan, who had been listening beside them, chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, you'll find out what kind of person my dad is soon enough." Wei Qi glanced at her beloved daughter, a hint of regret in her eyes. Xia Gongzi is truly a talented individual, with extraordinary bearing. She paused mid-sentence, sighed, and trailed off. Jinshan leaned closer, puzzled. "Mom, why are you sighing at me?" After a moment, Wei Qi looked at him directly, and cut to the chase. "Xia Gongzi, are you betrothed? If you don't mind, our Shanhair is of marriageable age." Qingyang was stunned, his eyes widening. Jinshan's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment and surprise. She was a little flustered, quickly clarifying to her mother, "Mom, what are you saying? Xia Xixiong and I are like brothers." Wei Qi turned to Jinshan, casually speaking loud enough for Qingyang to hear. "What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone in the village knows your temper. No one dares to ask for your hand in marriage." Realizing her slip of the tongue, Wei Qi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oops, I said it out loud." She quickly regained her composure as an elder and said to him, "Let's forget what I just said. Okay, Xia Gongzi, I think you and Shantae are quite compatible. Why don't you two just get together?" Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "Madam," he thought to himself. If the madam is saying this, then she must be the head of the household. The scene shifts to a moment later, and loud laughter echoes from within the courtyard. Li Jin, with a hearty laugh, put his arm around Xia Qingyang's shoulders as if they were old friends. "From now on, we're sworn brothers." Qingyang frowned slightly, forcing an awkward smile as he replied, "Uncle, wouldn't that make us the same generation?" Li Jin maintained his carefree demeanor, chuckling as he explained, "Nah, not the same. The Li Jin family has always been hospitable, especially to the great benefactor who saved my daughter. Besides, my brother here is quite the handsome devil." Hearing this, Qingyang scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I didn't really save her. It wasn't a big deal." He sighed inwardly. "Yi Jin Shixiang, is your father always this enthusiastic?" Wei Qi leaned in close to her husband, gently reminding him, "If you become sworn brothers with Xia Gongzi, wouldn't that make Shanhair call him uncle?" "That won't do," Li Jin agreed with his wife's reasoning, exclaiming, "That's right." Then, without warning, he threw his head back and roared with laughter, announcing to everyone, "Then let's forget it." Qingxiang and Jinshan were both speechless. Jinshan thought to herself, "How embarrassing." Li Jin finished speaking and picked up a jug of wine, enthusiastically inviting his guest, "Come, come, little Xia, drink. This wine isn't bad." As he carefully poured the wine into the cups, he revealed his thoughts. "This fine wine has been aged for 10 years. I originally planned to take it out for Shanhair's wedding, but today is just too joyful." Qingyang used both hands to raise his cup, praising with a bright smile, "Delicious wine." However, in his heart, He was utterly bewildered, thinking, "What's going on here? What's so joyful?" The two raised their cups together, then drained them in one gulp, shouting in unison, "Bottoms up!" Li Jin brought his cup closer, slowly savoring the taste. Then, Li Jin slammed his wine cup on the table, exclaiming heartily, "Delicious! Ding dang!" The little fox poked its head out, cautiously reminding Qingyang, "Gongzi, you've already had 7 or 8 cups, you're starting to get drunk. Maybe you should find an excuse to escape." Qingyang agreed, and spoke to Li Jin. "Uncle." Suddenly, Li Jin pulled out a rather large bag from who knows where. Li Jin retrieved from the glowing bag a small, exquisite dagger. Then, he slammed his hand on the table, startling Qingyang. Li Jin looked straight at Qingyang with a serious expression, then laughed generously. "This is a dagger I forged this afternoon. Consider it a little something as a greeting gift." The dagger on the table was extremely sharp, with ferocious patterns etched on it. Qingyang stared at it in amazement, realizing, "So that's what Uncle Li Jin was busy with this afternoon, preparing a gift for me. This guy is kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and friendly. I have to make friends with him." Suddenly, the little fox abruptly popped its head out and shouted unexpectedly. It examined the dagger on the table, releasing spiritual energy to probe it. A moment later, the little fox happily cried out, reporting to Qingyang, "Gongzi, we've struck gold." He was a little confused, not understanding what it had just said. Seeing this, Little Fox patiently explained to Xia Qingyang, "The quality of this dagger far surpasses the sword that Li Jinchan forged for you. If that sword is half of the Moonflower Dream, this one is equivalent to 7/10 of the Moonflower Dream." At this time, night had fallen, and the rooms in the courtyard were all lit up. After the meal, Jinchan saw Qingyang off, scratching her head awkwardly and saying to him, "My parents are a bit too forward." Then, she turned to him, a little embarrassed, and continued, "Don't take what they said to heart." Qingyang heard this and laughed it off, waving his hand to show that he didn't mind, replying, "It's okay, it's pretty good. It's just that the gift your father gave me is too valuable, and I feel ashamed to receive it." Jinchan didn't stand on ceremony with him, putting her arm around his shoulder like a bro and laughing, "I'm his most precious daughter. Giving a lifesaver a dagger isn't anything, don't feel burdened." She smiled, her eyes squinting comfortably, then very hospitably invited, "Qingyang, I'll take you to your room. You've been traveling hard these past 2 days, you need to rest well tonight." When they approached the prepared room, she gestured invitingly and said, "There's nothing to do tomorrow, you can go out for a walk too." Qingyang heard this and was very excited, then politely replied to her, "Thank you, fellow disciple Li Jinchan, for helping me. It's been a long time since I've gone for a walk." Jinchan heard this and smiled, winking playfully as she pondered, "Right, I've been so stifled in the Azure Sky Realm that I'm going crazy." A moment later the two arrived at the place, and she spoke up to let Qingyang know, "We're here." As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful." Qingyang clasped his hands and thanked Jinchan and her family. "Thank you for the hospitality, uncle and aunt. Then I'll go to sleep now." Hearing him say that, she laughed loudly, as hearty as her father, and replied, Okay, just chill." Jinchan left to let Qingyang rest quietly. Once outside, she recalled what her parents had said at the dinner table earlier. Jinchan blushed with embarrassment, thinking angrily to herself, "I can't face Xia Qingyang ever again. I clearly told them not to talk nonsense, but my parents didn't think about how he'd feel at all." She left, stomping her feet, huffing coldly and sulking at her parents. "Ugh, I'm so mad." Qingyang had been eavesdropping at the door the whole time, waiting for the footsteps to fade, thinking, "They're gone." Then he reached into the pocket at his hip, intending to take something out. It turned out that Qingyang took out a puppet that looked exactly like him, and happily shouted, "Body double puppet!" He decisively threw the puppet onto the bed next to him, making it annoyed. Qingyang eagerly prepared to plot something, then ordered it, "Transform into my appearance." Following that, the puppet created a small explosion. Boom! One time, smoky and misty. He instructed his double again, and it immediately followed his orders, lying on the bed, asleep. Before leaving, Qingyang looked at the bracelet and called out, "Little Fox, Ding Min, let's go." The bracelet instantly vanished, turning into a stream of spiritual power red light. That stream of spiritual power transformed into Ding Min, hovering next to him, asking, "Where to?" Hearing her question, Qingyang replied as if it were obvious, "Of course we're going to my hometown." Ding Min looked a little embarrassed. She imagined the map, then explained clearly, "Young master, to get to the sacred land of the Canine clan from here, even riding the fastest spirit beast would take a week. We won't make it back in time." Qingyang heard this and was very surprised. Then he fell into thoughtful contemplation for a while. "Then how can I find out the method to naturally transform into a human, to transform into a beast?" Hearing this, she offered a suggestion to clarify the matter. "Didn't you used to have a brain injury, young master? I've noticed that there are many things you don't remember anymore." Qingyang heard her say that and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." You broke out in a cold sweat just thinking about it, then answered, She bumped her head on a door one day, and yeah, she did forget a few things. Seeing Xia Qingyang like this, Ding Min sighed with emotion. Our young master is so pitiful. Then she immediately changed her expression, excitedly suggesting to Xia Qingyang, I know where your aunt is. I'll take you to find her. Yu awkwardly avoided Ding Min's gaze, and replied, That would be great. Couldn't be better. The scene shifts to late at night. The sky is full of stars, and demons are bustling about. This is the demon market, where demons buy and sell goods. Ding Min gently explained to Xia Qingyang beside him. This is another demon market, and your aunt lives in the Fuzhou Pavilion here. Hearing this, you were a little puzzled, and immediately asked her, What kind of place is the Fuzhou Pavilion? Ding Min jumped onto the Mantu boat. While answering your question, it's a place for drinking. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was shocked and blurted out, Don't tell me. Your aunt runs a brothel. Ding Min waited for you to sit securely on the boat before explaining, That's not quite it. The demon ladies there sell their art, not their bodies. Your aunt gives them a place to stay. After answering Xia Qingyang, she turned to the demon boatman and said, Location, go to Fuzhou Pavilion. The lizard demon boatman politely replied, Honored guest, yes. Ding Min looked into the distance, smiling as she told you. This demon market is open to humans. So many human cultivators come here to enjoy themselves. Then, she felt a little uncomfortable and disgusted, muttering ambiguously, Humans. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was confused, and blankly asked her, Huh, what did you say? Ding Min kept that expression but didn't say it out loud, just replying vaguely, Nothing at all. A moment later, as they approached, she pointed to the back, drawing your attention, and said, That's the Fuzhou Pavilion right there. Xia Qingyang looked in the direction she was pointing, and saw a tall, brightly lit tower. That is the Fuzhou Pavilion, the most famous pleasure spot in the demon market, taking in many homeless female demons, selling their art but not their bodies. Before long, the boat docked at the Fuzhou Pavilion. She put a precious hairpin into the boatman's hand and said to him, This is the boat fare. Xia Qingyang, who had been observing upwards for a while, couldn't help but exclaim, It's so beautiful. Then the two slowly walked up the steps and went inside. As soon as Xia Qingyang entered, he saw someone hurriedly kneeling down on both knees. That person respectfully bowed and reported, Your Highness, you've arrived. Before Xia Qingyang could finish being surprised, he heard Ding Min make a suggestion. We want to see your aunt. The one who seemed to be a maid happily replied, My lady said, As long as your highness comes, take him directly to see her. Then she opened the door and politely invited the two in. Please come inside with me. Xia Qingyang was shocked by what he saw as he walked through the hall. Then he slowly walked up the stairs to go upstairs. Reaching the door, the maid knocked and announced into the room, My lady, your highness has arrived. Then the girl quickly hugged her head and ran to the side. Xia Qingyang looked at this scene, stunned and confused, wondering in his heart, why is she hiding to the side? Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a slender foot. Seeing this scene, you widened your eyes and gaped in shock. Mu Jing rushed out, tearfully embracing you and scolding affectionately. You little rascal, you still know to come find me. Late at night, the Fuzhou Pavilion was brightly lit with lanterns. Mu Jing gently embraced Xia Qingyang, lovingly patting his head and playfully scolding, You little rascal, you still remember to come find me. Then, she playfully pinched Xia Qingyang's cheek, stretching it out as she praised, Nothing's changed, still such a talent. Mu Jing finished assessing him, then muttered, How far along are you with this love at first sight thing you mentioned? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang was stunned and confused, repeating her words, Love at first sight. Mu Jing looked at Xia Qingyang meaningfully, asking in detail, Didn't you say you met a beautiful young lady or something? Love at first sight, wanting to bravely pursue love all the way to the Kangchong Yuan realm? Mentioning that, she felt annoyed, and knocked him hard on the head, scolding, You've been gone from home for 2 or 3 years and don't even think about visiting. Xia Qingyang frowned from the knock, rubbing the sore spot and wondering to himself, She's talking about Ning Yiwan, right? Then, he somewhat shyly and awkwardly covered his face, explaining to her, Aunt, I'm cultivating in the Kangchong Yuan realm. Without a token, I can't leave the mountain. This time, I was only able to come out thanks to the blessing of my fellow disciples. Xia Qingyang turned to look at his aunt, explaining the misunderstanding from earlier. As for the love at first sight thing, that was all nonsense. Mu Jing, without arguing, pulled him inside and said, Let's talk inside. Xia Qingyang suddenly turned around and called out, Ding Min, come inside with me. Ding Min was extremely surprised to hear this, pointing at herself as she asked, Can I? Hearing this conversation, Mu Jing smiled kindly, turning around and saying, Come in together, you little girl. Then, the three of them went inside the room together to continue their conversation. Mu Jing sat on the low couch in the middle of the room, carefully asking Xia Qingyang,
You said that people in the Elder's house are not as good as the human cultivators of the Kangqiang Yuan realm. She pondered for a moment, stroking her chin as she speculated. Although the human race and the demon race are currently at a ceasefire, the human race has always been repulsed by our demon race. Saying that, Mu Xing looked directly at Xia Qingyang, wondering, aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed? Xia Qingyang rubbed the demon binding chain on his hand, smiling as he replied, Aunt, I have the demon binding chain, which can suppress my demonic aura. Even if I wanted to run, I couldn't. I haven't finished my missions yet, and if I ran, they would summon me back anyway. Hearing this, Mu Xing asked her beloved nephew with concern. How many more missions do you have? Xia Qingyang mischievously held up 2 fingers, smiling as he answered, 2. Then, she turned to look at Ding Min, gently expressing her gratitude. Thank you for helping me deliver to Qingyang. Hearing this, Ding Min smiled happily, replying, Mu Xing, it's something this little girl should do. Aunt. Xia Qingyang suddenly asked the question that had been bothering him. But the two of you, what's the situation between you two? Hearing the question, Xia Qingyang smiled brightly, pointing at Ding Min as he introduced, Ding Min is my spirit pet. Hearing that, Mu Xing's eyes showed confusion, staring intently before asking, Spirit pet? She seriously assessed her for a while before making a suggestion. Show me the results of your cultivation. Hearing his aunt say that, Xia Qingyang raised his hand to his chest, removing a talisman. It turned out to be an aura concealment talisman, used to hide his true cultivation. As soon as Xia Qingyang removed the talisman, spiritual energy pressure gushed out. Witnessing the scene, Mu Xing exclaimed in surprise and praise, Soul planting realm, not bad. Were you not cultivating at all back home? You've become so enlightened in the Kangqiang Yuan realm. Hearing the question, Xia Qingyang broke out in a cold sweat. Worrying, thinking of a plausible reason. How could I tell my aunt that Ning Yiwan tried to kill me? After thinking about it, Xia Qingyang smiled, answering as if it were a normal thing. I've grown up, and I'm free with nothing to do, so I practice a little. Hearing this, Mu Xing didn't press further, looking at him sharply as she asked, Speak. What did you come to me for this time? Xia Qingyang was a little worried, then honestly told her his problem. I can't control it. I transform into the body of a beast. Hearing this, his aunt exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Then, Xia Qingyang made a wronged expression, rubbing his head as he said, It's just that one day, my head was hit. Hearing this, Mu Xing was even more surprised, anxiously asking, Where was it hit? Quickly, let aunt take a look. He heard that and immediately covered his face, acting sad, and told her, It's healed. But I think there was some brain damage. Some of the memories are a bit hazy. Mu Xing was extremely worried. With a look of pity in her eyes, she said to Xia Qingyang, Why aren't you more careful? Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, drawing their attention. Then, the maid outside reported to Mu Xing, Master, Bai Linshui is here again. She frowned after hearing the person outside, a little annoyed. Qingyang was shocked, and asked in surprise, Master? Bai Linshui, Lin Shi's master. Mu Xing adjusted her expression, and said indifferently to the maid outside the door, I'm not seeing her, tell her to scram. He and Ding Min looked at each other upon hearing this, both with the same thought. Could there be something going on between them? The maid then worriedly relayed her words to Mu Xing. Bai Linshui said, If you don't see her, she'll go crazy right here. Qingyang sweated upon hearing this, speechless, thinking to himself, Such a straightforward threat. He then spoke up, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Master, my identity can't be revealed, right? Mu Xing was a little flustered, propped her hand on her forehead, closed her eyes and pondered, and replied, Don't worry, although she knows me, she doesn't know. She opened her eyes and instructed the 2 people in front of her, You and Ding Min stay in my room, I'll go greet this woman. After Mu Xing finished speaking, she got up and went straight outside. Before leaving completely, she carefully and seriously reminded the maid behind her, Don't let anyone go into my room. The maid immediately obeyed and answered decisively, Yes. The martial world shifted to the outside, the moon was high, and many boats were passing on the river. Mu Xing looked down at the person from above with some anger, and asked unhappily, You made me come pick you up, then you get off the boat, right? Bai Linshui smiled comfortably after hearing her, and replied, That's right. Aren't you going to help me a little? Although Mu Xing was reluctant to scold, she reached out to support her. Bai Linshui, don't be too much. She still maintained her leisurely smile after hearing this, and answered domineeringly, I like it. Bai Linshui gracefully stepped onto the shore from the boat. Mu Xing still maintained her annoyed attitude, and asked suspiciously, Linshui, what are you doing here again? She smiled lightly, looked at Mu Xing gently, and said calmly, I'm naturally here to drink flower wine. Time passed, and the sky over Zhuge Mansion was later. Qingyang waited impatiently inside the room, peeking at the situation outside through the crack in the door. Bai Linshui was whispering to his master,
This is a treasure. He was startled when he saw Ning Yiwan coming along, and blurted out, "Why is Ning Yiwan here too?"
Mu Xing was startled when she suddenly saw Xingyang's figure, Lin Shui still said, looking at this quality. She then turned to Bai Lin Shui with some meaning and asked,
"Most of the people in my shop are demons. Is your disciple okay? Isn't she very disgusted with demons and devils?"
Ning Yiwan blurted out a few words that made the master confused.
"Demon assassin." Then she smiled and answered Mu Xing's question.
"I'm just going to have fun with my master, and this place has already signed a peace treaty. I'm fine." Qingyang and Mu Xing were speechless upon hearing this, and had the same thought. Having fun, they all say it so easily. Suddenly, Bai Lin Shui held Mu Xing's shoulder, smiled and pushed her slightly. Said to go into my room. She was a little embarrassed and shy upon hearing this, turned her face away and scolded, "Your room? I don't remember leaving any room for you." Lin Shui ignored her words, smiled softly and looked back at her disciple and said, "Go around and stroll around yourself. Your teacher and Mu Xing have something to say." Ning Yiwan obediently clasped her hands and obeyed.
"Yes, master." After the disciple left, Bai Lin Shui pounced and hugged Mu Xing tightly and exclaimed, "Ouch!" Mu Xing, caught off guard by the sudden embrace, blushed and exclaimed, "What do you think you're doing? So many people are watching." She's right. Everyone around them was looking at the two with puzzled expressions. Mu Xing decisively punched Lin Shui, causing her to spit blood and stumble back, then scolded, "Mu Xing, don't mess around." Her face still flushed, but now mixed with a hint of anger, she said seriously, "We're not Dao companions anymore, so please show some respect." Lin Shui wasn't fazed. She chuckled softly and replied calmly, "All right, you don't want to lose face in front of so many people, do you? You should take me to our room." Ding Min and Xia Qingyang observed everything, and Ding Min exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, "Oh my God, young master!" Young master, unable to hide the surprise in her heart, she directly asked him, puzzled, "Is Shishu and Bai Lin Shui a Dao companion? Like, were they? Can human cultivators be gay Dao companions?" Xia Qingyang, upon hearing the question, seriously explained to Ding Min, "According to cultivation settings, once a cultivator reaches a certain realm, gender isn't enough to be a dual cultivation partner, it's just for breaking through." Still confused after the explanation, she innocently asked, "What do you mean by settings?" He chuckled and patiently explained to Ding Min, "It's like a profession, a characteristic of a person." Feeling quite happy, she admired and praised Xia Qingyang. Young master knows so much. Ding Min peeked out again to observe the situation outside, and exclaimed, "I really want to know the story between them." Hearing this, he lightly scolded her, "Nosy." This time, Ding Min didn't understand human language again and asked, "What's that?" Xia Qingyang, though incredibly annoyed at having to explain, still said, "It means someone who likes to eavesdrop." Ding Min understood, feeling a little wronged, and quietly defended herself. "It's just a girl's nature." Mu Xing and Lin Shui soon arrived at their room. Mu Xing gently closed the door of the room with both hands. She stood there, hesitant, unsure how to face the person behind her. Bai Lin Shui, with a face full of regret, broke the silence. Mu Xing, hearing this familiar and affectionate call, felt a little flustered. Lin Shui stepped forward and hugged Mu Xing from behind, gently whispering in her ear, "When are you planning to forgive me?" Mu Xing, though her heart was in turmoil and her cheeks were flushed, still rationally reminded her, "Immortal Venerable, don't forget your identity. You and the demons are different." Lin Shui gently turned her around, looking at her tenderly and asking, "That was before. Aren't humans and demons getting along very well now?" Mu Xing relented a little, saying her thoughts with a sad and worried expression. "That disciple Ning Yiwan of yours doesn't think so. I've heard quite a bit about her. If she continues to kill demons, everything within 100 miles will be wiped out." Bai Lin Shui's expression changed, and her eyes turned cold and somewhat threatening, saying, "Don't think I don't know who Xia Qingyang is." Mu Xing suddenly realized the danger upon hearing this, and turned pale. Lin Shui's restless hand reached for her forbidden area, and set a condition. "If you want me to help you keep the secret, then serve me well." Mu Xing, stimulated beyond control, trembled all over, trying to ask, "How did you know?" Lin Shui fell silent, recalling the past, and explained to her lover, "When he was still in diapers, I held him once, just once, and I can remember the aura of everyone who has touched this matter. You know that very well, don't you?" Though her face remained silent, her hand continued to move diligently. Mu Xing trembled, nearing her climax, trying to cover her mouth to avoid making a sound. Bai Lin Shui finished, proudly holding up her bounty. After a while, Mu Xing calmed down, looked her straight in the face, and resented her. Lin Shui looked at the obvious and bountiful harvest on her hand, laughing triumphantly. Mu Xing, feeling wronged, angrily scolded her. "Bai Lin Shui, do you want to use this to threaten me?" She raised her hand, still dripping with fluid, deliberately provoking her. Bai Lin Shui was super confident, straight up declaring, all proud, Your body's obviously thirsty for me too. Mu Xing, having snapped back to her senses, repeated her answer seriously. I've said it a million times, when you chose humanity, we were over. Before she could stop herself, she kept going, trying to make the other understand. You did what you had to do for the greater good. I can't say anything about that, but... Mu Xing blushed, embarrassed, but still pushed herself to say what she wanted. But, don't mess with me anymore, you know exactly how I feel about you, hurting me. By using that, I'll just end up hating you even more. Bai Lin Shui was stunned to hear those true feelings. She lowered her head, and quietly admitted to Mu Xing in a low voice. It's my fault, I'm sorry. After a sec she looked up, staring right at Mu Xing, declaring with a firm tone. But, a person only has one Dao companion in their life. I only have you, and you only have me. Hearing what Lin Shui said, Mu Xing was sad and didn't know what to say. Lin Shui was sincere, her eyes full of regret, as she reached out to her, gently saying, Give me one more chance, okay? The night was getting later and later. It was almost dawn. Qingyang was tossing and turning in bed, sighing uncomfortably. How much longer do we have to wait? This is taking forever. Ding Min, sitting next to him, was calmer and replied, My guess is, it'll be a while. Old friends catching up have a lot to talk about. Qingyang was super tired, suggesting, wanting her opinion. How about I take a nap? Suddenly, a loud noise made him jump. Same with Ding Min, who became alert. Massive plumes of smoke were rising from Fu's Hao Pavilion. Everyone yelled, Demons! The people around were freaking out, scrambling to get away, shouting at the same time, Demons! How did demons get in here? Some people finally reacted at this point, shouting in terror, reminding everyone, Run! A girl couldn't run fast enough and was finished off by a demon's hand. After that, the chaos attracted another demon. Qingyang had sat up by now, looking outside warily, asking, What's going on? Ding Min opened the door a crack, observing the situation outside. Everyone was shouting, Demons! There are demons! Demons! Realizing the danger to come, she turned around and frantically told him, There are demons. Mu Xing's room is still closed. The lights are on. It's not clear if she knows what's going on outside. Bai Lin Shui, having clearly heard the commotion, asked, confused. Why are there demons mixed in at Fuzhou Pavilion? Mu Xing nervously gripped her hands, looking outside, also not understanding, and answering, How would I know? The way you're talking sounds like you're blaming me. Lin Shui raised her hand, unleashing a powerful green stream of spiritual energy. Then she crouched down, grabbed her sword, and gracefully flew outside. Before leaving, Lin Shui didn't forget to tell the other person in the room, Let me go see what's going on. Seeing that, Mu Xing couldn't sit still anymore and stated firmly, I'm going to. Over here, Ding Min looked outside and asked Qingyang, Should we go out? He was still sitting leisurely on the bed, answering her question, With Bai Lin Shui here, we probably aren't needed. After that, he thought of someone else, unable to avoid showing his annoyance and saying, Plus, Ning Yiwan is nearby, I don't want her to find out about me. After Qingyang finished speaking, he regained his relaxed mood, lying down to enjoy himself, saying, Time to get back to sleep. Ding Min was convinced by his words, also agreeing, That's true. At this time, Bai Lin Shui had arrived at the scene of the explosion, examining it. She looked at the roof, which had a huge hole, and thought to herself, How dare they damage my wife's shop? Suddenly, a maid ran out from somewhere, crying out in fear, begging for help, Miss, save me! Before Mu Xing could react, the maid was finished off right in front of her eyes. After finishing the evil deed, the demon laughed wildly with satisfaction. It cruelly and decisively pulled its hand out of the girl's body. He looked down with satisfaction as drops of blood slowly dripped from his hand. Turns out his name is Bai Sha, and he's from the demon race. He greeted Bai Lin Shui with a cold laugh. Long time no see, Lin Shui. Hearing the guy call her name, Lin Shui coldly uttered, So, you were after me. Inside the room, Xia Qingyang suddenly thought of something, sat up and said, No way, I should still go take a look. In case there's a fight later, I can secretly learn a thing or two. Hearing this, Ding Min was speechless, and frowned as she blurted out, Young master, what are you doing? Qingyang was still excited, his eyes bright with thirst for knowledge as he replied, Learn whatever I can. Over there, Bashaw still kept that smile, and frankly assessed, It's really hard to get into your Azure Sky world. It wasn't easy waiting for you to come out, coming to find your wife, to reminisce about the past. How does it feel? Bai Lin Shui snorted coldly at the mocking tone, then indifferently replied, Nothing to say, can't be said. Ba Sha didn't let go, and asked, Where's the ordinary person beside Lin Shui? Where's your spirit Zhao physique disciple? Lin Shui didn't want to say much to the demon race, so she flew forward and took the initiative to attack. She decisively slashed out a powerful sword, but Bai Sha dodged it and quickly teleported, then appeared behind Mu Xing, shocking her. Ba Sha didn't wait for her to react, and grabbed Mu Xing's pale, slender neck. His face darkened as he held Mu Xing, coldly threatening Bai Lin Shui, Dare to make a move, and I'll kill Mu Xing. Qingyang, who was observing on the high rooftop next door, saw this, and shouted, Sis, Sis. He was extremely worried for his sis, gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, so that's someone from the demon race. To actually dodge Bai Linshui's attack. Pretty badass. At this moment, Muxing smiled coldly, as if she was about to do something interesting. Then she suddenly disappeared, leaving Baisha with a dumbfounded expression. Baisha couldn't believe what just happened, and exclaimed in amazement, to be able to transform right in my hands. At this moment, there was movement from Muxing right beside Bai Linshui. She clearly materialized, laughing loudly, her sharp eyes looking at the demon race in front of her. Muxing used a provocative expression, confidently having victory in her grasp, and asked, "Wanna play together?" Hearing this, Bai Linshui softly replied to her, saying, "You tell me. The current scene is still extremely chaotic." Muxing looked at the person beside her, and gently asked, "Wanna play together?" The person opposite immediately replied, "You tell me." Muxing heard Linshui say that. Then she smiled and circulated spirit energy around her body. She gradually transformed back to her original form. First her 2 front feet, then Muxing completely transformed into the shape of a 9-tailed fox demon. Seeing this, Baishan disdainfully snorted and said, "You guys think I'm stupid enough to fight you alone?" A group of living corpses slowly approached. After hearing Baishan's command, they all went out. One of them raised his hand and decisively tore off the mask. Turns out the living corpses were all transformed by the demon race. They roared loudly. Kill. Bai Linshui looked at this scene and couldn't help but scornfully mocked. They disguised as guests first and then came. All results are the same. At this moment, Ning Yiwan was strolling in the distance when she suddenly flinched. She looked towards the Pill Sun Pavilion, which was billowing with smoke. Seeing this, Ning Yiwan became worried and exclaimed, "Something's happened." Without hesitation, she stomped her foot and soared into the air. On this side, the battle reached a fever pitch, and swords were stained with blood. Loud battle cries of the martial artists echoed across the battlefield. Kill. Bai Linshui coldly and decisively ended the lives of countless demons, causing them to wail. Dingmin, who had been observing from above, exclaimed in admiration, "Master is so majestic." She looked adorable, and eagerly hoped to tell Xia Qingyang, "Young master, I can only hope that you become stronger. Only when you're stronger can I become stronger." He watched attentively, his brow furrowing constantly, and realized, so they're experts, leaving so decisively. It seems I've found the joy of cultivation. Then, Xia Qingyang gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "I will definitely become stronger." Suddenly, something caught Dingmin's attention in another direction. She panicked and hurriedly shouted to remind Xia Qingyang, "Young master, quickly look over there. Dingmin is Ning Yiwan flying over." He blurted out in surprise, "Ning Yiwan?" At this moment they both felt gloomy and a little worried about that person. Ning Yiwan approached and immediately assessed the situation, coldly saying, "Demons." Her eyes couldn't hide the murderous intent that poured out. Ning Yiwan approached Bai Linshui. Then she shouted respectfully, "Master, honored teacher, let me come help you." Bai Linshui smiled upon seeing her, and thoughtfully reminded her, "You rarely go out for a stroll, why bother with this?" Hearing this, she declared without concealing her animosity, "No demons shall be spared." Following that, Ning Yiwan slaughtered countless demons in sight. Bai Linshui wasn't idle either, coordinating her attacks with her disciple. A deadly combo. Witnessing the bloody scene before her, Baisha was stunned with fear. The more Ning Yiwan fought, the more hatred she showed towards those before her. Baisha couldn't believe it. Standing still in a daze, unmoving, Muxing, in her fox form, swiftly bit one of them to pieces. Before long, the sharp point of a sword was aimed straight at Baisham's neck. Bai Linshui coldly questioned her about the reason for this battle. "Where is that Wu Ming? Did she send you to assassinate me?" Hearing this, Baisha was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. She still tried to resist, appearing unyielding, and retorted, "How dare you speak the sacred name of the great demon lord?" Baisha gritted her teeth, angrily looking up at Linshui, and challenged, "Moreover, even if you ask, I definitely won't tell you." Bai Linshui coldly looked at her and calmly said, "If you don't, I'll kill you." Baisha acted indomitable, not fearing death, and carelessly said, "I'm gonna die anyway." Then, she used her hand to conjure a sharp red stream of spiritual energy. Banshank used it to end her own life, before being killed by her enemies. Before she breathed her last, she struggled to utter a few fragmented words. "The destruction of the Kangqiang realm is just." Ning Yiwan's face darkened as she forced out a few more broken syllables. "Time, just you wait." Before Bao Sha could finish, a sword was plunged down, decisively ending her life. The one who struck was Ning Yiwan, who coldly uttered, "Too many words." Ning Yiwan's sword was instantly stained with blood. Xia Qingyang's face paled as he watched. So ruthless. Looking at Ning Yiwan's cold demeanor, he exclaimed, "In the game, the deaths of NPCs seem similar. No way, I gotta bail ASAP." He rubbed his aching head, muttering to himself, Gotta go get the quest ASAP.
Ning Yiwan still held the bloodied sword in her hand,
Then flicked it lightly to send the droplets flying, restoring the sword's beauty.
She curiously asked Bai Lin Shui, Shifu, did they come for you? Bai Lin Shui nodded.
Yes. Night now engulfed everything, and the temple returned to its beautiful, tranquil appearance.
Mu Xing quickly used magic to heal the wound on her shoulder,
and the wound was instantly healed as if nothing had happened. She gave a faint smile.
Mu Xing kicked the demons on the floor,
saying, "How did these demons infiltrate the Yao market? The entrance is specifically warded against demons. They shouldn't be able to enter, right?"
She stomped hard on the head of a demon, shouting,
"Hey, are you dead yet?" Bai Lin Shui immediately replied, "I was originally planning to take people for a walk, but unexpectedly ran into this."
Her eyes instantly turned sad as she said, "Let's go, return to the Kangcheng realm, and report this to the sect leader." Ning Yiwan agreed.
"Yes, Shifu." With that, Bai Lin Shui turned to look at Mu Xing, and greeted her. "I'm leaving now. It will be a long time before we meet again."
Mu Xing was a little reluctant, mixed with annoyance, avoided Bai Lin Shui's gaze, and replied, "Just go. Why tell me?" She turned her face away, saying,
"I won't see you off." Seeing Mu Xing's attitude, Bai Lin Shui was a little sad, and softly said, "Okay." Then Bai Lin Shui and Ning Yiwan left. "Let's go." But as they went downstairs,
Ning Yiwan noticed something on the third floor.
Her gaze became suspicious as she looked in that direction.
It turned out that Ding Min and Xia Qingyang were up there, hiding and watching the two Shifu and disciple leave.
But Ning Yiwan's gaze made Xia Qingyang's face turn pale with fright. Ding Min was also a little scared, and asked,
"Young master, just now Ning Yiwan glanced at the third floor. Wouldn't she have noticed us?"
Xia Qingyang reassured her, "Ning Yiwan's intuition is very strong, but we hid very well. She probably didn't notice." At this moment, Mu Xing came over, crossed her arms and said, "They've left. Don't look anymore."
Xia Qingyang scratched his head in embarrassment, stood up and said,
"My first two quests were both coordinated by Ning Yiwan. If she finds out I'm at the Zhu chambers, my ending will be tragic." At this time, Mu Xing loudly called out to the girls.
She gave orders to those below, "Drag these demons out and burn them." The people below quickly replied,
"Yes." After finishing, Mu Xing opened the room in the back, went inside and said, "Come in." She poured herself a cup of tea, and casually reminded the two, "Close the door on the way in."
Mu Xing casually held her teacup and said softly, "Bai Lin Shui knows your true identity."
But this news was like a bolt from the blue for Xia Qingyang, and he shouted, "What?" Mu Xing then recounted, "When you were still in diapers, she held you and remembered your scent."
Xia Qingyang asked, worried and puzzled, "If she knew, why didn't she tell Ning Yiwan? Why didn't she expose my identity?" Mu Xing then said, "She's giving me face, helping you conceal your identity, so relax." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good," Mu Xing continued with a smile.
"Didn't you ask me how to control the transformation? It's very simple." She then pointed to Xia Qingyang's forehead. Immediately a faint blue light emitted from her finger. Mu Xing explained, "In the future, when you want to transform, just think about it in your heart." Mu Xing lifted her finger from Xia Qingyang's forehead and added, "But every time you break through, it's best to revert to your beast form." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang said gratefully with a smile, "Thank you, Auntie." At this moment, filled with curiosity, he approached and asked, "Auntie, why didn't you see Bai Lin Shui off?" Hearing this, Mu Xing scolded angrily, "It's one thing for me to call her by her name. How can you directly call her name?" But she didn't bother to argue with Xia Qingyang, and waved it off. "It doesn't matter anymore. Why would I see her off?"
Xia Qingyang chuckled teasingly. "Seeing the way you looked at her, your eyes were full of love." Hearing this, Mu Xing angrily punched Xia Qingyang in the chin, scolding, "What does a kid like you know? My love for her is full of hatred." At this moment, Mu Xing also remembered something and asked, "That's right, kid. Did you give your blood essence to someone else?" Xia Qingyang looked blank when asked, "This, you can see that too." Mu Xing said seriously, "I just checked your body." She immediately turned to Ding Min and asked suspiciously. Ding Min drank it. She also suspected another person, asking, "Ning Yiwan downstairs also enjoyed it, right?" Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but be surprised. "How do you know?" Mu Xing then rolled up Ding Min's sleeve. She used her finger to tap on it to examine. Immediately, a dog face mark appeared. That mark was Xia Qingyang's canine mark. Mu Xing explained, "You tell me how I could see it. Everyone who has drunk your blood will be marked. Your head is really something." Mu Xing then explained to Xia Qingyang, "Drinking a little is fine, but you've already felt it. You'll become weaker. Your blood essence has the function of healing and helping cultivators." She angrily reminded, "Don't be so casual normally. It's very dangerous. Losing too much blood will kill you." Hearing this, Ding Min panicked. Suddenly, Xia Qingyang put his arm around Ding Min's shoulder, saying, "Ding Min is my spirit beast. I have to take care of her." He even hugged her tightly, rubbing his face against Ding Min's,
saying, Ning Yiwan also helped me before, it's okay for me to give her some too. Dingmin, being hugged, shyly said, young master, let go quickly. He smiled brightly, looking at Mu Jing firmly, saying, I've remembered everything you said. Dingmin was still looking at the mark on her hand, worriedly saying, if there's a mark. She turned to look at Xia Qingyang. Young master, wouldn't it be exposed in front of Ning Yiwan? Hearing Dingmin's words, Xia Qingyang suddenly remembered, exclaiming, nice, Mu Jing said casually, plopping down on the chair. Getting scared now, huh? She crossed her legs, her voice full of confidence. Relax, Mu Jing reassured them. They only need a little, and the signs won't show. But a lot is obviously different, clearly visible on the arm. Speaking of which, she asked with a hint of doubt. But I reckon my good nephew wouldn't let himself die young, right? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang, still hugging Dingmin, sighed sadly. I don't want to die. Last time was out of sheer desperation. He thought to himself. That was close. Coming down the mountain this time was the right call. Dingmin, embarrassed by his embrace, quickly said, young master, please let go. This isn't appropriate. Mu Jing, hearing this, reminded them. Leave the Azure Sky Realm as soon as you finish the mission. The demon race has been on the rise lately, and the mysterious demon lord Wu Ming's movements are unpredictable. Who knows what he's planning? Xia Qingyang, hearing this, was also a little scared, sweating from the tension. Mu Jing explained the situation to the two of them. After the last war between humans and demons, the demon race was stuck in the middle, their situation extremely difficult. Father, you don't want to be a pawn for either side again. Once you can leave, go home quickly. Xia Qingyang nodded in agreement. I have to complete 2 missions anyway. Mu Jing looked at Xia Qingyang with a serious gaze, instructing, you must keep the matter of your blood a secret. It must not be spread. She looked at the two of them, reminding, you must always remember that you are a walking blood bag. Hearing the words blood bag, Dingmin's eyes lit up as she looked at Xia Qingyang with a longing gaze. But remembering her place, she turned away, her face flushed with embarrassment. Xia Qingyang hesitated, not daring to speak. Mu Jing quickly noticed and asked, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Xia Qingyang cautiously said, Aunt, she always feels like someone has known about my identity for a while now. He was filled with doubt. But if that person knew, why not expose me? And then snatch my essence blood after exposing me, wouldn't that be easier? Hearing this, Mu Jing's eyes sharpened, and she spoke up. How so, specifically? Xia Qingyang then recounted the matter of Qin Shen. Qin Shen, the senior disciple of Flamesun Peak, always had his disciple Liu Xin lure me. The goal was clear, he wanted to steal my essence blood. Although it's not essence blood, they clearly took something that helped with cultivation from me. He grabbed Dingmin's shoulder and continued. Moreover, I had Dingmin follow Qin Shen, and she discovered that Qin Shen went to the headmaster's place late at night after being injured. Not long ago, the two of us also discovered the aura of the demon race in the Azure Sky Realm. Xia Qingyang then reached into his interspatial pouch, took out a glowing treasure, and said, this is the undying radiance treasure of the demon lord. But in his heart, he still had some suspicion, thinking to himself, I can't be too transparent, or Aunt will become suspicious. Mu Jing looked at the treasure in his hand and asked suspiciously, you think the sensed aura of the demon race comes from Demon Lord Wu Ming? She speculated for a moment and said, so, Wu Ming is connected to the headmaster or Qin Shen from before. Xia Qingyang replied, yes, all of this is my speculation. Hearing this, Mu Jing asked again, have you told anyone about this? Xia Qingyang shook his head slightly in response. Not yet. He smiled awkwardly and said, after all, there's no proof. Talking without evidence, it's problematic for a small outer sect disciple to know these things, no matter how anyone thinks about it. Hearing this, Mu Jing was relieved, and she praised. You did very well, she reminded softly while also planning. For now, have the two of them stay put temporarily. First, focus on completing the mission, making obtaining the down the mountain token for the mission the top priority. As for the rest, I'll think about it. Xia Qingyang quickly agreed. Yes. Scene change back to Li Jin's residence early in the morning. In Xia Qingyang's small room, Xia Qingyang held his doll in his hand, examining it for a while. Luckily, nothing's out of the ordinary, he thought to himself. There are no signs of disturbance in the room. No one must have come in last night. Xia Qingyang quickly jumped onto the bed in joy. He luxuriated in the softness of the blankets and pillows. Xia Qingyang yawned widely. Finally, I can catch some Z's. But just as Xia Qingyang closed his eyes, a sudden knock on the door made his face, previously full of glee, darken. It was Li Jinshan, who cheerfully entered, calling out, fellow disciple Xia, are you awake yet? Hearing her bright voice, get up already. Xia Qingyang lamented inwardly. I was just about to get some sleep. Li Jinshan walked in and announced, the Beast Tamer clan's Qin Lianxin has arrived. I told her you were here too, and she wants to see you. Xia Qingyang was about to sit up, but hearing the name he was surprised.
Xin Lianxin. He immediately remembered the first time he met her. That was one painful fall. Then, the whole embarrassing scene flashed through his mind, making Xia Qingyang's face flush. He thought to himself, I remember her. He then stood up and stretched, saying, Fellow disciple Li Jin, I'll be out in the front hall to find you all later. Hearing this, Li Jinshan went ahead, saying, Okay, and grab some breakfast while you're at it. Xia Qingyang agreed. Okay. Scene changed to the Li family's guest room. Okay. Transition to the Li family's reception room. Qin Liangxin and Ling Dang were already waiting. At this moment, Xia Qingyang arrived, waving his hand and saying, Miss Qin, long time no see. Qin Liangxin also greeted him enthusiastically. Young Master Xia Qingyang asked curiously, Are you here to forge a weapon? Qin Liangxin's face lit up as she replied, Yes, I want to upgrade my whip, and then elope. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but chuckle, I see. But the term was quite shocking to Lin Jinshan. Elope, she thought to herself, elope. Speaking out loud, Qin Lianxin recounted her situation. After returning home last time, I promised my parents to meet that person once. I thought I was just going to be bored, but this one meeting made me decide to run away. Otherwise, every day afterward would be a nightmare. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, From what I know, the Beast Tamer clan has excellent tracking abilities, and your parents are most familiar with your aura. It won't be difficult for them to find you. I think it's best to be clear with them. But Li Jinshan reacted rather strongly after hearing this. If you don't like it, don't marry? Resist to the death? Absolutely no hesitation, Qin Liangxin said with a headache. I think so too, but it's just as young Master Xia said, I have nowhere to hide. An idea suddenly popped into Jinshan's head. Hearing this, Lin Jinshan made a decision, she said, with great interest. Actually, it's not entirely without a solution. If you get married now, the problem will be easily solved. She even gave a thumbs up, as if she was really profound. This way will definitely work. These words surprised both Xia Qingyang and Qin Lianxin. Miss Qin exclaimed, Get married. Li Jinshan replied with a big smile, Yes. That way, young lady won't need to get married anymore. But Xia Qingyang didn't think so. He sat down on the chair and elegantly poured himself a cup of tea, thinking to himself, Although it is a way, it is a trick to kill 3,000 enemies and lose 2,900. This fellow disciple Li Jin is really overdoing it a bit. Suddenly, Li Jinshan asked, Do you have anyone you like? Someone you have a crush on is fine too. This question startled Qin Liangxin, and she blushed and refused. No, I don't. Hearing this, Lian Jinshan was frustrated. Then it's tricky, it seems. We can only pretend to get married, and wait for the political marriage to fail before getting divorced. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but spit out the tea he had just drunk. Li Jinshan continued to ask, Do you have any trustworthy Taoist friends? Qin Liangxin replied embarrassedly, I don't have any either. Hearing Li Jinshan's questions, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but look up helplessly, but when he looked up, again he caught Li Jinshan's probing gaze fixed on him. Xia Qingyang felt an ominous premonition and asked, What are you looking at? Seeing her scheming smile, Xia Qingyang broke out in a cold sweat. Don't tell me you want to. Xia Qingyang angrily retorted. How can you just mess around with stuff like that? Rejected, Li Jinshan grumbled, You cheapskate. Xia Qingyang then turned to Qin Liangxin and asked, Miss Qin, do you know why you have to get married off? Whoever tied the bell must untie it. We need to figure out the root cause to prescribe the right medicine. Hearing this, Qin Liangxin's eyes immediately saddened as she softly said, I know. Pausing for a moment, Qin Liangxin sighed and recounted the story. It's a long story. The beast-taming clan has many branches. Originally, each managed themselves independently. But recently, a new clan has emerged, constantly seizing territory from other clans. They either absorb the beast-taming clans that submit into their ranks, or they slaughter those who refuse, leaving countless dead at their hands, and their deaths are incredibly agonizing. Qin Liangxin's eyes filled with sorrow as she recalled those events. To resist them, many beast-taming clans are now forming alliances, and my Qin clan has chosen to have me marry into the Yin clan. As she said this, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved, and covered her face, weeping. But the Yin clan's young master, Yin Wuchang, really? She remembered Yin Wuchang's appearance leading a giant monkey, and sobbed in frustration. He really looks like he overdosed on steroids, not quite human, not quite a demon. I don't even know if he'll make it through the winter. Qin Liangxin wiped away her tears and continued. Moreover, I asked Ling Dang to find another spirit beast to eavesdrop, and Ling Dang caught a sparrow and had it listen in. But the information the sparrow brought back was terrible. Young Master Yin spends all day indulging in women. Receiving the information only made her feel even more miserable. Qin Liangxin's story about Yin Wuchang was truly unbearable to hear, she despondently said. Every day he lingers in brothels. Who knows if he's caught some dirty disease or not? Hearing only this,
Li Jinchan's blood boiled. How could her parents bear to marry her off to someone like that? Isn't that just pushing her into a pit of fire? Qin Liangxin didn't blame her parents, and even spoke up for them. My parents are afraid. She closed her eyes in resignation. There's no other way. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't accept it either. Even if there was no other way, they couldn't sacrifice their daughter's happiness as a bargaining chip to form an alliance. He resolutely said, "Forgive me for speaking harshly, but this kind of marriage alliance is only a temporary solution," Xia Qingyang affirmed. "If the other party truly wants to betray you, your in-laws will eventually become your enemies." Li Jinchan was also filled with anger and said, "I agree." But Qin Liangxin turned to Li Jinchan and asked, "Miss Li, if one day your Liang family had to sacrifice you to save the entire clan," Qin Liangxin's gentle voice echoed, "What would you do?" Receiving the question, Li Jinchan was slightly taken aback, but quickly she declared grandly, "I would, of course." But that's as far as she got, as she didn't know what to say next. Li Jinchan helplessly replied, "I don't know." She slumped down, her eyes vacant as she thought, "Maybe I'd just be passive like Miss Qin." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang immediately reminded them, "We're here to figure out a solution. Don't try to convince yourselves beforehand." He looked at Qin Liangxin, encouraging her. "If you're being oppressed, then resist. Instead of giving the enemy time to grow stronger, why not figure out how to nip him in the bud while he's still developing?" Hearing this, Qin Liangxin hesitated a bit, but she lowered her eyes and refused. "They're already way too strong." Xia Qingyang shot up and said, "If the beast-taming clan is facing such dire straits, why not unite?" As he said this, an idea popped into his head. Xia Qingyang sat back down, laughing heartily. Li Jinchan asked in surprise, "Xia, fellow disciple, why are you laughing?" Xia Qingyang replied, "I suddenly realized how naive I was, actually suggesting we unite to resist external enemies." He looked at Qin Liangxin and asked, "Based on Miss Qin's description, I think I can guess some of the situation now. Do all the families within the beast-taming clan secretly compete and have never truly united? Not everyone is of one mind. Of course, it's impossible to have true unity." "Now the problem you're facing is that each family is considering their own interests, right?" Qin Liangxin nodded in tacit agreement. She said, "Although we are all part of the beast-taming clan, each family is essentially its own sect. Everyone secretly hopes for misfortune to befall the others, so they can climb to a higher position. Even when facing a powerful enemy, all they think about is power. Alliances are made to win in the carnage, not just for survival." Hearing her words, Xia Qingyang guessed, "Probably a lot of people want to muddy the waters, hoping others get injured so they can swoop in and reap the benefits. That's normal, just a weakness of human nature." Xia Qingyang then advised Qin Liangxin, "Miss Qin, since that's the case, just let your parents know that a marriage alliance won't save the Xun family." But Qin Liangxin worriedly said, "It's not like I can just say a few words and have them believe me." Suddenly, Li Jinchan's voice rang out. Surprising, Qin Liangxin, he can do it, Xia Qingyang thought to himself. Remembering, although I don't know the process of this part, I do know the result. He recalled the scene of mountains of corpses in the beast-taming clan, thinking, the beast-taming clan will eventually be slaughtered, and the person behind it is none other than the demon lord Wuming Sishui Yin's right-hand man. The sun was nearly at its zenith. As the three were discussing their plan, a maid suddenly entered and reported, "Ms., someone from the Shin family is at the door requesting to come in," she relayed. "They say they're relatives of Miss Qin." Hearing this, Qin Liangxin was troubled. "I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Li Jinchan said angrily, "If you don't want to see them, I won't let them in." But Qin Liangxin softly declined. "Forget it. I can't hide in your house my whole life. Let them in and see what they want to say." Hearing this, Li Jinchan told the maid, "Go ahead and invite them in." The maid quickly withdrew. A moment later, the Qin family entered the room. The person who arrived was Qin Shuying, who bowed and introduced himself. "I am Qin Shuying, Liangxin's cousin." Qin Shuying was handsome, and even his voice was full of spirit. "I'm here on the orders of the Qin family head, to bring my little sister home." Li Jinchan returned the greeting. "Young Master Qin, please have a seat. My parents are still forging swords and cannot come out to greet you. Please forgive us." Qin Shuying sat down next to Liangxin and said politely, "It's no problem. Our Qin family and the Li Jin family have always been on good terms. We know the family head and his wife are busy every day, so there's no need to trouble them with these small matters." Qin Shuying then noticed Xia Qingyang and asked, "And this extraordinary young man is—" Li Jinchan smiled and introduced, "He's my fellow disciple, Xia Qingyang." Qin Shuying greeted him. "Young Master Xia, greetings." Xia Qingyang also cheerfully returned the greeting. "Greetings, young Master Qin." Qin Shuying looked at Qin Liangxin and advised her, "Liangxin, you've made enough trouble, come home with me." Hearing him say this,
Ling Dang angrily howled in protest. Qin Lianqin lowered her eyes and said, "Come back with me, big brother Tang. I'm your younger sister. Even if we weren't born from the same parents, we've grown up together since we were little. Can you bear to let me marry that ghoul like Yin Wuchang?"
Qin Shuying then informed her. The Yin family has already guaranteed that they will properly discipline Yin Wuchang in the future. You will be the headmistress when you marry into their family. Even if Yin Wuchang is under your control and you don't like him, he won't do anything. A hint of bitterness flashed in Qin Liangxin's eyes as she said, "If it were your real younger sister, would you be willing to let her marry Yin Wuchang?" Unexpectedly, Qin Shuying affirmed with certainty. "Of course, if the family needs me to, I can risk my life."
Hearing this, Qin Liangxin was slightly stunned and surprised.
Young Master Qin, Xia Qingyang, interjected. "Is there no other way besides a marriage alliance?" Hearing this, Qin Shuying replied, "Liangxin has probably already told you about the difficult situation the beast-taming clan is facing. There's no other way now but to form an alliance with the Yin family." Xia Qingyang then asked, "The strength of this Yin family isn't as good as the Qin family, right?" Hearing the question, Qin Shuying avoided the question slightly and replied, "Not as good." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang smiled and said, "People say that 1 plus 1 is at least equal to 2, but many times 1 plus 1 is less than 2. He decisively inquired, "The Yin family isn't even equal to 1 right now. Will the combined strength of the two families really be upgraded? Or will it just add another burden?" Hearing this, Qin Shuying lowered his eyes, not knowing how to respond.
Xia Qingyang continued, "If Miss Qin marries over there, if something happens to that Yin family, will the Qin family save them or not? It will definitely hurt your own vitality. At that time others will reap the benefits." Qin Shuying then stood up and replied, "Young Master Xia makes a lot of sense, but my Qin family no longer has time to delay. We must expand immediately." He turned to Qin Liangxin and said, "Liangxin, come back with me." Lian Kexin said with disappointment, tears streaming down her face, "Big brother Tang, I really don't want to marry that Yin Wuchang." She stammered, blushing, and admitted, "I already have someone I like." With that, Qin Liangxin stood up and walked towards Xia Qingyang. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang screamed in his heart, "Oh miss, don't tell me it's you." Just as he thought, Qin Liangxin walked over and hugged Xia Qingyang's arm, declaring, "I like young Master Xia." Xia Qingyang was stunned and quickly whispered, "Didn't we just say we were going to use reason to convince people? Not do these kinds of things?" Qin Liangxin put on a distressed look. "Can you bear to separate me from my lover?" Seeing this, Qin Shuying's eyes immediately became serious. He said coldly, "Liangxin, don't cause any more trouble for young Master Xia. He obviously won't approve of your actions." Qin Liangxin was furious in her heart. "I've been exposed." Immediately after, Qin Shuying shouted out, "Come in, and take the young lady away from here." Upon receiving the order, several servants immediately entered. The leading one said, "Young lady, please forgive us." His eyes were sharp and cold. "Don't force us to act against you." Qin Liangxin shouted, "Big brother Tang, who said young Master Xia doesn't approve of me."
Hearing this, Xia Qingyang hesitated slightly. Suddenly, Qin Liangxin grabbed his clothes.
She pulled him close and kissed him.
Xia Qingyang's head was spinning from the kiss, about to explode. What's going on here? Even Li Jinchun was surprised by her actions. As for Qin Shuying, he was furious, his face as black as the bottom of a pot.
After kissing Xia Qingyang, Qin Liangxin immediately turned to look at Uncle Qin provocatively.
"So what if it's my cousin like that?" Uncle Qin angrily reminded her, "Liangxin, there's a limit to making trouble. Don't embarrass those around you." Seeing the situation, Xia Qingyang sighed
and immediately spoke up for Qin Liangxin. "Young Master Qin, I think Miss Qin really doesn't want to marry Yin Wuchang. Forgive me for speaking frankly. Using marriage to strengthen alliances is like drawing cakes." His eyes were firm as he said, "If you're afraid of being annexed or slaughtered, it's more practical to use weapons to resist." Uncle Qin quickly refused.
"Impossible. The enemy is even more brutal than you think."
Hearing this, Xia Qingyang recalled the plot he had read. Ning Yiwan in the game at this stage is already the protagonist of several 15-person dungeon storylines, and Si Shuiyan just happens to be the boss of one of those dungeons. If Ning Yiwan at the Golden Core stage can defeat Si Shuiyan, then my Soul Realm stage can also give it a try.
Just thinking about this, Xia Qingyang laughed self-mockingly.
"Who gave me such confidence?" Immediately afterward he declared heroically, "If Ning Yiwan takes action, there's a chance of victory." Uncle Qin quickly replied, "Originally, the Immortal Sect and the Beast-Taming Clan have nothing to do with each other. She won't help us." Uncle Qin thought this was unlikely. If it's not related to the demon race, she doesn't need to get involved in this muddy water. As soon as Xia Qingyang heard this, he knew he had misunderstood, so he corrected. "What I mean is, supposing there's help from Ning Yiwan, not that she will actually take action," he thought to himself. "Not related to the demon race. This matter is really related to the demon race," Uncle Qin replied. "If Yue Huajun takes action,
Even if there's no 100% chance of winning, it's at least a tranquilizer. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang said confidently, I will go back with you. Hearing this, Li Jinchan reminded him, but, fellow disciple Xia, we only have 13 days left before we have to return to the Kangqiang Yuanji. Xia Qingyang confidently replied,
13 days should be enough, he calculated in his mind.
It should be possible to clear a dungeon in one night, as long as the team composition is right, and we fight desperately. If the beast-taming clan can survive, then they will owe me a favor anyway. He secretly smiled smugly to himself. Moreover, when strong people meet strong people, they become even stronger. To continue breaking through realms, I need to create more pressure for myself. Uncle Qin was a little skeptical, and he assessed Xia Qingyang. The aura on this person is very weak. It seems that he has only reached the second realm, truly the youthful enthusiasm of a teenager. It's a pity that he doesn't have enough ability to shake this game board. Uncle Qin refused with a light smile. I know you are Liang Kangxin's friend, but it's not worth it to lose your life if you interfere in this matter. Let us take care of the matters within the beast-taming clan ourselves. Xia Qingyang immediately guessed what he was thinking, and replied, Young Master Qin probably thinks my abilities are ordinary after observing my aura, am I right? How about we have a match? Uncle Qin's eyes became sharp, and he replied, I've already been as kind as possible to you. Xia Qingyang didn't care. He insisted on going outside. Young Master Qin, seeing is not necessarily believing, let's go outside and compete. Hearing this, Uncle Qin sighed. He turned to instruct the family servants. Let's do it this way. The four of you and young Master Xia will have a match together. If he intends to challenge us, and we refuse, we will be ridiculed by others when this matter spreads. The subordinates replied, Yes. Xin Lianxin couldn't bear to see this, and said, Young Master Xia, you don't need to do this much for me. I was too naive just now. I will explain it to my cousin. But Xia Qingyang smiled and replied, How can I stand by and watch a girl like you fall into a pit of fire? Don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing these words, Qin Qingxin's heart gradually fluttered. She watched Xia Qingyang's back and praised secretly, Elegant demeanor, handsome and refined. These words are really suitable to describe him. Ling Dang coughed lightly, thinking to herself, Liang Xin, are you feeling shy? Very quickly the group went outside, and the people from the beast-taming clan quickly surrounded Xia Qingyang. Li Jinchan enthusiastically said, To be fair, I will be the male referee for this match, she said. We'll state the rules, let's start when both sides make a move. Both also replied, Okay. Xia Qingyang quickly drew his sword. Instantly, electric currents crackled around Xia Qingyang. Xia Qingyang thought to himself, Let's see what I learned from Bai Lin Shui last night. Over there, Li Jinchan raised his hand and shouted, Ready. As his arm fell, a voice yelled, Begin! Even Uncle Qin waited nervously for the result, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes were filled with surprise. On the other side, Xia Qingyang had already taken out 4 members of the Yushu clan with one strike. Uncle Qin couldn't believe his eyes, and exclaimed, What? Xia Qingyang finished, and said with a smile, Sorry, I didn't expect them to be so weak. Good thing. I managed to pull back in time. They only fainted. Uncle Qin was stunned, and asked, They're weak. Xia Qingyang scratched his head and replied, Yeah, so weak that I feel like Master Qin is disrespecting me. Even Xin Liang Kexin exclaimed in surprise, They are all level 3 cultivators, they should at least be able to exchange a few blows. Xia Qingyang, praised, grinned so hard his eyes disappeared, I really didn't mean to. The match at the Li Jin family ended quickly. After witnessing everything, Uncle Qin looked suspiciously at Xia Qingyang. Could it be that this young Master Xia is concealing his aura? He secretly assessed in his heart. So careful in his actions, and with such scheming at such a young age, he is definitely destined for great achievements in the future. With that, Uncle Qin went to help his subordinates up, reminding them, You people are low in talent, apologize to young Master Xia, he showed mercy. The group immediately bowed and thanked him. Thank you, young Master Xia, for your mercy. Xia Qingyang, praised until his nose was about to reach the sky, replied, Just showing off some basic skills. At this moment, Uncle Qin had changed his view of him, saying, If young Master Xia is willing to return to the clan with me to see the situation, that would be wonderful. Xia Qingyang humbly replied, Many hands make light work, even if I can't help. Brainstorming together would be good, I feel, Xin Lianxin said gratefully. Thank you, young Master Xia. Xia Qingyang scratched his head shyly and replied, We're all friends, it's normal for friends to help each other. He smiled and reminded her, Just don't ambush me suddenly in the future. I'm afraid my heart can't take it. Xin Lianxin turned away shyly and replied, I was just forced into a corner, that's why I did that. Xia Qingyang replied awkwardly. All right, just don't do it again next time. Li Jinchan, hearing this, said excitedly, Are you really going to the Qin family? Then I'll go too. Scene changed to the Azure Sky Primeval Realm,
Ding Min finally arrived after a while. Finally, I'm here. At this moment, Ning Yiwan also stepped out from within, walking gently and leisurely towards the forest. Just then, Ding Min appeared in front of her, her voice urgent as she called out, Lord Yuehua. Seeing her, Ning Yiwan was a little surprised. Ding Min, what do you want from me? Ding Min hurriedly reported. My young master wants to ask for your help. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan asked with some suspicion. Why doesn't he come himself? Ding Min hurriedly replied. He is now on his way to the gathering place of the Qin clan's beast tamers, Ning Yiwan asked with doubt after hearing that. So, Ding Min said seriously. He said there are demons causing trouble. Ning Yiwan asked with some surprise. How does he know? She said softly. So, spill the deets. How's this all gonna play out? Then, the two of them found a secluded spot in the woods to Ding Min told Ning Yiwan everything from start to finish. That's the whole shebang. Ning Yiwan, after listening, immediately agreed. I get it, I'll go with you. Ding Min, unable to hide her joy, asked again. Really? Don't you need to tell Bai Shanzun? Ning Yiwan drew her sword and said decisively. No need. Eliminating demons and protecting the Tao is my responsibility. She then said. Let's head out now. Scene changed to Xia Qingyang and the gang. They've been on the road for 2 days since leaving the Li Jin family. They're about to reach the beast-taming clan's territory. Uncle Qin Ying and Li Lim-san rode on his eagle beast, while Qin Liangxin and Xia Qingyang rode on Lingdang, the group hurrying back. As they traveled, Xia Qingyang mused. If my calculations are correct, Ding Min should have met Ning Yiwan by now. She'll definitely be stoked about anything related to demons. A glimmer of hope flashed in Xia Qingyang's eyes, and he thought to himself, hopefully, Ning Yiwan isn't a pain in the butt. Just then, Xia Liangxin turned around and announced, Young Master Xia, we'll be there in half a day. Xia Qingyang quickly replied, Got it. But when he looked ahead, he saw a sight that made him blush. Qin Liangxin's cloak was blown open by the wind, revealing her soft silhouette. Xia Qingyang blushed. This girl. He quickly averted his gaze, thinking, good thing it's me, this upright young master. If it were someone else, I can't even imagine. He quickly muttered a silent vow. Amitabha, God bless. Xia Qingyang quickly grabbed Xin Liangxin's lapel and held it down, truly embodying the model of a three-good youth. The sky was already late at night. On the other side, Ning Yiwan and Ding Min had traveled until they were exhausted, so they stopped to rest. Ning Yiwan used her magic to create a fireball, then she made it bigger to warm them both up. Ning Yiwan turned around and said, Sit down and rest for a bit. But Ding Min seemed a little scared and replied, I'm okay. Seeing her expression, Ning Yiwan quickly explained, You're Xia Shidi's spirit pet, I won't do anything to you, you don't need to be so afraid of me. Hearing this, Ding Min nodded and hummed in agreement. She cautiously sat down on a nearby rock. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan spoke up, her eyes turning sharp. Let me ask you something, you and Xia Shidi. Did you happen to stop at Fuzhou Pavilion a few days ago? When asked, Ding Min was frightened and quickly dodged the question. Well, but Ning Yiwan wouldn't let her off the hook, and retorted, I hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Ding Min was so scared that she trembled, stammering and not knowing what to say. Ning Yiwan continued to ask, Fuzhou Pavilion is a place for seeking pleasure. Did Xia Shidi have fun? Ding Min quickly defended her master. He didn't have fun, not at all. I was the one who took him there. I just happened to discover that the demon market could be entered by humans. He was curious and wanted to go in and take a look. He was absolutely well behaved and didn't do anything. But Ning Yiwan didn't care. She was furious, and her eyes flashed coldly as she said, He actually went. Now, in the deserted forest, there are only 2 young ladies left. Ning Yiwan said angrily with a dark face. It's him again, he really left. Seeing Ning Yuan's angry eyes, Ding Min hurriedly explained, Yue Huajun, don't blame Gongzi. He really didn't do anything. Moreover, I also wanted to leave. She closed her eyes tightly, knelt down and said, It's been a long time since I returned to my clan. I really miss them so much. Saying that, Ding Min cried silently in her heart. Here comes the cliché again. Seeing this, Ning Yiwan explained, I'm not suspicious, I just want to confirm. She looked directly into Ding Min's eyes and asked, Why are you two not out there killing enemies when the demon race is causing trouble? Ning Yiwan immediately grabbed Ding Min's small chin and inquired, Could it be that you are cowards? Her eyes gleamed with scrutiny, and she asked again, Afraid of death? Ding Min turned her head and broke free from Ning Yiwan's hand, explaining, No, Gongzi is not afraid of death. Ning Yiwan frowned and asked, Then why? Looking at Ning Yiwan's intimidating appearance, Ding Min cried out in fear in her heart. Who would have thought that you would really pay attention to our and Gongzi's whereabouts? Heavens, quickly take this Yama back. Seeing that she didn't respond for a long time, Ning Yiwan crossed her arms and said, I'll give you time to make up a reason. Her foot stomped hard, scaring Dingmin to death, and she stepped back, Ning Yiwan said grimly. Once you've made it up, tell me everything.
Dingmin had no choice but to reach into her sleeve to search. This. She took out a small box and handed it to Ning Yiwan. This is Gongzi's gift for you. Dingmin remembered what Xia Qingyang reminded her before coming here. That day, I felt that Ning Yiwan had noticed us in Fuzhou Pavilion. If she suspects you at that time, just say that I went to the demon market to buy her a gift. Dingmin quickly followed suit. Indeed, Gongzi, you are very far-sighted. Ning Yiwan was surprised when she saw the gift box. Huh. She took the small box from Dingmin's hand. When she opened it, it was a beautiful hairpin, along with a small letter. Ning Yiwan was surprised. Huh. She then opened the letter. Inside were Xia Qingyang's words for her. Senior Sister Ning, thank you for teaching me the cultivation method. I originally wanted to return to the sect to give it to you personally, but I suddenly agreed to help Xin Liangxin, afraid of returning too late. This small token of appreciation is nothing. Please accept it. Ning Yiwan immediately picked up the hairpin and admired it. Wow, it's really beautiful.
She forgot all the anger from just now and sat down to admire it. Seeing this, Dingmin also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like I might have fooled her. Scared me to death, Dingmin said happily.
Yuehua Jun, let me help you put it on. Ning Yiwan nodded once, showing her agreement. Then Dingmin came to her side and pinned the comb on her long, smooth hair.
Dingmin immediately threw away the old hairpin and put on the new one, praising. Gongzi chose for a long time, saying that this clip suits your temperament the most. Beautiful words are indeed easy to say. Suddenly Ning Yiwan spoke up and asked, Dingmin, what do you think of Longxiang tea?
As soon as this name was mentioned, the hand holding the clip trembled. Dingmin's eyes drooped, inquiring, Yuehua Jun wants to hear the truth.
Ning Yiwan glanced at her and replied,
The truth. Hearing this, Dingmin said, Longxiang tea does not distinguish between good and evil, and only listened to one side from humans and destroyed our entire race. Tears rolled down Dingmin's cheeks, and she continued, Even though their duty is to protect humans, but like this. She paused for a moment. Dingmin continued, The organization has no principles. They sentence people to death without investigation. One day, their sharp blades will turn against humanity because of some bigwig's decision. I'll be waiting for that day. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan didn't know how to respond. Dingmin quickly wiped away her tears and said, Yuehua Jun, please pretend you didn't hear what I just said. Dingmin sadly tried to hold back more tears. It's so pretty when it's clipped, really. But right at this moment, Ning Yiwan took Dingmin's hand, surprising her. She looked at Dingmin with affection and said, Actually, I can empathize. I'm an orphan too. Early the next morning, Xia Qingyang and the others finally arrived. They finally reached the Qin family.
Xia Qingyang looked at the character Qin on the gate and exclaimed, We're here. Qin Shuying went ahead and said,
We're here. He opened the door, turned around and said, Please, follow me. While walking, Qin Shuying briefly introduced. The Qin family is built on the mountain. What you see now is the mountain gate at the foot of the mountain.
Our Qin Shi has always been the most peace-loving place among the beast tamers. The scenery here was indeed peaceful. With lush green fields and a tranquil rural atmosphere, Qin Shuying continued. More than half of the residents rely on farming for a living.
Although we value peace, our strength can also be ranked in the upper middle tier. Although not as good as those heavily armed major clans, we are also the wealthiest place. Just then, a farmer saw him and called out, Shuying is back. Want to come over to my house for dinner today? Qin Shuying smiled brightly and replied, I'll go tomorrow, uncle. I have some business today. The other person replied, Okay. Seeing this, Di Jinchan couldn't help but comment, Why does this young master Qin have two faces? He's like an iceberg to us, but with others he's laughing and joking like a neighborhood bro. Xia Qingyang smiled and defended. Talked to him a few times. Aside from being a bit stubborn, he's still a good person. At this moment, the group arrived at the Qin family manor.
Qin Shao, Qin Liangxin's father, was already waiting in the house.
Hearing someone call uncle, he turned to look outside. Qin Shuying waved and announced, I've brought my cousin back.
Hearing this, Qin Shao was overjoyed. She's finally back. He rushed towards Qin Liangxin and picked her up, happily saying,
You brat. Do you know how worried I was?
The atmosphere at the Qin family was now incredibly bright.
Qin Liangxin was a little embarrassed and surprised to be picked up, but remembering the marriage alliance, she couldn't help but get angry, punching her father hard. You hateful old man, don't touch me, she angrily shouted. I don't have a father who pushes his daughter into a pit of fire like you. Qin Shao hugged his sore face and asked aggrievedly, How am I pushing you into a pit of fire? Am I forcing you to respect that shameless, sicko, morally bankrupt Junzi?
Hearing this, both Xia Qingyang and Li Jinchan couldn't help but flip him the bird. Don't you know it very well? Qin Liangxin angrily stormed into the house. Qin Shao, I have nothing more to say to you. Xia Qingyang also glared at him and cursed inwardly. Beast. At this time, Qin Shu stood up and looked at Xia Qingyang and the others, saying, Shu Ying, introduce them so people won't laugh at us. Then Qin Shu Ying said, These two are cultivators from the Kangqiang Yuanji, assistants who have come to help us resist the enemies from outside. Xia Qingyang cupped his hands and introduced, This one is Xia Qingyang, this one is Li Jinchan. My fellow disciple Li Jinchan also waved hello. Clan leader Qin, greetings, Xin Shao. Li Jinshan recognized the name immediately. Li Jin, little sister. Could she be the daughter of the Li Jin family, right? He looked at Xia Qingyang and said with a smile, Xia, young brother, the journey must have been tiring. Everyone, let's go inside and rest. Li Jinshan leaned close to Xia Qingyang's ear and said, Their family is quite friendly. They won't be rude to us because of our status. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang calculated in his mind, If I can get in good with the Qin family, with their character, they will definitely repay kindness. Anyway, the more allies the better. When Ning Yiwan really makes a move on me, with so many people protecting me, she won't be able to make me puke blood on the spot. The sky was already nearing midday. The group went into the room together to chat. Qin Shuying spoke first. Uncle? Actually, on the way here I've been thinking it over, and I feel it's not a good idea for my cousin to marry Yin Wuchang. Qin Shuyao asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Qin Shuying then explained.
I agree with what young Master Xia said. 1 + 1 can sometimes be less than 1. Not to mention, the Yin family's strength is not as good as our Qin family's. They might become a hindrance. He then spoke of the worst-case scenario. If my cousin marries over there, and the Yin family uses this opportunity to pressure our Qin family, it would be like shooting ourselves in the foot. Qin Shao hesitated a bit after hearing this and retorted, That's not necessarily true. Qin Shuying then pleaded, Uncle, please think it over carefully. Suddenly, Qin Shu stood up abruptly. He said resolutely, I think you guys are right. Then we won't marry her off. These words surprised Li Jinshan and Xia Qingyang. Xia Qingyang was stunned, thinking to himself, it was that easy to convince them. However, Yin Shao was a bit skeptical, but if we break off the engagement, my Qin family will be isolated. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang stood up. Patriarch Qin. He raised his thumb confidently and said, Super OP. But in his heart, he was a little scared, crying internally, Eldest senior sister must come. Even though she's helping to prepare dowry for me, but things have come to this point, I can only continue to bluster, there's no turning back. Now Shu Ying also chimed in. Young Master Xia fought 1 against 4, wiping out their clansmen. He's seriously OP. Hearing this, Xin Shao broke into a smile. He said with a hearty laugh, Truly a young hero anyway. Those who can come to help at this time are all great benefactors of our Qin family. The journey must have been tiring, right? Later I'll have the servants prepare a feast with food and wine. Let's drink our fill. After the feast, Xia Qingyang was arranged a room to rest. As soon as he lay down, Ding Min's voice rang out, Young master, wake up. Xia Qingyang was sleeping soundly, drooling. As soon as he saw her, he was a bit surprised, but very quickly grabbed her hand and said drowsily, Ding Min, this room is so cold, help me warm the bed. Ding Min then said, Young master, Yue Huajun has arrived. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang startled awake. At this moment, Ning Yiwan stepped in from outside. Seeing her, Xia Qingyang turned pale with fright and greeted, Senior sister. Ning Yiwan looked at him with a cold gaze and asked, I want to know how to warm the bed. Please demonstrate for me. Immediately, Ding Min transformed into a little fox. Diffusing the situation, Young master likes animals. This is how he warms the bed. Xia Qingyang also hugged the little fox Ding Min, saying, I've liked soft-furred animals since I was little. Hearing this, Ning Yiwan breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her face away shyly, saying, I understand that feeling. In Ning Yiwan's mind, an image appeared of herself being caressed by soft fur, lying on a layer of fur, only she didn't expect that behind her, she wouldn't have a stitch of clothing on. A wave of happiness washed over her, and she said, I also really like soft, furry animals. This made the two people on the other side a bit surprised. Ning Yiwan sat down at the table and recounted, A few days ago I met a puppy, and I fell in love with it at first sight. Just thinking about it made her gentle and loving, saying, It's probably my destined dog. Xia Qingyang was a bit surprised. Love at first sight, Ning Yiwan said with deep affection in her eyes. It's been a few days since I've seen it, and I want to take it as my pet. Her hand curled up on the table as she wondered, I wonder if it would be willing. She was like a young girl in love, asking herself, maybe it will be willing, right? Ding Min heard this, and used telepathy to say to Xia Qingyang, I am your spirit pet, and you are her spirit pet. What kind of relationship is this? Xia Qingyang heard this, and turned his face away annoyedly. I'd rather die than be her spirit pet. I still have to escape. Ning Yiwan looked at Xia Qingyang and said gently, Actually, these days I've been admiring Xia Shidi for being able to have his own spirit pet. Her eyes softened as she continued. That puppy has also warmed my bed before. When I return to the Azure Firmament realm, I will definitely ask it if it is willing to sign a contract with me.
Xia Qingyang looked at her expression and couldn't help but sigh.
Just talking about dogs. And Ning Yiwan has become so gentle, like she's changed into a different person. Truly, people are not as good as dogs. He then turned to Ding Min and said, Ding Min, you should rest first. As he spoke, Ding Min gradually disappeared, returning to Xia Qingyang's embrace to rest. On the other side, Xia Qingyang took the robe from the screen and said gratefully, Ning Shiji, thank you for receiving the news, believing my judgment, and coming here to help me. Ning Yiwan then replied, I have also heard about the Beast Tamer clan. It's just that the news I received before showed that it was a matter within their own clan, and other sects could not easily interfere.
Her eyes became serious as she asked,
But if it is related to the demonic race, of course we can't stand by and watch. How did you know it was related to the demonic race?
Xia Qingyang was a little surprised to be asked, and he quickly replied,
I analyzed it.
Hearing this, Ning Yiwan analyzed what her eyes looked at Xia Qingyang with a bit of expectation mixed with amusement. She ordered him softly, Tell me the details. Being looked at, Xia Qingyang was a little embarrassed and quickly turned his back.
I feel a little awkward standing in front of Shiji wearing clothes. It's better to talk to you from behind. But in his heart, Xia Qingyang screamed. My back is sweating. As he spoke, Xia Qingyang went behind Ning Yiwan and recounted. My first mission was the item management hall mission. No one wanted to take on the high-level mission, but I was able to take it,
Xia Qingyang said while putting on his sleeves. The second time, the matter in Springtown was also extremely unreasonable. That monster was clearly a demonic entity in the Taoist temple, and the Taoist temple is so far from Wang Xiuni's house. Why did it choose Wang Xiuni?
He secretly calculated in his heart. Forget it. Anyway, I'll just say the things that I find most unreasonable first, saying too many details will make people suspicious.
Thinking this, Xia Qingyang continued, Shiji took on the mission of Springtown, so I also wanted to take on the mission of Springtown, or somewhere nearby. So what if someone thought of this point earlier? Then there was the matter of the prefecture hall being ambushed by the demonic race. Xia Qingyang looked back at Ning Yiwan suspiciously and said, Although I can't connect these things together, I can vaguely feel that something is wrong. After putting on his clothes, Xia Qingyang went closer to her, sat down, and said seriously,
I'm saying hypothetically, Ning Yiwan asked suspiciously. Hypothetically what?
Xia Qingyang then continued. Hypothetically, there is such a person, he wants to target me, or you arranged these things. Ning Yiwan's eyes immediately turned serious. Xia Qingyang probed, Do you think it's possible, Shiji? He calculated in his mind. First, I'll give Ning Yiwan a few hints, then I'll suggest the sect investigate. Maybe pointing to some unknown demonic venerable would make it easier. Ning Yiwan hesitated for a moment, then said, Besides the elder of the Hall of Affairs, only the elders and the sect leader would know the disciples' missions. Are you suspecting there's a traitor in the sect? Moreover, a traitor connected to the demonic race? Hearing this, Xia Qingyang couldn't help but praise inwardly. As expected of Shiji, Ning Yiwan continued to ask,
If we follow this line of thought, I'm a spirit Jiao physique. Seizing my body would help with cultivation. So, what benefits would I, Xia Qingyang, bring to that mysterious person? Being asked, Xia Qingyang laughed to gloss over it. Shiji, haven't you noticed? I learn and absorb things very quickly. Maybe I also have some kind of special physique, he thought to himself. Talking about this will definitely make her suspicious, but to catch a wolf, you can't be afraid of it running, or of the bait being torn. Ning Yiwan nodded in response. When we return to the sect, we'll have Shifu examine you, and we'll know. Therefore, let's not say anything for now. In the end, whether it's related or not, all of this is making you associated with the demonic race, isn't it? Xia Qingyang replied. Yes. Ning Yiwan stood up, encouraging him. A cultivator's intuition is very important. Trust your instincts. With that, she gradually walked towards the door.
Ning Yiwan opened the door and said, Let's go. We'll go meet the Qin family head first, to understand the specific situation of the Beast Tamer clan's recent troubles.
Xia Qingyang replied. Yes. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily, she didn't ask too much. The next morning arrived quickly. In the courtyard of the Qin family estate, Ling Dang was catching fish under the lake, while Qin Liangxin was watching over her on the shore. Suddenly, she saw Ning Yiwan and Xia Qingyang before her. Liangxin said happily. Long time no see, Ning Yiwan replied in kind, appearing joyful as she said. I didn't expect you guys to come to help us, Ning Yiwan casually replied. I don't even know if we can help. I want to talk to the Qin family head. Want to come? Liangxin whined in a coquettish tone. My dad and I haven't made up yet. I don't want to go at all. As she walked, she said to Ning Yi,
Yu Huajun, can I tag along with you these next few days? Ning Yi didn't say much but replied, Sure. Xia Qingyang glanced at Qin Liangxin, thinking to himself, if this were modern times, Qin Liangxin would probably be the president of Ning Yiwan's hardcore fan club. The adoring look in her eyes was completely on display. Looking at her infatuated gaze, "That's great, thank you, Shiji." Xia Qingyang couldn't help but smile. "That's really good to have such an enthusiastic fan." On the other side, Qin Liangxin hurriedly said, "Then I'll take you there," but unfortunately as she took a step, she tripped over a stone. Qin Liangxin's whole body lunged towards Ning Yiwan, and the unlucky cloak slipped off. Even Xia Qingyang shouted, "Careful!" But it was too late. With a crash, they both fell sprawling on the ground. Xia Qingyang looked over, and his face instantly turned as red as a tomato because Qin Liangxin had fallen on top of Ning Yiwan. What was even more embarrassing was that Ning Yiwan's face was being suffocated by the magnificent mountains. Ning Yiwan was so embarrassed that her face was as red as a tomato, but she still tried to ask, "Miss Qin, are you alright?" Although she was the victim of the massive soul in front of her, she still considerately told Yue Huajun to apologize. Liangxin knew she messed up, so she quickly left, saying, "I didn't do it on purpose." She bent down to pick up the pile of clothes, clarifying, "I was just too excited to meet you." Ning Yiwan also couldn't avoid the embarrassment, comforting her. "It's okay." Ning Yiwan, still in a sexy pose, asked again, "It's okay. Did you fall?" Liangxin hurriedly put on her coat and replied, "No, I didn't." Xia Qingyang, who was standing nearby, pouted in disdain. "You're always gentler to others than you are to me." The cat next to them leaned against Ning Yiwan's leg with a super cute meow. Attracted by the mega-sized cat, Ning Yiwan sat down. "Your Xianling pet is so adorable." While the kitty kept meowing, Liangxin smiled softly and proudly said, "Ever since Yue Huajun praised Lulu, I've been walking with my head held high in front of my friends." Xia Qingyang was now tearing up inside, thinking, "As expected, I'm the only one she doesn't like. What a hard life." Ning Yiwan said firmly, Let's go meet the Qin family head." Liangxin was worried about letting the pretty girl go alone, so she said, Then I'll go with you two." Ning Yiwan smiled brightly when she heard that. Okay. In the courtyard of a vast city, at the crack of dawn, Qin Shao turned to the side, regretting and thinking to himself, "Why is my good daughter still angry at me?" Liangxin crossed her arms in front of her chest, sulking. "Father, discuss official business. Don't lose face." Qin Shao's heart exploded when he heard, but because he was a person of power and status, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. "I have long heard of Yue Huajun's fame, and I finally get to meet you today," Ning Yiwan simply replied. "Family head Qin is too polite? Shall we get straight to the point?" Although Qin Shao was old, he was still hip. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Okay." Ning Yiwan immediately got straight to the point without any restraint. "May I ask family head Qin, what information do you have regarding the beast-taming clan?" Speaking of this matter, Qin Shu hesitated a bit. "Actually, there isn't much information. They come and go like the wind, acting in secrecy." His expression grew more unsightly. "They also don't have villages like other clans, which is completely inconsistent with the habits of the beast-taming clan. Moreover, compared to negotiation, they lean more towards violence and plunder. The surviving tribes have submitted to them, making it very difficult to find other traces." Xia Qingyang, who had been listening outside all this time, had a flash of insight. "But because I've interfered and affected the development of the game's plot, Ning Yiwan can't rely on each quest to find Longxiang Ti, who provided clues about the tribe where Sishui Yin is actually based. The clues in the game were provided by Longxiang Ti." His gaze became more stern. "It was my inadequate consideration. I was only thinking about quickly progressing with the mission." Thinking this, he sighed wearily. Ning Yiwan, noticing this, turned around and asked, curiously, "Xia Shidiai, why are you sighing?" Xia Qingyang was shocked when he realized. Did I sigh out loud? Oh crap. He tried to calm himself down and made up a story. "This humble one has a spirit beast. She has wide connections in the demon realm. I can have her go and inquire." He felt better now. Trying to wing it while he still could, Ning Yiwan turned to Xia Qingyang and said, "Let's do it that way. Nowadays there are quite a few demon clans in the demon realm, colluding with the demon race. There are indeed many ways to inquire about news," he replied. "Yes." Xia Qingyang looked at his hand and spoke. "Ding Min, did you hear that?" Looking at the ring for a moment without any movement, he was dumbfounded. "Go out for a walk, wander around until midnight, and then come back." Ding Min asked blankly from inside the ring. "Don't I need to inquire about anything?" Xia Qingyang replied. "I know the news." She was stunned when she heard that. "Okay." He stared intently at the ring glowing on his hand, thinking, "I'll explain it to you later when I have the chance," Ding Min happily replied. "I'll follow your arrangements, young master." With that, she transformed into a small cat and flew out. Inside the room, Ning Yiwan was still discussing family head Qin. "Then let's wait until my Shidi's spirit beast returns, and we'll continue discussing the next steps." Qin Shuao agreed. Okay, let's settle it like that." Ning Yiwan stood up, looked at Xia Qingyang, and asked,
Xia Qidi, do you have any other plans later? He stammered. No, I don't. Ning Yiwan saw that the time was ripe, and shyly suggested, then, would you like to take a walk with me?
Li and Xin sat inside, watching their departing backs with regret.
Her eyes clearly showing desire. Can I go? When Xin Xiao heard this, he was so angry that sparks flew. Go where? Sit down. The woman snapped back in annoyance. What is it? Being scolded by his daughter, he became as shy as a young maiden. My precious daughter, let's talk this out. Back then, Dad was at his wit's end, so I resorted to that last resort.
Li and Xin, hearing her father's words, retorted accusingly. Qin Tao, in my opinion, you're a beast. She acted all sulky and left, leaving Xin Shu crying. It's too late to apologize to me now, old Xin called out to Li and Xin in aggrieved tones.
On the other side, the two were walking together towards the lakeside. While walking, Ning Yiwan suddenly called out, Xia Qidi. From ahead, a sword came hurtling towards him.
Xia Qingyang was so scared when the sword was pointed at his neck that he started making weird faces. Ning Yiwan turned around and questioned him with a disgusted tone. Isn't it about time you explained to me why you went to the Zhu Manor? Among the closely packed buildings, Xia Qingyang was scared out of his wits. Ning Shiji, can you please take the sword away? I can explain. Ning Yiwan had no intention of letting him off. Explain it like this. Because he was too scared, he recounted everything. Ding Min said there's a demon market that's very open to humans, so I went to stroll around with her. Despite his cold exterior, deep inside, tears were welling up uncontrollably, and his hands were trembling. Ning Yiwan seemed to still have doubts. That's it. Xia Qingyang quickly came up with an idea. Perhaps Ning Shiji has already asked Ding Min and knows the answer. Does Shiji not trust me? Feels like I am deliberately hiding something. Hearing this, she became even more annoyed. Clearly knowing there were demons, why didn't you reveal your true form and help? Xia Qingyang suddenly asserted his personality loudly. Couldn't win, Xia Qingyang said with a bit of sadness. My cultivation level right now is fundamentally not a match for demons. Going down to help that day, I'm afraid I would only become a burden. I know the principle of striking and killing demons immediately. Xia Qingyang didn't rush to answer but asked back. But I feel like there's no principle in this world that says you have to choose to jump into your death knowing full well you're going to die. But Ning Yiwan was still stubborn, not accepting that answer, and questioned. This isn't a reason to be afraid of death? Xia Qingyang was just as stubborn, and asked back immediately. What's wrong with being afraid of death? Just as he finished speaking, his foot took a step forward. Ning Yiwan, seeing this, panicked a little, so she shouted, Stay still and talk. His hands gently pinched the sword in front of him. Xia Qingyang clearly spoke each word. If all the cultivators in this world didn't know themselves when they encountered demons, didn't care about their lives, and just charged forward, all dying on the path of cultivation, wouldn't that be a win for the demons? Ning Yiwan was annoyed, but what he said was too reasonable, so she couldn't retort. After thinking for a while, she sheathed the sword in her hand. You're right. But in her heart there was still a faint worry. But I still don't fully trust you. While speaking, Xia Qingyang pressed her against the wall next to her. The two of them stared at each other very affectionately. Ning Yiwan, seeing this, was a bit puzzled. What do you want to do? Xia Qingyang, who had been at a disadvantage earlier, now retorted. Then why did a cabinet and Shizun Bai Lin Shui come to the Zhu Manor? I want to turn the guest into the host. She was surprised to realize she'd been exposed. Lin Wan lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Xu Qingyang stared straight at Lin Wan, interrogating her. I saw with my own eyes that Shizun and the mistress of the Zhu Manor were exchanging glances. Their relationship is definitely not simple. I remember clearly that Shiji resented the demon race and hated the yokai, so why are you in close contact with the yokai in Shifu? From her small mouth, she evasively explained. I just went with Shizun to meet an old friend. Xu Qingyang then quietly said, Shiji doesn't trust me, and I don't trust Shiji, so are we even? Hearing this, Lin Wan was even more confused. How can things like this be even? Xu Qingyang didn't pay much attention, and only left one sentence. Shiji, don't be such a hypocrite. Saying that, he turned and left, leaving Lin Wan not understanding anything, and went back to his room to sleep. Before Ding Min returns, I'll come find you again. Goodbye. Hearing this, she tried to call out, Hey. The two of them just separated like that, without any lingering feelings. Suddenly, Xu Qingyang leaned against the wall behind him. His heart, which had been hanging in the clouds, felt relieved. Whoa, that scared me to death. I thought that after Ding Min explained things, she wouldn't ask me about it anymore. Who knew she'd be so suspicious? Fortunately, everything is settled. When the matters of the Beast Tamer clan reach the final stage, I must quickly return to receive a new mission, obtain the token to descend the mountain as soon as possible, and return home soon. That evening, everyone in the mansion gathered in one room, listening to Xu Qingyang talk about the news that Ding Min had gathered. She's told me everything. He began to recount the entire event. The place where that clan was hiding was conveniently located near the villages of the Beast Tamer clan, Qin Fei. Xia Qingyang frowned, uncomfortable upon hearing the news.
The reason we couldn't find them before was because there was a barrier placed there. Lin Yiwan wasn't completely convinced, so she asked, "Is the information accurate?"
Dingmin was willing to cover up everything for the person she loved. I mobilized my 3 younger sisters to gather information. She secretly thought, I didn't gather any information at all. Lucky I can lie without batting an eye. Xia Qingyang, sitting next to her, also explained, "Actually, I just need to investigate a bit tomorrow to determine whether the information is accurate or not." Lin Yiwan nodded in agreement. "That's right."
Then she also spoke her mind. "In order to avoid causing conflict within the Beast Tamer clan, tomorrow the 2 of us, junior brother and I, will go ahead first. If things are difficult to resolve, we'll return and discuss it with everyone."
Lian Xin, because she liked Ning Yiwan, asked, "Yue Huajun, can I come along?" Qin Xiu, seeing his daughter so enamored with the beauty, scolded, "Lian Xin, sit down. Don't cause any more trouble for Yue Huajun." She was wronged, and tried to explain, "Dad, I just want to help a little. I don't want to cause any trouble for anyone." Lin Yiwan, sitting below, understood, and said,
"Miss Qin can come with us in a personal capacity." However, Lin Yiwan's next sentence startled Lian Xin. "The reason I didn't want the Beast Tamer clan to reveal themselves before was because I was worried that if junior brother and I failed, it would cause conflict." Lian Xin happily agreed, being able to be by Lin Yiwan's side, and carefully instructed, "But you must hide your spiritual pills carefully. In situations where success is not certain, Miss Qin must conceal her identity as a member of the Beast Tamer clan."
Before a towering mountain with a door that was hidden yet not hidden, a pair of slender feet were approaching closer and closer.
As the 3 of them stood before the door, a voice said, "This is the place." Xia Qingyang, knowing this beforehand, replied, "That's right." After speaking, he ran over and fumbled around in a corner of the mountain. "Wait for me to find the switch." After a while, he found a hexagonal shape protruding outwards. He reached out and touched the stone. Lost in thought, I remember it's 3 turns to the left, 4 turns to the right. He pressed his ear against the cave entrance to listen to the situation. After a moment, he released his hands. There was a sound from the door, so Xia Qingyang knew it was open. He thought to himself, "Good thing I didn't hire anyone to farm dungeons for materials when I played games back then." The door slowly opened, revealing a misty fog. The 3 of them stared into the pitch-black space beyond the door. Lian Xin, observing Xia Qingyang's actions, asked curiously, "Xia Gongzi, how did you know the mechanism code for the main door?" Xia Qingyang still chose to hide the truth. "I overheard it. Heard that it might open like this. Didn't expect it to actually work." Ning Yiwan, unaware of the truth, praised, "Dingmin. Dingmin's intelligence is truly swift. Not only could she find out the location, but she even knew the code." Hearing this, Xia Qingyang laughed heartily. "The spirit beast I subdued isn't bad. It really helps me a lot." Ning Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpened as she asked, "Then why is Dingmin inside the ring?" Seeing that he was bullshitting, he was speechless. "Gongzi, you better come up with an excuse first. I feel like Ning Yiwan is getting more and more suspicious of you." Hearing this, he just replied, thinking, making it up, "I'm so confidently shining, maybe she won't notice I'm feeling guilty." Ning Yiwan looked into the doorway. "Now that the door is open, let's handle the main business first." Ning Yiwan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "As for other matters, if we can still live after this, we can discuss them together, don't you think so, junior brother Xia?" The 3 of them stepped inside together as Lian Xin laughed loudly. Right, Xia Qingyang, knowing he'd been exposed, wailed, "I'm done for." Lian Xin was stunned by the scene inside. In front of everyone was a vast green bamboo forest. Unexpectedly, there was a whole different world behind the door, but it seemed Ning Yiwan noticed something was wrong. "Wait, there are 3 auras 50 meters ahead." With Xia Qingyang's cowardly nature, he asked, "Should we charge in immediately, or proceed with caution?" Ning Yiwan looked straight ahead and said, "These 3 auras all belong to humans. There's no need to alarm them. But life isn't always as you dream." As Xia Qingyang realized, "This is the only way to go up the mountain. If we don't go this way, then we can only—" He looked straight ahead and offered a plan. "Sneak up from inside the bamboo forest." Ning Yiwan turned to look at the 2 of them and said, "We need to scout first. We need to confirm the identities and abilities of these humans." Xia Qingyang could only agree. Xia Qingyang frowned, thinking about the storyline in the game's dungeon. Except for the few NPCs who give out quests, the other characters are all trash mobs. No need to say unnecessary words. Ning Yiwan has already noticed, "I'm extremely strange." In front of them, 3 men were discussing something. There was some movement from the distant bushes. Then the 3 of them peeked their heads out from there, eavesdropping. Ning Yiwan glanced at the 3 people opposite them and assessed, "They're from the Beast Taming clan." Lian Xin recognized the outfits and said, "The attire they're wearing is from the Li Shi family." She frowned in disgust, saying, "Them? I didn't expect the Li Shi family to submit to this clan. I thought they were very resilient.
Ning Yiwan looked at the two people beside her and said, "These three are all in the mid-stage of the third realm. I can handle them alone." Xia Qingyang stopped her, saying, "Senior sister, when catching bandits, catch the leader first. No need to waste energy along the way." Hearing this, she agreed.
Okay. The three people below were still talking, unaware of anything. They flew up into the air together, escaping through another path. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan sensed something strange again. Ning Yiwan stared straight ahead at the path ahead, saying, "Xia Shidi, your guess was right. There are indeed demons hiding inside."
She held her sword, ready to fight,
but strangely, Xia Qingyang stopped her. "Shiji, don't just jump in because you smelled a demon."
His eyes were fixed straight ahead. Xi Yin's underworld realm, I remember she was at the general realm, equivalent to a nascent soul-stage human cultivator, still a realm higher than Ning Yiwan back then. In the game, Ning Yiwan brought Qin Shen and some cannon fodder from the sect, and they joined forces to defeat her.
Xia Qingyang told Ning Yiwan, "Relying on just the three of us, even if we're lucky, we'll still be heavily injured."
Hearing this, she braked hard on the ground.
Ning Yiwan turned back with a questioning look. "Then, what do you suggest we do?"
Xia Qingyang looked at his bracelet and ordered, "Ding Min, go scout around." He figured that Xi Yin's current level couldn't detect Ding Min, so sending her to scout was the best option.
Hearing this, Ding Min immediately flew out. "Yes, master, I'll go right away."
Xia Qingyang pointed in the direction Ding Min flew, boasting, "See, I told you my spirit pet was useful." She was speechless.
Xia Qingyang looked at the gourd. "While Ding Min's gone, I'll see if I have any treasures that can help."
He poured out a pink, manly-looking pill from the gourd.
Xia Qingyang held the pill in his hand, smiling brightly. "This isn't bad." He handed the pill to Ning Yiwan with a sincere smile. "Eat this before fighting the boss." She was confused. "Boss?" Xia Qingyang, realizing he'd slipped up, corrected himself. "Ah, I mean the leader. It's a local term from back home. I'm used to saying it." Ning Yiwan looked at the pill in her hand and asked, "What kind of medicine is this?" He revealed it without hiding anything. 9 Revolutions Golden Pill.
Hearing this, her face went blank, stunned.
9 Revolutions Golden Pill? How? How do you have a pill of this level? Looking at the pill in her hand, Ning Yiwan couldn't help but be amazed. 9 Revolutions Golden Pill, you. Then she immediately asked, "How do you have a golden pill of this level?" Without hesitation, Xia Qingyang replied, "Traded it with a demon race alchemist." Hearing that, her face darkened. "You actually have dealings with the demon race." Despite that, Xia Qingyang was still very confident. "I used a low price to exchange for a high-grade pill from the demon race, and then let us use it. Isn't this a way to act on behalf of the heavens?" Outwardly, he was confident, but in his heart, he was a little worried. "Anyway, Shiji already knows about my trip to the demon market. Might as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb." At this moment, Yiwan and Qin Liangxin fell silent for a moment. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang took out another pill, Qin Gunyang, and tossed it to Liangxin. "This is for you, spirit-gathering pill." He quickly explained its effects. "This is suitable for cultivators from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. It can help you restore your vitality and enhance your mental strength." This made Liangxin a little hesitant. "Such a precious pill, can I really accept it?" Responding to this look was a confident smile from a victor. "I might still have a lot." At this time, Yuan angrily questioned Xia Qingyang. "It seems you didn't just go to the demon market once." This momentum made him a little flustered. Immediately afterwards, he quickly came up with a reason. "If I've already taken Ding Min as my spirit pet, then of course I have to make the most of it." Speaking of this, his confident demeanor returned. "In order to prevent other human cultivators from bearing the bad reputation, only I can risk going to clean out the demon race's treasures." After explaining, he happily turned around, smiling, and said, "Ding Min is very useful, isn't she?" As for Yingwan, after hearing this, she was speechless. "I didn't realize you were so shameless," Xia Qingyang calmly replied. "We only live once. Why bother about face?" Suddenly, Ding Min appeared in her fox form. "Master." Immediately, she transformed back into human form, then gently placed her feet on the ground. "There are many people above." Afterward, she softly recounted. "Although I didn't count the exact number, at a glance, there are about 500 or 600 people, scattered in various locations." As she spoke, she recalled the scene. "There's a very large group of people, quite a few injured being treated, and most of the others are gossiping and eating. It'll be very difficult to get inside." After listening, Yiquan seriously asked, "So many people, we can't just recklessly charge in. Did you find their leader?" Without hesitation, Ding Min quickly replied, "Yes, there are a total of 3 people who look like leaders." "Oh, right, it seems their head honcho is..." Saying this, she hesitated slightly. "Si Shuyin, do you guys know her? She looks very fierce, and her beast companion is a giant scorpion." As soon as the name was mentioned, Yiwan immediately recognized it. It's actually her. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang was a bit surprised. Ning Yiwan knows Xia.
Yiwan helplessly turned and left. If it's really her, then we can't act rashly today. Let's go back and discuss it with the Qin family head first. Later.
Inside a small room, the items in the room were neatly arranged. Yiwan was seriously saying, Xia was a capable assistant to Demon Lord Wuming during the Great War between humans and demons. She safely retreated, but has been out of contact ever since.
Suddenly, a terrifying image of Xia appeared in her mind. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. To think that after all these years, she's still the same, and wants to start all over again. Hearing this, Xin Xiao was extremely worried. In just 2 short months, they formed a group of several hundred people. Such combat power is beyond what our clan can handle.
Thinking of this, he sighed wearily. At this moment, Xia Qingyang finally spoke up. As the saying goes, 1 tree doesn't make a forest, 3 trees together make a mountain. Then he offered a suggestion. How about joining hands with other beast-taming clans and sects to deal with Xia together?
His idea made Xin Xiao even more worried. Most beast-taming clans are independent, and the different sides don't trust each other. If we call for help from the outside, I'm afraid our Qin family will become everyone's target.
Responding to him was Lian Xin's exasperated attitude. Is this really the time to be calculating old grudges? Then she worriedly continued. Xia is approaching step by step. Forget about a plan to join forces to fight. Just talking about the grand plan for our survival doesn't allow us any hesitation. In contrast to her appearance, Xia Qingyang happily raised 2 fingers. Surround the cities from the countryside. This statement confused Xin Xiao. What does that mean?
Seeing him so confused, he explained. Think of ways to cooperate with the weaker clans first, such as the Yin family that wanted Qin Shaoji to have a marriage alliance with them, he continued. Everyone knows the theory of playing cards, right? Saying this, he recalled the time when he was sitting at the card table. Hey Lao Wang, we're just waiting for you. Yes, come quickly, private room at Chizu Lei. Then he continued. When someone wants to play cards but can't find enough people, he's very likely to say, we're only missing 1 person, just need you, and lure others in from that. Hearing this, Lian Xin was a little excited, trying to appear nonchalant.
He immediately replied, right? Then he continued. We slowly lure in the other clans, then the remaining xenophobic clans only have 3 choices left. He seriously held up 3 fingers. Be annexed, resist on their own, or join us. Yerwin just sat quietly, listening attentively to him. Those who haven't been annexed by now are probably all clans who refuse to submit to others.
Not just her, Lian Xin and Xin Shou were all ears too. If you want to rebel, I'll admire you from the bottom of my heart.
With that settled, Xia Qingyang asked for everyone's opinion. What do you guys think? And of course Xin Xiao agreed. Let's do it that way. Finishing his words, he stepped forward and said seriously, the beast-taming clan has been divided for too long. It's time to unite, and the old grudges need to be resolved.
Hearing that, Xia Qingyang added, as for the marriage alliance with the Yin family, I'll have to trouble Patriarch Qin to handle it himself. After all, it was Lian Xin who ran away from the engagement, so we owe the Yin family one. Xin Shao immediately replied, of course.
Then he glanced at Lian Xin and continued, this was all created because I didn't think it through at first, so I should be the one to resolve it.
After a moment of silence, Ning Yiwan finally spoke up. I will personally invite Shizun to help us, as a friend of Lian Xin, not as external support.
This made Xin Shao extremely grateful. Xin Shao. Thanks everyone in advance. But as soon as he heard that, Xia Qingyang turned pale with fright. Bai Lin Shui is coming. She knows my secret identity. While he was panicking, a voice suddenly rang out. Gongzi, don't be afraid. Maybe Bai Lin Shui won't expose you. Immediately after, Ding Min appeared behind him. At most, she'll just tease you.
Inside a magnificent mansion, someone was pouring tea while speaking.
Xiao Bai, I heard Yiwan went out again. What is she doing this time?
It turned out that the person was the sect leader, she asked, with a gentle smile. Why didn't she report to the artifact management hall beforehand?
Even so, Bai Lin Shui still replied calmly. Oh, maybe she's going on a date, didn't want to tell us. Hearing that, the sect leader was a little puzzled. Dating? What kind of date requires going down the mountain? Could the other party be a disciple from another sect? With a little hesitation, Lin Shui replied, that's not the case. That kid is an outer disciple from Liu Xuan Peak.
Finishing her words, she suddenly opened her eyes, frowned, while the sect leader was confused.
An outer disciple? Yiwan is going with an outer disciple. Isn't that too much of a loss? At this moment, Lin Shui's face was a little sad. Shiji, do you want to know the name of that kid? This made the sect leader ponder for a moment. There are too many outer disciples,
she said confusedly. Even if you tell me, I'm not sure I'll remember who it is. This made Lin Shui helpless. Then she stood up.
Shiji, I have to go back now. Seeing that, the sect leader was a little regretful. You haven't even had your tea yet. What replied to her was a bright smile. Suddenly remembered something. I'll come again another day. Finishing her words, Lin Shui opened the door.
She quickly stepped out, walking while seriously thinking.
In the Yuan Ji Kang Qiang, there can't be anyone that Shiji can't remember. Suddenly, Yiwan appeared in front of her. Shizun, I need help. As soon as she saw her, Lin Shui sternly replied, Wait for me back at my Wanzi garden. Later, in Lin Shui's Wanzi garden, a strong wind blew through the curtain. Immediately after, Lin Shui appeared at the door.
She slowly and gently placed her feet on the ground. Then she slowly entered inside.
After she went inside, it became quiet outside again. At this moment, Lin Shui asked Ning Yiwan, What's wrong? Without hesitating, Ning Yiwan quickly said, It's about the Spirit Beast clan, it's related to the Demon clan.
Hearing this, Lin Shui understood a bit. I just came back from the sect leader's senior sister's place. Last time, I told you that the sect leader might have some relationship with the Demon clan. I felt it today. I mentioned the outer sect disciples, but she said there were too many, and she didn't know who they were. This made Yiwan fall into contemplation for a moment.
Not stopping there, Lin Shui recalled the image of the sect leader and continued. The sect leader would definitely not forget the name of anyone she met.
Saying this, she felt something was wrong. I'll go find my child first. This place is not suitable to talk about this. Hearing this, Yiwan immediately instructed, Shizun, you must come as an individual.
A bright smile was her reply. I know. On the other side, Yiwan stared intently at Lin Shui for a moment.
Then she waved her hand, causing Lin Shui's image to disappear.
After finishing, she turned to Xia Qingyang and said, Xia Shidi, I thought it was just a normal rebellion of the Demon clan, but this time it involves Xi Shuyin. You can choose to retreat.
Her words made him a little confused.
Why should I retreat?
Seeing this, Yishuan immediately replied,
Didn't you say don't act if you can't win, don't be like an egg hitting a rock? Hearing this, Qingyang's face darkened. I didn't expect karma to come so quickly. Although a little embarrassed, he still spoke up. Ning Shiji, don't tease me anymore. I interfered in this matter, then looked for you. If I retreat now and it gets out, then Xia Qingyang won't be able to show his face ever again. Without hesitation, she quickly said, Then what if you suddenly die? Wouldn't the cultivation world lose a bright star? Wouldn't that benefit the Demon clan? Each of her words left him speechless, and he thought to himself,
Suddenly die used like this? Are you just messing with me? Suddenly, the Lingdang cat was trying to pry open the door to get in.
It ran very fast, causing Lian Kixin to chase after it. Lingdang, don't run around. Immediately afterward, it jumped towards Yishuan and lay comfortably in her arms, making her happy. Lingdang. This scene helped Qingyang breathe a sigh of relief.
Phew, saved. Otherwise I don't know how long Ning Yiwan would keep mocking me. But he quickly realized something.
Maybe this guy was attracted here by Ning Yiwan's spirit Jiao physique. Even so, Yiwan didn't pay any attention to him and just focused on looking at the cat.
Not only that, she also stroked the cat. While Lian Kixin was worried,
I'm sorry, Yue Hua Jun, I don't know what's wrong with it. It suddenly ran into the room. Yuan gave a bright smile in response. It's okay, it's very cute. Suddenly, Lingdang's tail stood straight up and then it moaned happily.
Seeing this, Qingyang's face turned red. Some not-so-wholesome scenes appeared in his mind.
Why am I remembering what happened that day? Not stopping there, he even imagined a few more scenes. Calm down. Is my imagination too rich? On the side of a huge and towering mountain range, Qingyang and Yuan were standing and waiting in silence. At this moment, Xia Qingyang thought to himself, when I meet Bailin Shui, should I call her Shizun, Gufu, or demonic Gufu? But then he immediately regained his senses. What am I thinking? At such a crucial moment. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. What is this guy doing? It turned out that Bailin Shui had appeared above. The two of them saw her, and Yuan hurriedly ran over.
Shizun. While Lin Shui was a little worried, I didn't expect the one in charge to be Si Shuyin. It's been 5 years since I last saw her. I thought she was dead and gone, but I didn't expect her to be doing so well. Finishing speaking, she pointed at Xia Qingyang and shouted loudly. This made him panic immensely. Could it be? But contrary to his thoughts, she asked, Hey, what's your name again? I always hear Yingwan mentioning you, and even said you'd be moving under my Yanyang peak, Yingwan replied from behind. Xia Qingyang? Hearing this, Lin Shui approached him.
Oh, Xia Qingyang, huh? The more she spoke, the more sinister her face became. I know some people with the surname Xia, but they're demonkins.
Her appearance frightened Xia Qingyang until his face turned green,
but she secretly smiled triumphantly in her heart. After teasing him for a while, she stepped into the forest. Let's go meet the Qin family head for a moment. Yiwan quickly followed, yes. As she walked, Lin Shui conjured a stream of green light. Immediately after, another entity of her appeared. That entity came in front of Xia Qingyang and said, Come find me late at night, avoiding Yuan. This scene made Xia Qingyang's face as dark as New Year's Eve, while Yishuan felt extremely confused.
Seeing Xia Qingyang so panicked, That entity of Lin Shui laughed and said, "She can't see me, don't worry." Because of this, the more Yuan looked, the more confused she became. "Why are you staring at Shizun so intently?" Xia Qingyang stammered and replied, "Shizun's aura is too strong. I'm a little intimidated." Hearing this, she smiled and said,
"You'll have that day too." This statement made him a little embarrassed. "I don't know if I'll need a few hundred years." But Yiwan was very confident in him. If it's junior brother Xia, it won't be too long. On that night, the surroundings of the royal palace were as dark as ink in the night. Xia Qingyang began to climb the wall and jump out. Then he gently landed on the ground, after which he glanced around for a while. "There's no one else here, right?" Suddenly, Lin Shui appeared behind him, startling him. "You little scaredy cat, don't be afraid, no one's around lately." Without hesitation, he immediately turned around, and the moment he saw her, he panicked even more. But she just smiled and teased him. "Why are you so timid now? When you were little I used to hold you, and you were so strong." Hearing this, he felt a little confused. "Shizun, why don't you expose my true identity to senior sister Ning? For her sake, for my Gufu's sake." Facing this question, she calmly approached him. "Why should I expose you?" Then she lifted his chin, making him blush with embarrassment. "My dear disciple likes you so much, how could I ruin other people's good fortune?" Not only that, she even got all up in his face. "Become a heartless woman, why don't you?" This made him freak out and run away. "What?" Seeing this, Lin Shui smirked smugly. She hasn't even realized it herself yet. Saying this, she covered her mouth shyly. "Aya, look at me, I'm getting old, can't control my mouth anymore, just pretend I didn't say anything about it." This appearance left Xia Qingyang speechless. "Then just hit me and give me a concussion so I completely lose my memory." At this time, Lin Shui said seriously, "This kind of thing values mutual consent. I won't force anyone, I just feel that girl is burying a lot of feelings in her heart. I'm afraid she'll miss out on her own happiness because of cultivation and vanquishing demons to protect the Tao." The more she thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Ning Yiwan. Yuan is such a pitiful child. As for Xia Qingyang, after listening, he also fell into contemplation for a while, then he calmly recounted. When Ning Yiwan was young, she was an orphan. Her parents died at the hands of the demon race. It's a pity that because I skipped through a lot of dialogue, my understanding of her is very superficial. Images of Ning Yiwan also appeared in his head at the same time. But I know she has a reason to hate the demon race. Hearing this, Lin Shui sadly looked up at the sky. I raised her, so to me, Yiwan is my daughter. In her heart at this moment, she only felt sorry for Yichuan. Compared to vanquishing demons to protect the Dao, I hope she can live happily. After chatting for a while, she decisively instructed him. You must protect her well. But he confidently replied, Shiji doesn't need my protection, she's very strong. And of course Lin Shui also understood the reason for that strength. Not being afraid of death naturally makes you strong. The next morning, inside the manor, a voice rang out. Brother Yin, I've come to admit my mistake for being a disappointing son-in-law. Followed by a loud bang of a hand slamming down on a chair, Lord Yin was extremely angry, unable to accept it. Facing this imposing manner, Qin Shou could only meekly admit his mistake. The marriage alliance is indeed our Qin family's fault. Even so, he resolutely said. But I've thought it over carefully. Forcing two young people with no emotional foundation to be tied together is also not appropriate. Not stopping there, he added seriously, because of the elopement, my daughter has run away from home many times. If she's really forced to marry into the Yin family, it will only make Brother Yin and your wife miserable in the future. But Lord Yin had realized. Is it that you feel my Yin Wu Chang is not worthy of her? This made Qin Shu secretly happy, so you know exactly what your son is like. With that settled, Qin Shou began to change the subject. Today I'm here because I have something more important to discuss with Brother Yin. Let's talk about the marriage alliance later. This statement made Lord Yin even angrier. Something more important. My son's marriage is the most important thing. At the same time, on the other side, Yin Wuchang was coughing weakly. Even if it's to reject the marriage, Lian Xin Mei Mei isn't willing to see me once. Not only that, he also appeared weak. My appearance is neither human nor ghost, it's forgivable that she doesn't like me. Hearing this, his mother became extremely angry. My son, your body has improved a lot after conditioning, you're not allowed to say such things. Then she turned sharply to the side. It's that girl who doesn't have the good fortune. Every word she said was infuriating Qin Shou. After speaking, she gently handed a cup of tea to Wu Chang. Drink some tea to warm your throat. He acted even weaker. Warm my throat, and then, what? I'm already a cripple. Qin Shou just silently watched the mother and son chat for a while. Just let your son be lonely until the end of his life. Unable to bear it any longer, he spoke up. Hey, alright, what are you guys acting for? Who are you performing for? As soon as he opened his mouth, it startled all three members of the Yin family. Seeing this, Xu Ying quickly ran to stop him. Dad Bo, calm down, don't forget what we came here to do. But he resisted. Do what? Then shouted loudly. I came to save your life. This angered Lord Yin. Clan leader Qin, why are you so rude? You're the ones calling off the engagement, we're the ones who are unlucky.
Not stopping there, he angrily questioned, how will my son propose to other families' daughters in the future? And of course, Qin Shao wouldn't back down. If it weren't for you two spoiling Yin Wuchang since she was little, would she have turned out the way she is now?
The more he spoke, the angrier he became. I must have had my brain fried back then to use a marriage alliance to ally with you guys. Luckily, my daughter is smarter than me and ran away. This terrifying aura made Xu Ying unable to stop him. Uncle. Not only that, he pointed and blamed Wu Cheng. If my daughter accidentally married someone like this mama's boy, Yin Wuchang, she'd be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. This shocked Wu Cheng. Mama's boy, Xu Ying, was speechless. Okay, I can't persuade you anymore, do whatever you want.
After Qin Shou finished his rant, the Yin patriarch finally spoke. Crude, vulgar, shameless.
But Qin Shou didn't care. When life and death are at stake, who cares about these things? Now I'm asking you, alliance or no alliance? If not, I'm leaving.
Hearing this, the Yin patriarch hesitated a little. Alliance. To form an alliance, there must be sincerity. The more he heard, the angrier Qin Shou became. What? Selling your daughter to you is considered sincerity. Saying this, he even threatened, you know your Yin family's combat power? If you don't form an alliance, just wait to be annexed, then let's see who will still call you a patriarch. Finishing his words, he turned to leave. Xu Ying, let's go, I'm dying of anger. Suddenly, the Yin patriarch shouted loudly,
stop. Immediately after, Qin Shou turned back with an angry face. What else is there? Although a little embarrassed, he still said, you wanted to leave before you even got an answer to the question you just asked. Does your Qin family do things without finishing them? Hearing this, Qin Shou was a little excited. Okay, you speak.
Responding to him was the Yin patriarch's worried expression. I'll form an alliance. This answer immediately stunned Qin Shou.
Immediately after, he turned to ask Xu Ying. Did I hear wrong? Xu Ying replied. You didn't hear wrong.
He burst into joyful laughter.
Brother Yin is indeed very confident. Okay, then let's form an alliance.
Even so, the Yin patriarch still didn't let go of what happened earlier. Then the marriage alliance. This, once again, angered Qin Shou.
Alliance my ass.
Later, returning inside the Qin residence, Xia Qingyang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Seeing this, Lian Xin was a little puzzled. Xia Gongzi, why are you so happy?
Without hesitation, he immediately replied. I didn't expect forming an alliance to be so easy. Moreover, your father described the scene so hilariously.
Qin Shou was equally happy. I didn't expect getting angry to be useful. If I had tried to negotiate with them, I think we would have had to argue until our eyes popped out. Hearing this, Xia Qingyang continued. It's also because the Yin family situation is currently very dangerous, so they had to agree so readily.
At this time, Lin Shui spoke. The start is very smooth. Let's see if we can pull other clans over here in the next few days. Lin Shui's words brought Qin Shou back to his serious demeanor. Bai Xianzun is right. Then, Lian Xin happily said, I have arranged for eloquent young people to go to other clans. Perhaps news will come back soon.
Suddenly, Qin Shui's face darkened. At that time, there will definitely be a fierce battle. I wonder how many people will die in this battle. Even so, Lin Shui was still not worried. War is inevitable. Better to fight than surrender. Better not to be fish on a chopping block. Not only Lin Shui but Lian Xin was also very determined. That's right, offense is the best defense. Blindly enduring will only make the enemy more audacious. We must draw our swords and fight for our clansmen in dignity. 8 days later, in front of the stone gate, the public speaking to reason went very smoothly. Xia Qingyang stood before the door, trying to force it open. After being persuaded and tricked by Qin Liangxin and the others, the beast-taming clan finally formed an alliance. Soon after, the door slowly opened. A group of people was waiting in front of the door. At this moment, Lin Shui spoke up. Everyone, today is the day that determines the survival of the beast-taming clan. It's not too late to back out now. But Qin Shou was still very determined. Back out from what? Immortal Bai, let's charge. Not only him, but everyone else was also determined to fight. That's right, we're already at the doorstep. There's no way we can retreat without a fight. The person next to him immediately replied. That's right, everyone shouted in unison. Let's fight, let's fight. Receiving such support, Lin Shui happily said, then let's risk our lives for a battle. Suddenly, a giant foot stepped towards them. A super-duper huge bear, along with the murder clan, appeared, and of course a bloody battle ensued. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang hurriedly instructed, Yuan Shiji, remember to use your elixirs. Ning Yiwan quickly replied, already used them. While the two were talking, suddenly a murder clan member appeared, interrupting them. You guys are pretty chill, still got time to chat? Finishing his words, he immediately charged in with his sword, but luckily the two of them dodged. Not only that, Ning Yiwan also kicked off a tree, then shot towards him to attack. I'll be your opponent. But he quickly raised his sword to block her strike. While Xia Qingyang jumped up and ran elsewhere, Shiji, I'll leave this place to you. A moment later, he arrived, where the monkeys were tearing people apart on the other side. The murder clan member was extremely smug.
To think I could exchange blows with the famous Moonflower Sovereign of the Heavenly Kingdom, what a blessing for 3 lifetimes.
And of course, he didn't want to let Ning Yiwan off the hook, and even said shameless words. If this daddy manages to defeat you, then become my wife. This daddy will definitely love you day and night.
In response, all he got was a pair of eyes as sharp as knives from Ning Yiwan. Immediately after, she started to focus her strength into her sword. At this time, her sword was enveloped by a powerful green light. This made the guy turn pale with fright, because he was so caught off guard that he couldn't do anything but get caught in that vortex. After finishing, she held her blood-stained sword, trash. Then she slowly walked away, leaving the guy's corpse lying on the ground. At the same time, Xia Qingyang had just dodged an attack, jumped upwards, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Meanwhile, the fat and round guy was smug. Where did this trash come from? Daring to challenge this daddy? In his head he thought, this brat's aura has only reached the 2nd realm. He's really courting death. Even so, Xia Qingyang still tried to mock him. I'm your grandpa. This made him fume with anger. This old man will see who's grandpa. Finishing his words, he rushed over aggressively. Go die, you little brat. Suddenly, Ning Yiwan appeared behind him, scaring the sweat out of him. Quick as lightning, a whirlwind swept him inside. This scene couldn't help but shock Xia Qingyang, and naturally, after such a powerful strike, his weapon went flying. At this moment, Yiwan finally asked Qingyang, Xia Shidi, are you alright? He quickly replied, I'm fine. Even so, he felt a little regretful. I haven't even made my move yet, and you're already done. With the matter settled, Yiwan turned to leave. Let's go. Both leaders are dead. Behind her, Qingyang secretly praised her. If you were really my wife, I think I could just chill and not worry about anything. Thinking of this, he ran up to her. Ning Shiji, will you teach me the water moon rainbow skirt sword? I feel like this technique is super useful. Hearing this, she closed her eyes and replied, wait until you convert from water spiritual root to fire spiritual root. Her answer confused him a bit, but the name of the technique didn't sound like it was related to fire spiritual root cultivation. She still replied calmly, the name's just some random words from the dictionary. It doesn't have any real meaning. Then, she bluntly said, I'm bad at naming things. This left him speechless. Alright then, but wasting effort naming things while fighting is tiring. I see a lot of Manhua authors scratching their heads when they have to come up with names. At that moment, the leader lying on the ground was trying to reach for his weapon. With the last of his strength, he managed to grab his weapon. Quick as a flash, Qingyang immediately noticed, can't hesitate any longer. He turned and launched his flying sword. His sword stabbed straight into the leader's neck. Before he could even do anything, the force of the sword caused blood to splatter everywhere. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed to the ground. Qingyang triumphantly raised his fist. Close call. He held up a finger. Let's go find Bai Shizun. At the same time, on the other side, a striking blue scorpion was crawling on the ground. Immediately after, Si Shuiyin revealed her true form. Seeing her, Lin Shui grinned slyly. Si Shuiyin, long time no see. I thought you'd run away and hide and never show your face again. Without hesitation, she replied. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Otherwise, how could I be standing in front of you now, listening to your nonsense? Facing the female devil, Lin Shui wasn't afraid at all. The demons really know how to adapt. Hearing this, Shuiyin judged. You really are getting old. You weren't this chatty before, were you? She was met with a sarcastic tone. People will all get old, only that idiot Wu Ming pursues things like eternal life. What's the point of living so long without getting bored? This sentence angered Shuiyin. The honored one has his reasons for doing things. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice rang out. What reasons? At this moment, Yiwan and Qingyang walked over together. I think you've been poisoned by the heretical cult, without even knowing it. Seeing Qingyang's handsome face, Shuiyin was extremely surprised. Bai Lin Shui, these 2 nobodies are your disciples. But then she became annoyed. Seeing your elders and not showing any respect. Hearing this, Qingyang was extremely disdainful. Elders, do you want me to call you auntie? This sentence made the anger in her heart burn fiercely. What? Lin Shui stood to the side, secretly laughing. At this moment, Qingyang took out an object and said seriously, I just happen to have rescued a bit of your demonic teachings, or rather, the demonic cult's teachings, and what Wu Ming leads is all heretical scriptures. Finishing speaking, he threw out the book. Most heretical scriptures will use great and righteous light to describe themselves. Then he crossed his arms and looked up. That's because they're plotting to attract and deceive more followers, while providing rational explanations for their beliefs and practices, in order to control and manipulate their followers. Hearing this, Shuyin's face darkened. What are you trying to say? Faced with this question, he didn't answer directly but kept beating around the bush. Listen to my analysis, like the 3rd big thing, the 5th small thing mentioned in your scripture. All things are born with sin and must atone for all sins. Doesn't that sound grand and righteous? Then he pointed to the sky imposingly. But science and psychology prove that human moral behavior and sin are not innate, but are formed in the process of socialization. At this moment, his momentum was extremely aggressive. Isn't this kind of doctrine just brainwashing you to rationalize your killing behavior? As far as I know, before the Great War between humans and demons, humans never oppressed the demon race, nor did they invade the territory of the demon race. It was clearly you who slaughtered humans first, which led to human resistance. Every word he said made Shui Yin seriously contemplate. Not stopping there, Xia Qingyang said smugly, Wu Ming compiled this so-called doctrine in order to have the demon race slaughter innocent people. I want to ask, were the demons born evil, or did they kill people according to the doctrine? The more Shui Yin listened, the more confused she became. What exactly are you trying to say? Even so, Xia Qingyang still answered in a roundabout way. If you were born evil, then you don't need to listen to the doctrine to kill people. If you don't need to listen to the doctrine, then why do you have to listen to the orders of the sect leader? If you weren't born evil, and you kill people after being brainwashed by the doctrine, then I'm going to be a saint for once and liberate you demons a little bit. At this moment, Lin Shui also felt dizzy with his reasoning. I'm about to get a headache from your circular logic. Even so, he still respectfully replied, Shizun, normal humans like us won't slaughter innocent people. We have to clarify the cause and effect, otherwise, how are we different from the demon race? Hearing this, Lin Shui was a little amused. You little brat, you're kind of interesting. But Shui Yin didn't care at all. Whatever you say is useless. Immediately afterward, her face turned cold and filled with killing intent. Humans must be disciplined, must obey. Then she said loudly, Zun Shang will not be wrong. This made Xia Qingyang just hold his head helplessly. Hopeless. Because of this, Lin Shui then explained, So you see, there's no need to reason with the demon race. If they could understand humanity, they wouldn't turn themselves into rabid dogs. Then, she turned around and instructed the two kids. Stand aside a little. Don't affect this one's battle. But Yuan was still a little worried. Shizun, don't you need my help? Without hesitation, Lin Shui resolutely replied, No need, stand aside and observe. After it's over, maybe this one will want to check what you've learned. Go, don't get in the way. Not only Yuan, but Xia Qingyang was also very worried. Really don't need help. That Shui Yin looks very strong. Wouldn't it be more advantageous if the three of us fought one? Seeing him so flustered, Yuan replied, This is Shizun's order. On the other side, Shui Yin gently jumped off the scorpion. You were just as arrogant a dozen years ago. You're old now, and still haven't restrained yourself at all. In the years I've been gone, do you think I haven't been doing anything? Then she shouted, ordering it, Kill her! As soon as she finished speaking, the scorpion jumped over her head and shot forward. Then it raised its razor-sharp tail. Before, Lin Shui was still calm, until its tail was about to touch her. Just as its tail pierced through her, she suddenly disappeared for no apparent reason. This made Shui Yin extremely confused. The scene before her made her even more panicked. Disappeared. Just as she was distracted, Lin Shui appeared and slashed. Her sword strike hit the scorpion directly, and of course, with such sword force, the scorpion was cut in half. Having finished, Lin Shui smiled smugly. So what have you been doing for the past 10 years? Amidst towering rocky mountains and a vast blue sky, Xia Qingyang was intently redrawing something. He smiled as he drew, seeming very pleased. Ning Yiwan approached him with curiosity. Jia Shidai, what are you writing? Didn't Shizun say she's going to test us later? He remained fully focused on his task, I'm noting, down some important combat moves. He looked up and smiled slightly. A good memory is no match for a worn-down pen. She just stared at him without a word, still looking at him with suspicion. What's this science and psychology you're talking about? I've never heard of it. Xia Qingyang kept writing, glancing aside, and cautiously said, Psychology, literally speaking, it's studying knowledge related to the psychology of living things. People more or less have some mental and psychological issues. Ning Yiwan asked gently, I can understand. Psychology, literally, but what about science? He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, continuing, Actually, it's astronomy, geography, these things I generally call science. Xia Qingyang then smiled very happily. I like making up words. Sounding mysterious and scary to intimidate people. Yuan looked at him with an admiring gaze. Xia Qingyang hastily pointed forward. Shiji, look quickly, Shizun has the upper hand. But in his heart, he was already tired of it. Don't ask me anything else. Bai Lin Shui looked at her opponent with a sharp gaze. She wielded her sword and lunged towards Shui Yin. She was still staring intently with a worried look. Lin Shui swung her sword down in a powerful strike, the blade cutting through Shui Yin's figure. She also quickly evaded the sword strike. Shui Yin suddenly moved a long distance, but the tip of her sword was already at her neck. What? Shui Yin was both shocked and extremely angry.
She lowered her head slightly with a look of resignation. Bai Lin Shui said. You're old. I underestimated you. I lost. She still glared at her opponent, somewhat surprised. You've actually become someone who knows how to admit defeat. Shui Yin suddenly smirked cunningly. How do you know?
Change. She suddenly snapped her fingers. Snap. The corpse of the demonic scorpion that had been split in two suddenly vanished, without leaving even a trace. A crack appeared in the ground where she was standing,
from which its claw emerged, instantly reaching close to Lin Shui's eyes. She quickly dodged the attack.
Lin Shui quickly jumped away from the area. Lin Shui smiled coldly.
No wonder you were so calm. Ning Yiwan hurriedly ran over and shouted. Shizun, I'm here to help you, Xia Qingyang said with panic.
Shiji, Shuiyin, created a cloud of smoke around herself and said, Little young master, you are very interesting.
She smiled with great interest.
I'll come find you.
She created an earth-shattering explosion.
A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the entire view. Lin Shui and Yiwan looked down at the deep pit.
Xia Qingyang felt extremely uneasy. Find me? Seriously. Lin Shui looked down, blaming herself.
That stinky scorpion runs really fast, a leopard can't change its spots, and yet Wu Ming took a liking to her. What a horrible taste he has.
Ning Yiwan
very politely asked her Shifu. Should we continue chasing? No need. We don't know Earth escape techniques. We can't catch up.
She looked far away, with a pensive expression. Look at the situation outside. The three main generals have all been defeated. They don't need to keep fighting. Ning Yiwan also appeared very polite.
Yes. She turned to him, smiling happily. Little friend, you're done for.
Lin Shui narrowed her eyes slightly and said to him,
Who knows? That scorpion woman might crawl out of the ground in the middle of the night and knock on your door.
Xia Qingyang felt like he was struck by lightning when he heard this.
Shifu, please don't scare me.
She didn't stop but continued teasing him.
Although I defeated Si Shuiyin is not an opponent that Yuan can deal with alone. If she comes looking for you, I'm afraid your chances aren't good. I'll mourn for you a little in advance.
Lin Shui looked at him and said very seriously, Move to my place sooner rather than later. I'll have Yuan stay close to protect you. If something happens, I can get there in time.
She then very gently continued to say, Consider it a grand initiation gift that this master is giving you. The corners of her mouth slightly curved up. You understand, right? Xia Qingyang was dumbfounded when he heard this, and thought to himself, I understand. Understand what
Yuan said in a charming voice and smiled.
Shidi, welcome to becoming an inner disciple of the Yanyang Peak.
He broke out in a cold sweat and replied, Thank you, Shiji. She smiled so much that her eyes narrowed, wanting to encourage him. Try not to die. When we return to the Kangqiong Yuan realm, I will take you on missions.
Xia Qingyang hugged his head with an unwilling expression. Ning Yiwan frowned slightly in anger. Why are you unwilling?
Xia Qingyang was startled when he heard this.
Not at all. I couldn't ask for more. Becoming an inner disciple is the dream of all outer disciples. Although my expression is very gloomy now, I'm actually laughing so hard inside that I'm falling off my horse.
She still looked at him with suspicion, with her arms crossed.
Really? Xia Qingyang also smiled with determination. Really? Right at this moment.
At the Qin family's residence, since Si Shuiyin ran away, the organization collapsed, and the demon clans who didn't escape in time were all arrested. The Qin family head was talking to Qingyang's group about the internal affairs of the Yushu clan. Bai Lin Shui and the others didn't want to interfere, so they left it to them to solve on their own.
Lin Shui said in an extremely gentle voice. Qin family head, I hope that the Yushou clan can frequently exchange with the Kangqiong Yuan realm in the future. We will bid farewell here today.
Qin Shao made a gesture of admiration.
I don't know how to repay your great kindness. If you need me one day, just call. She also smiled and said very gently, Qin family head, you are too polite.
The sunlight shone on the two Qilin guarding the gate of the Qin family.
Well, we're leaving now. Have a safe journey.
Qin Liangxin looked at his father with a serious expression. Xia Gongzi is our intermediary. We must not forget him.
He smiled brightly and turned to reply to his daughter. Of course not. I know very well. Don't worry. He was pursuing his own thoughts. I have noticed recently that my little girl keeps mentioning this Xia Gongzi. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? But he is indeed 100 times better than Yin Wu. If Liangxin can get together with him, it would be a good thing.
Lin Shui muttered in her mouth as she walked.
Beast!
She pursed her lips to try to hold back a laugh.
I wonder if his parents suddenly had this idea, or went crazy when they gave him this name. Ning Yiwan replied with a rather bored look. Shizun, this disciple doesn't know.
She turned to look at him, who was blankly walking beside her. What do you think? He just spouted some random stuff to say something.
Verdant Qin Mountains, Shuyang returns to spring. But in his mind, it was incredibly boring. How would I know what his parents were thinking? Did they plan the name out? Everyone knows most game developers don't think straight. Lin Shui was shocked by what he said. Qin Mountain? What mountain is that?
Xia Qingyang froze solid at the question. He could only scratch his head and awkwardly say, The sound is similar to Qing Mountain, he told himself. There's definitely no mountain called Qinling in this world.
2 streams of tears fell down Qingyang's face, with a look of suffering. I must pay attention to my word choice in the future. Lin Shui smiled with great delight. I didn't expect my new disciple to be so talented, skilled in both literary and martial arts. Did I pick up a treasure? Qingyang could only smile warily. You flatter me, master.
3 days later, at the Yanyang Peak Lord's residence,
an elder's voice echoed from the room. Junior sister, let's make it clear, I'm taking your outer disciple Xia Qingyang. Ning Yiwan and Qingyang were sitting outside, quietly. You're not allowed to regret it.
Qingyang looked utterly bored.
Just an outer disciple, you're going to be my workhorse.
She appeared and smiled very gently.
I've already told your master, you don't need to change dorms, just come here for classes.
Qingyang was overjoyed when she continued. But Yiwan will teach you in the beginning. I'll take over when she feels like I need to intervene, he immediately replied.
Okay. Lin Shui yawned widely from exhaustion and said, Yiwan, take Xia Qingyang for a walk, I'm tired. Yiwan was also very gentle and polite. Yes, master. She led him around the residence. Junior brother. Follow me, Qingyang immediately responded. Okay, senior sister. He looked at her smiling, appearing extremely happy. I don't have to be sneaky anymore. From now on. She turned to him and said a few words of instruction. Before cultivating, first convert your water spiritual root into a fire spiritual root. Qingyang smiled very gently. Okay, how do I convert it? Yiwan smiled gently back at him. I'll find you tomorrow. Qingyang's dorm was still lit up at this time. Zhen Qingqing poked her head in from the window. You're back. He was wiping his sword when she asked, why hasn't Li Jintong Momen returned yet? He answered, while focusing on his work. We were supposed to act together, but things progressed halfway through, he recalled, when she held the letter and read it. Li Jintong Momen received a letter from her family, so she went back. Qingyang asked her worriedly, is Li Jintong Momen? Okay, Li Jin's eyes were extremely serious. My parents told me to return home immediately, only saying it was urgent, without explaining the reason, Qingyang said very clearly.
The fewer the words, the bigger the matter. Leave things here to me, go back first. She apologized to him with great guilt. Sorry, Xia Tongmen, I can't fight alongside you anymore. I'll take my leave first. Lian Jin also walked closer and said, I'll ask my cousin to send his spirit beast to take you home. Jin was very grateful for her kindness. Okay, thank you very much. Qingyang turned to look at Qingqing with sympathy.
Yeah, I think I should still contact Li Jintong Momen and let her know I'm back. Qingyang was very curious at this moment. What the hell happened to her family? I'm kinda curious, like playing a game with an NPC character storyline. I don't really know about her situation. Could it be related to the demon race? Qingqing smiled, looking super eager. Xia Shidi, are you done with your work? Xia Qingyang looked at her with extreme caution. What's up? She started moving closer to him. I'm waiting for you and Yu Huajun's gossip. The readers of Azure Sky Prime Realm are all waiting to follow the next part. Qingqing very naturally climbed onto Qingyang's desk. That's right. Didn't you transfer to Yanyang Peak? Is it because of Yue Huajun? Her face was eagerly waiting for the story. Definitely living under the same roof with her. So romantic. He was also startled by her action. Hey, why did you come in here? Qingqing had almost completely entered his room. Xia Shidi, do you want to talk privately with me? She had completely sneaked into his room. Xia Shidi. He immediately threw her out the window. Wait. Qingyang angrily prepared to close the window. Ning Shiji and I are impossible. He slammed the window shut. At this time, the night was full of Qingyang's dormitory area. His dog tail immediately perked up. It ran away while laughing very happily. After receiving guidance from Auntie, I was indeed able to successfully transform into a dog. But with the cool breeze of the night, why not go for a stroll outside? It suddenly froze, as if a thought had struck it. Hopefully I don't run into Ning Yiwan. He ran to the nearby forest. The spirit hound walked while humming a tune. The day after tomorrow is the third time to receive the mission. Suddenly, a noise startled it. Whoo! It quickly flew into a tree to hide. It widened its eyes to observe everything. In front of it seemed surprised to see 2 people walking. It's actually the OG main character, Xin Shen, and his simp, Liu Xin. Its eyes narrowed with contempt. It's so late, they must be out on a secret date. Xin Shen's eyes looked extremely uncomfortable. Xia Qingyang has transferred to Yanyang Peak. Becoming a disciple of Bai Lin Shui, it will be more and more difficult for you to approach him later. Liu Xin also felt extremely annoyed. Sorry, Xixiang, it's because Xinjie is useless. He immediately reached out and touched her shoulder. Xin Shen used gentle eyes to manipulate the other party. Xinjie, this is not your fault. It's just that I don't know why he seems to have become a different person. Then he smiled very gently and flattered. To Xixiang, you are the most important. She was so moved by these words that she cried, Xixiang, for Xixiang, Xinjie will try again. Xin Shen still used those eyes and said, no need for now. Wait half a month until the celebration of the Azure Sky Prime Realm. I have my own way. At that time, you listen to my arrangement. In his heart, he was extremely complacent at this moment.
Just a few sweet words, and she loves me to death. Women are so easily subdued. Liu Xin's eyes twinkled with happiness.
Okay, I'll listen to Xia Qingyang for everything.
The spirit hound was so angry that it scratched the bark of the tree.
These two adulterous villains, still planning my blood essence. It was imagining the scene of him punching. What a waste that you, Xin Shen, are still the male lead. If you have the ability, level up yourself in the side plot. Then it fell into contemplation. The celebration half a month later is a way to deal with me. Half a month later, its eyes widened as it thought of something.
Crap. Because of my interference in the plot, there's no clue what will happen in half a month. Yiwan is also strolling through the forest. She happily sat down and patted its head. Woof woof, what are you doing here? It was so startled that it barked a few times, and the sound reached Xin Shen's ears.
This voice, the spirit hound, was so scared that its face turned green. Why is she here? Ning Yiwan looked in its direction curiously. What are you looking at?
She also noticed the appearance of the two people on the other side. Senior brother Qin.
Xin Shen was equally surprised and muttered to himself, why is she here? Liu Xin was bewildered and didn't understand what was going on. Senior brother, what's wrong?
Yiwan turned to it and said happily, woof woof, let's go say hello. It looked at her with a tired face. Big sis, this is sure a field. Do you really want to go say hello?
Ning Yiwan approached him and asked, Senior brother Qin, is this your Dao companion?
She smiled very politely.
I didn't expect to meet you two here. Are you out for a walk? Xin Shen widened his eyes as if he was innocent. Dao companion, what Dao companion?
He smiled rather annoyingly.
Senior sister Ning, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with her, just a simple walk.
Liu Xin felt extremely uncomfortable hearing this but said nothing. The spirit hound muttered in its stomach, feeling very amused. This dog Xin Shen still doesn't understand women. Ning Yiwan also appeared very polite. So that's how it is. Then you two continue your walk. I have to go back. Farewell. He seemed unwilling to let her go, Senior Sister Ning.
She looked at him curiously. Senior brother Qin, is there anything else?
Xin Shen still seemed reluctant.
No, nothing. Have a good walk and good night.
But in his heart he was screaming, Senior Sister Ning, don't think nonsense. Liu Xin and I are just a transaction. Only you are worthy of me. Yiwan turned and left happily. Woof woof, let's go. Xin Shen could only watch her sadly. He looked at her bright smile. Go, go. His soul has also chased after her figure. Senior Sister Ning is so beautiful. Liu Xin was extremely angry when she saw this. She felt dissatisfied. What does Ning Yiwan have that's better than others? Just a wooden block without emotions. I really don't know what senior brother likes about her. He still stood there with a determined look. Qin Shen gritted his teeth and said to himself, I must have Ning Yiwan, I must. He turned to look at Liu Xin with sad eyes. Liu Xin, my plan cannot succeed without you. He used that look again to manipulate her. You must help senior brother. Liu Xin pointed at herself, shaken. Cannot succeed without me. Xin Shen caressed her cheek with his hand. That's right. There aren't many people I can trust. You are the one I'm most at ease with. Liu Xin was completely immersed in this emotion. Am I that important to you? Xin Shen hugged her tightly and said gently, Of course. Of course you are very important. But behind that was a very sinister smile. I noticed that look earlier, but as long as I want to, can't I still easily subdue her? Wait. Are they heading towards Yiguan's dorm? And there are still so many people around. He glances up at her. Not too thrilled. Does he really have to go all the way to the dorm with her? Should he just bail now? Ning Yiwan stops, squats down, and starts petting the puppy. Woof woof. She looks at him with gentle eyes. I wanted to say earlier, it seems like you've gotten a bit bigger again, woof woof. Yiwan blushes, looking super happy. What to do? If you get any bigger, I won't be able to carry you anymore. In that instant, woof woof feels like his soul has been snatched away. Xia Qingyang's face is also flushed with embarrassment. He suddenly shakes his head as if to dispel the thought. Wait. He raises his little paws and reminds himself. She's the one destined to kill me, yet I'm having a moment of weakness. Xia Qingyang, is your brain okay? But quickly he has another thought. That's not right. I've changed quite a few things, so maybe. Woof woof smiles happily, feeling smug. She won't kill me now. He nuzzles against her, acting cute. What if she finds out my identity, but I've become her favorite dog? She definitely won't have the heart to do it. Yiwan looks at him, curious and happy. What are you thinking about, woof woof? Woof woof is so happy he winks at her, thinks that, then looks at Ning Yiwan, feeling like her features are even more delicate than before. She stands up and urges him, Let's go, woof woof. He also barks happily in response. Woof. Woof jumps with excitement, thinking that the risk of death has greatly decreased. His mood becomes cheerful too. Then they both arrive at Yiwan's dorm. She gently opens the door for him and says, Go on in.
Woof Woof barks happily a few times. A dangerous glint in her eyes makes him yelp. Then she hugs him tightly and smiles brightly. I missed you so much. You smell so good, puppy. After a moment of shock, he's happy as a clam. Geez, why is she sniffing a little dog like that? Shiji's hands are so warm. Yiwan says as she slams the door shut. It's getting late, let's sleep. She gently picks up the little dog and puts him on her bed. As always, she starts taking off her outer garments. Yichuan's eyes have a hint of playful threat. Don't you dare sneak away tonight. Woof. Woof sees that, and his eyes are full of hearts. Gotta put on a good doggo performance, no doggy licking though. Yiwan holds her clothes and looks at him tenderly. She hangs her clothes on the rack and imitates a puppy's voice. Let's sleep. The stars in the night sky outside the room. The surrounding space is as silent as can be. But at this moment, Woof Woof still has his eyes wide open, unable to sleep at all. It glanced sideways, looking pretty happy. There's seriously no way to sleep peacefully like this. Seeing that Ning Yiwan was already fast asleep, it made her run for it. It gently opened the door, afraid of waking her, and quickly dashed outside. Yiwan woke up at this moment but said nothing, feeling incredibly uneasy, sneaking off again. Reaching for the set of clothes hanging on the rack, she slowly put them on with a cold look in her eyes. Wang Wang was carefully walking down the steps, still mindful of what Xin Shen said. Dealing with me in half a month. Looks like he's been planning this. The quest details of that banquet in the game can be skipped, so I have no impression of it at all. It sighed in frustration. Whatever. When the time comes, I'll just stay inside and not meet anyone. Maybe that will greatly reduce the risk. It kept walking without knowing she was following behind. Yiwan felt very curious and wondered to herself, where does Wang Wang want to go? Back to its own room. Does it not like sleeping with me? The bright moonlight illuminated the entire forest, where Wang Wang was happily running through the forest. Ning Yiwan, hiding behind a tree, wondered, isn't this the path to Yanyang Peak? Wang Wang was approaching its gate, happily slipping through it. Wang Wang used its little paws to close the gate. Everything it did was seen by Yichuan from afar. She stopped right in front of the gate, her expression thoughtful. The next morning, outside the Elder's Hall, Xia Qingyang was leaning against the wall waiting. He looked around, puzzled. Why hasn't senior sister arrived yet? We clearly agreed to go receive the third task today. Suddenly, his eyes met someone. It was Xin Shen, who he really hated. Approaching, he also saw him, and feigned delight. Junior brother, congratulations on becoming a disciple of Yanyang Peak. Bai Lin Shui Shishu. He also politely replied, thank you, senior brother. He continued with the greeting. Here to receive a task, Qingyang immediately replied, yes. Then he held out his hand and said gently, how about we go in together? Qingyang scratched his head, trying to appear honest. No need. Shizun told me to do the task with senior sister. I'm waiting. In his heart, he felt a little guilty at this moment. Sorry, Shizun, for using you as a shield. He interrupted his thoughts with a cold voice. But why did I hear that Ning Shimei left the Kangchong Yuan realm early this morning to do a task? Could there be a misunderstanding in this matter? Xia Shidi should ask for clarification. Qin Shen felt delighted in his heart at this moment. He thought Ning Yiwan had a good impression of this kid, who knew she was just a normal, fellow disciple of hers, so his chances of successfully conquering Ning Yiwan were still very high. Qingyang also felt very surprised. Left this morning. He slowly stepped up the stairs. Then Xia Shidi can continue waiting. I'll go in first. He also obediently replied to him, yes, wishing senior brother a smooth journey in completing the task. Qingyang smiled with obvious apprehension. He now pursued his own questions. Why did senior sister leave without saying goodbye? How strange, he left the Elder's Hall. Should I go ask Shizun? Qin Shen was still watching his back. He was laughing inwardly with a very smug look. Xia Qingyang arrived at Bai Lin Shui's residence. He flung the door open and shouted loudly, Shizun, Shizun! Lin Shui immediately appeared and smiled. What's up, little buddy? Xia Qingyang asked her with a worried tone. Shizun, I made plans to do the third mission with Shiji, but this morning she left on her own. Do you know where she went? Lin Shui also approached and worried. She left without telling you. Xia Qingyang respectfully replied, yes. She rubbed her hair and felt very puzzled. It's rare for her to leave without saying goodbye. Could something urgent happen? Lin Shui walked around in confusion. Even if it's urgent, she would tell me what she's going down the mountain for. Her eyes sharpened. Something's up. Could it be? Xia Qingyang also asked in confusion. What is it? Lin Shui looked at him with a serious expression. It's probably related to her parents' matter. There was a similar case before. She recalled the image of her being in pain when she saw her parents being stabbed. As long as it's related to the clues about her parents' death, she loses her mind. She smiled and suggested to him, go to the Elder's Pavilion and ask what mission Yichuan accepted. Xia Qingyang was feeling painful at this moment. The mission that Shiji can accept is probably something I can't accept. Lin Shui took out a token and said, if you want to find Ning Yiwan, Then take this token. He also took the token, according to her. Give the token to the person in charge.
Xia Qingyang stared at the object. He said that Bai Lin Shui told him to come and receive the mission. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Shizun. Then I'll go to the Elder's Pavilion to find out the situation."
Xia Qingyang ran like the wind to that place. Lin Shui crossed her arms, feeling amused. Without thinking, she agreed. She looked out from the house at his back. Interesting. He had arrived at the Elder's Pavilion. He ran so fast that he created a wind that blew a young lady's clothes. Xia Qingyang slammed the token hard on the table. Then he said very seriously, "I want to accept Ning Shiji's mission." The old man was also very surprised by this action. "Young man, do you know what level that mission is?"
Xia Qingyang also replied to him with cold eyes. "No matter what level it is, this is Bai Lin Shui Shizun's token. Shizun told me to accept the mission, just give it to me."
The old man raised the card, which had the words, Wild Wind Camp, and level star, and was very curious. Why are even you like this? That Yiwan kid also said that Shizun told her to accept the mission. Everyone is not afraid of death. He immediately snatched the card from his hand and ran away very quickly. "Sorry to bother you to record it, I'm leaving first." The old man panicked because of his actions. "Young man, you, wait." He seemed to have a motor installed and disappeared very quickly. The old man sighed as he wrote, "If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will definitely happen." He sighed and wrote the words, Wild Wind Camp, and level star in the notebook. At this moment, at Xia Qingyang's dormitory, he was putting the doll with his image into the bag. Xia Qingyang happily packed his things and asked, "My things are packed, Ding Min, do you have anything to bring?" She just sat in place, looking sad. "I don't have any." Ding Min raised the token and wanted to remind, "Gongzi, this is a star-level mission, 2 levels higher than the last Tian-level mission you did. Just by looking at the level, you can tell that this is a mission with a very high mortality rate." When Xia Qingyang heard this, he dropped what he was holding, his face filled with fear, as he asked, "What level?" Ding Min nonchalantly replied, "Star level, 2 levels higher than heaven level. I heard that at this level, only those with a nascent soul cultivation base have a chance of surviving." He quickly hid in a corner, muttering to himself, "I'm dead. I'm so dead. This is seriously bad. I'm getting some seriously bad vibes." Ding Min looked at him worriedly. "What's wrong? If you're worried, how about we switch to a different mission?" Xia Qingyang clutched his head, looking helpless. What if an NPC's fate is unchangeable? His head was filled with negative thoughts. What if he's destined to die? He was so scared he was seeing stars and sweating bullets. Even if Ning Yiwan doesn't kill him, something else might. The possibility isn't zero. Xia Qingyang was worried sick. No way, could I really be this unlucky? Ding Min forced a smile to comfort him. "Young master, what's wrong with you anyway?" She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with gentle eyes. "Actually, the mission can be returned or replaced. You don't need to worry so much." Xia Qingyang suddenly let out a long breath, then stood up abruptly, hands on his hips. He was pursuing his own thoughts. "The female lead lives to the end of the game. As long as I stick to her, I'll definitely survive this mission." Xia Qingyang clenched his fist with determination. How can a real man back down from a fight? The greater the danger, the greater the reward. He was bursting with excitement. To Ding Min's surprise, "Let's go, let's roll. Ning Yiwan has already reached the front gate of Wildwind Mysterious Sect." She stared intently at the inside. Above, the sign read, Wildwind Mysterious Sect. Yipwan immediately stepped inside. At this moment, in Azure Sky Primordial World, Qing was walking along happily. "Junior brother Xia, are you planning to go find Yue Huajun?" He looked back at her with a slightly surprised look. "How did you know?" Qing didn't bother to hide it and said directly, "This morning I saw your little spat with Senior Brother Qin at the entrance of the Elders Affairs Hall. Someone said that after Senior Brother Qin heard what you said, his expression immediately relaxed. It's a pity I was standing too far away to hear what you two said." Xia Qingyang heard this and didn't know what to say. She turned to him and asked curiously, "What exactly did you say to him? Spill a little, won't you? Readers are already cursing me for being short and weak, and for being old, plus you haven't changed at all." Xia Qingyang replied in a rather annoyed tone, "No way." After saying that, he went into the pavilion to prepare to fly away. He soared into the sky and bid farewell to senior sister Zheng. "See ya." The girl could only call after him in frustration, "Junior brother Xia, don't be so stingy." Qing was so angry she was fuming. "Junior brother Xia." Sunlight streamed through the trees in the forest. Xia Qingyang landed on a large branch. He stood there observing everything. "Ding Min, once this mission is complete, there's one more mission, and I can leave Azure Sky Primordial World." She immediately replied from somewhere, "That's right, young master. We must survive this time." Xia Qingyang smiled with great determination. "I'll do my best." Night had fallen. At Wildwind Mysterious Sect Inn, Ning Yiwan held a cup of tea, sitting pensively under the moonlight.
She slowly raised the teacup and savored it. Yiwan, her eyes a little sad. Wiping her mouth,
She painfully recalled the scene of her parents being murdered. That demon also strangled her neck and laughed. Little girl. She still remembered its cold eyes. Do you know what death is?
She suddenly glanced over when she heard the noise. Ning Yiwan immediately drew her sword. Xia Qingyang, with the sword at his throat, also shouted, retreating in fear.
Senior sister, it's me.
Yiwan, while retracting her sword, coldly asked,
Why are you here? Qingyang answered very honestly. The task I received was with you.
She stared at him without saying a word.
Yiwan jumped off the balcony, slowly approaching her junior brother. You know this is a star-level mission, Qingyang replied innocently. Didn't know when I accepted.
He scratched his head sheepishly. Only found out after accepting.
Her face was icy as she said to Xia Qingyang. Below the Golden Core Realm, you die. Above the Golden Core Realm. He seriously continued her sentence. There's also a high chance of dying, right?
Yiwan turned away in anger. If you know that, then go home, Qingyang grinned. Senior sister hasn't taught me more techniques yet. I'm here to learn.
But in his heart he was actually thinking. The main thing is, you're the female lead. You've got that female lead halo?
She looked at him with a very serious expression. Xia Qingyang, this is not a joke.
The surrounding space was as silent as death. Yiwan turned and left, saying, Junior brother Xia, you don't need to worry about me.
Qingyang replied casually. Me worry about you? No. He scratched the back of his head, answering very honestly.
I just want to hug senior sister's thick thigh. With senior sister here, I always feel the mission is easy to complete.
She glanced back but didn't say anything.
Yiwan coldly walked inside and said, Junior brother Xia, go to sleep. Qingyang felt very excited and respectfully said, Then I'll trouble senior sister with the next mission. But in his heart he was feeling extremely miserable. Straight up told me to get out.
She slammed the door shut with force, leaving him dumbfounded. No need to get so angry, right?
Qingyang walked alone on the deserted night road. Ding Min floated over, wondering, Young master, do you feel like Ning Yiwan's state isn't quite right?
Qingyang didn't think much of it. Master said this case might be related to her childhood family extermination tragedy. Maybe she's just feeling sad from recalling old memories. Qingyang gently opened the door to his room. She's always calm. Only something like this would make her lose her composure.
Ding Min put her hand on her chin thoughtfully. No wonder she ignored me. I also said I understood my situation. Turns out her family was also exterminated.
She floated and sighed. Thinking about it like that, I feel like I'm a little luckier than her. At least my little sister is still alive.
Qingyang immediately collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Tired from walking, let's sleep. She felt very angry and cursed. You can still sleep in this situation. Ding Min was so angry that she transformed into human form. This is a star-level mission, we should prepare a little bit. Qingyang was indifferent. She's currently troubled. And just kicked me out. I can't go back and comfort her or discuss tactics. He closed his eyes, not caring anymore. If I can't sleep, there's nothing else to do. Temporarily enduring and waiting for the right moment is probably the best choice now. Ding Min still looked at him worriedly. Her mental state isn't stable. I'm worried something will happen. He suddenly grabbed her clothes and pulled her down.
Xu Feng hugged Ding Min tightly and said, Okay, it's okay, we're both tired from traveling all day. Let me hug you to sleep. She was also very surprised by his actions, Gongzi. Ding Min blushed with a rather uncomfortable feeling.
The hug, it's too tight, I can't breathe,
Xu Feng replied very innocently.
Then you can turn into a fox. It will be more comfortable to hug like that. Ding Min seemed very shy. I don't mean that.
Xu Feng sat up and looked at her questioningly. What are you mumbling about? Ding Min hurriedly denied it. No, it's nothing.
The sky is blue above their resting area. Then let's go to sleep. You can only work well with good spirits. On the other side, Ning Yiwan was staring at the door.
She recalled that night and wondered. Did he really go into junior brother Xia's room that night?
Why? The sun has radiated brilliant rays of light everywhere. Sunlight also shines down to the Kangqiong Yuanji. The overlapping mountains are covered by the blue sky.
Xu Feng and Yiwan are walking on a forest path.
He watched her from behind, thinking, why is the pressure around senior sister so low so early in the morning?
He turned to the fox with a questioning look. Did I say or do anything wrong when I left the room just now? Ding Min smiled happily and replied. Today, Gongzi followed the instructions and didn't make any mistakes. Xu Feng was still very innocent at this time and didn't know she was angry. Could it be that she's always worried about the mission? This is making me nervous too. I've known her for so long and I've never seen her like this.
Ning Yiwan stopped, her voice still very cold. Junior brother Xia, this is the last time I'm reminding you. Star-level missions have a 100% mortality rate for those below the Jindan stage. You're basically gonna die now.
She turned to look at him with a very serious expression. Do you really want to follow? There won't be any penalties for canceling the mission. Xu Feng crossed his arms and said very seriously. Senior sister, I know, I have my own thoughts. As expected, she's worried about this,
Yuan said in a rather annoyed tone. You know, and you still forget about it. Whatever. She didn't want to delay any longer, and quickly strode away. I have to go to Yifeng village 5 miles outside the suburbs. Hurry up! Zhu Feng also ran away and smiled eagerly. Okay? At this time they had arrived at Yifeng village. Both decided to observe from a tree branch. Zhu Feng couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, how are we going to search for the demon race? Yiwan remained silent, observing her surroundings. The aura of the villagers is fine. They're all human. The guards are all human too. Strange. Seeing this, he looked up at his senior sister. She also looked down at him and asked, Junior brother, can you sense the aura of the demon race?
Zhu Feng smiled very brightly and raised his bracelet. I can't sense anything. Ding Min is a demon race. Her senses are the sharpest, ask her. But in his mind he was saying to himself, actually, I am a demon, completely unable to sense. Either the opponent is too strong and completely hides their aura, or there's a problem with the mission.
Ding Min, after assessing the situation, reported, No, there isn't even a trace of the demon race aura. Moreover, there aren't even demons around here. Yiwan looked at the mission card in surprise. But this mission clearly stated that there is a demon race operating here. Star-level missions aren't mistaken.
Zhu Feng frowned and wondered, who made this mission board? Yiwan had already landed on the ground at this time. Usually, the Longxiangti will investigate and then send it. There's also some information from within the sect. Yixuan was lost in thought.
Will that person really be in Yifeng village? If he was there, there's no way I wouldn't be able to sense him. Even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him.
Xia Qingyang and Ding Min had also landed on the ground. He thought to himself,
Ning Yiwan must be super worried right now.
He clenched his fist, feeling hyped, and declared, let's head in first. We gotta try our luck. Maybe we'll pick up some clues inside.
Ning Yiwan also clenched her fist and agreed. Everyone at Wildwind Stronghold seems to be doing just fine. The three of them started to head inside. Inside Wildwind Stronghold, buying and selling was booming. The locals bustled along the streets. Xia Qingyang ran back holding an apple and a banana. Beaming, Senior sister. He ran up with a smile as bright as a flower. I overheard the fruit vendor over there saying nothing weird has happened in the village lately, Xia Qingyang said in a serious tone. Since the village ain't big, if something happened to anyone, it'd spread like wildfire. Yiwan still felt something was off. That's weird. Xia Qingyang was super pumped and suggested, how about we go ask the village chief? Since I'm a cultivator from the Azure Sky Primordial Realm, if I name drop my sect, he'll probably cooperate, right? Xia Qingyang offered her the banana. Eat some fruit, don't stress too much. Yiwan peeled the banana while saying seriously, Alright, let's do that. Xia Qingyang handed the remaining apple to Ding Min. This is for you. The three of them were walking towards the Stronghold Lord's place together. The three villagers who were just chatting and laughing suddenly changed their expression. They turned to look at the three of them with a very dangerous look. Xingyang's group arrived at the Wildwind Stronghold Lord's residence, and a maid was leading them the way. Please follow me, three honored immortals. She led them into the drawing room. The maid smiled with a very friendly look. Please have some tea first. She also told them very honestly. My master is old and can't move around easily. Please wait a moment. Xia Qingyang replied cheerfully. Okay. Yiwan was carefully observing everything around her. The Stronghold Lord's house doesn't have the aura of a demon clan. Everything looks very normal, just a wealthy family. His house is really big, but the very ordinariness creates a sense of incongruity. Sunlight shone on the black tiles of the roof. The Stronghold Lord stood right in front of the door with a cane. He bowed to them respectfully. Greetings, honored immortals. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Xia Qingyang observed him and said to Ding Min, This old dude's legs are clearly strong, but he's deliberately using a cane, probably trying to create an image. Ding Min was curious when she heard this. Create an image? What's that? He still carefully observed the Stronghold Lord. It's not important, but I feel like this old dude is kinda sus. Xia Qingyang watched him sit down and spoke vigilantly. Ding Min also responded quickly. Okay, the Stronghold Lord acted like a very polite person. Please, the three of you, sit down. You there, serve tea. The maid brought out a tray of steaming tea. Yes. 3 cups of hot tea were neatly arranged. Lin Shi sat down and cut straight to the chase. Old man, has anything strange happened in the village lately? The village chief stroked his beard, feigning thoughtfulness. Actually, there have been a few odd occurrences, Immortal Master. Please enjoy some of our new tea while we chat. She stared intently at the teacup in front of her. What kind of odd occurrences? Lin Shi slowly lifted the teacup and took a sip. The village chief recounted the strange stories he knew. These kinds of bizarre things aren't even worth mentioning. It's just that old Wang's cow gave birth to a one-eyed calf, and it died just 2 days after being born. Lin Ji seemed very impatient, and added, Besides that, can you recall any strange happenings in the past 6 months? The village chief stroked his beard, remaining indifferent. Then suddenly, he flung the teacup away. The three of them were utterly astonished by this action. Lin Shi immediately stood up and asked, Village chief, what are you doing? Xia Qingyang quickly turned to Ding Min and said, Ding Min, hurry, go find her. She said I was in danger, and she wasn't kidding. Ding Min immediately burst forth with energy and flew away swiftly. Lin Shi drew her sword, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Who are you? The village chief suddenly wore a sinister smile. Little girl, weren't you coming to find me? He seemed a bit annoyed. That little fox runs fast. Humans really are untrustworthy. Lin Shi widened her eyes in fear. Luo Sheng. Something seemed to be happening to her. Ning Yiwan trembled all over and dropped her sword. Seeing this, Xia Qingyang was extremely worried. Senior apprentice, what's wrong? Yiwan stared at her hands in shock. What's happening? She was so terrified that she was covered in sweat. I have no strength. Xia Qingyang was puzzled when he saw her like this. Why am I okay? Luo Sheng stood there and continued. I heard that the little girl who escaped back then became the Moonflower Sovereign, sought after by the Kangqiang Yuan realm. He began to transform. Over the years, I've really wanted to meet you again. Demonic energy emanated from him, increasing rapidly. Before long, Luo Sheng returned to his original form. He was extremely excited. So I deliberately leaked the information to the Longsheng division, because I knew that as soon as you saw the mission, you would definitely come looking for me. Luo Sheng smiled smugly. The murderer of your entire family has appeared. How could Moonflower Sovereign stand by and do nothing? Xia Qingyang immediately grabbed his sword, raised it forward, and shouted loudly, Take one more step and don't blame me for being impolite. But at this moment, he couldn't help but worry. This guy is too strong. So strong that neither Ning Yiwan nor I can sense the demonic aura on him. Ning Yiwan was also a bit tense. Junior apprentice Xia, you don't need to risk your life. Hurry and go. Don't worry about me. Xia Qingyang ignored her words and instead yelled, You demons! Besides doing shady things, is there anything legitimate you can do? Trash Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng found it laughable, and burst into laughter. It seems my name Luo Sheng has disappeared from the world for too long. He stared at the fearless person and said, A mere cultivator. Seeing me and still able to hold onto your sword. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Xia Qingyang still didn't show any fear. When I beat you to the point of lying flat on the ground, you'll definitely regret the embarrassing things you said earlier. That's what he said, but in his heart, he couldn't help but worry. Am I going to die? Ning Yiwan has the female lead halo. She definitely has a way to escape smoothly.